Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adeleke. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adeleke.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it fast now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right and getting it fast. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adeleke. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adeleke.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, one name. So there it is, one name. So there it is. So there it is. So good evening, because it is the evening where I am. So a good day, which is the better greeting, which covers wherever you are. So good day to you, my friends. Good to see you again. Good to have you here again. As we are again. So the session starts again, and another roller coaster ride, almost a certainty. So another roller coaster ride. Good to have you here. The usual protocol, please click on the like button as you are coming in. We're really pushing quite hard on the like button. So if you can help us out with that, that'd be much appreciated. So as you're coming in, just click on the like button. And if you're not already subscribed, then click on the subscription button as well. That way you would have fulfilled all righteousness, and then then you're quitting. So all bets off. So click on like and subscribe as you're coming in. So do that immediately and right now. So like and subscribe. Now, if you want to come join us on the studio, so you come here all the time and you hear all of these voices speaking in a language that you understand or speaking in a language that you do not agree with. They don't have a monopoly on the space or on knowledge. All they simply did was to click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard, and that was what brought them to your screen. So if you want to appear on the screens as well, then please click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. As soon as I've finished fleshing out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, and then you can share your thoughts with everyone. There's nothing more complex than that. It's an open microphone space, and the open microphone is that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on it if you want to come join us. So there is that one. And then, of course, if you spend more than a minute here, you know that we're pushing quite, with very little success, I must say, we're pushing people in the direction of this buy a coffee thing, which is the preferred portal for donations towards the platform. So if you want to donate towards the platform, then that is the portal to use. You may not be aware, but all this streaming, you notice that it doesn't actually, no matter how long we stream, there's no advert in between. So it's not as though it generates any revenue outside of the super chats and everything. So just so you're aware of that. So that's why sometimes people push you towards super chats and push you towards all these buy the coffee things. So there it is right there. So that's for your knowledge. And somebody that doesn't need especially pushing towards anything, fast turning into one of the benefactors of this platform, to quickly acknowledge Desmond. Just as soon as he logs on, he immediately super chats or something just to register his presence. So there is Desmond registering his presence with a super sticker, and that presence being acknowledged. So thank you, Desmond. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join us on the studio. And if you feel inclined towards tipping towards the platform, click on this link that says buy your host cups of coffee. So it's just a 3 short step process, nothing too complex for your understanding. So do all that, but the like and subscribe, they're the most important ones. So if you don't do anything else, just please make sure you click on the like and subscribe. So if you click on like and subscribe, then you fulfilled all righteousness. So do that, because I can see nearly 30 people already and only 8 likes. So I'm not quite sure. You know, sometimes you're just feeling inclined just to shut down the session. Sometimes how can 30 people be watching and they cannot even make the effort to click on the like button? It irritates sometimes, I have to tell you, it irritates. But there it is, never daunted. So click on like and subscribe. So let me bring you the headline that we're going to be discussing. So we're going to be revisiting that Nadjatu Mohammed op-ed against Tinubu. So the Tinubu space has now gone on the media space to reply. So we shall be testing their response to see what we're making of it. So we'll be watching a video clip on that. And then we'll also, all of this narrative about Buhari not being in support of Tinubu, that his body language this and his body language that. Well, we are not relying on his body language, we're relying on his voice. So we hear from the horse's mouth to see exactly how he is positioned regarding the Tinubu narrative. Also be a stop with a minor video that speaks to that G5 space. Seyi Makinde is the one that we're going to be listening to. He makes a quite revealing comment as he mounts the campaign's terms for his re-election. So we'll be visiting that. Hopefully I still have that video clip. So we'll be visiting that just to see what he has to say. And then, of course, we'll be the biggest story of the day, of course, which is the narrative around Senator Adeleke. So we will have the after party of that. and to see now what is coming out of that space. A lot has happened since we last broke that story in an earlier session. And also, staying with the Tinubu, so we'll be crisscrossing between the Tinubu space and the Adeleke space. That Tinubu outburst in Abeokuta, it has shaken somewhat the political firmament, and a lot of us spillouts and fallout since then. So Tinubu has gone begging in Aso Rock. Tinubu APC governor meet with Buhari after, I spelled outburst wrong, haven't I? Yes, I have. So after Abeokuta outburst. So we will go to that and then so I have to make the corrections in the spelling. I hate bad spelling, and I'm standing guilty of that. So yes, we'll go to pick up the remnants of that and see what we're making of it. So we go to pick up the remnants, see what we're making of it. And then on to this one, I've got so many headlines on my screen. So now this storyline about Chris Mba being now the new CP of Lagos State, CP being the Commissioner of Police. Chris Mba, as you may know, it was the spokesperson of the national space, the Nigerian police. So just as early as yesterday, the story broke then that Chris Mba is now the new CP of the Nigerian police. This is fake news. Again, the obedience at it. Just like they told us that the president of Ghana was telling Tinubu to step down for Peter Obi and all of that, they've gone into the police space now. And they told us that the Sultan of Sokoto has endorsed it. So is that space again up to their mischief making? No new CP in Lagos State Police Command. So these people now, they have this thing now of being able to force seniors within the political space to come out and debunk their narrative. So foreign hackers are attacking our database. This is the INEC chairman. So this has to be the precursor for rigging. And a lot of, they've been putting out quite a few feelers, the INEC space, as a preemptive softening of the ground for the riggings to come. So this is the language of rigging, of course, because if they are telling us that their systems are vulnerable, although they will tell us that those attacks are being resisted, but if the system is vulnerable to foreign attack, and then, of course, that then tells you that the election is not fail-proof. And we already know that the election is not fail-proof, just from what is coming out of Osun State. Expect mass protest in Osun. Nigerian Student Association kick against state tribunal judgment. And it looks as though now the judgment of that tribunal has gone against the popular will in Osun State. And expectedly, there'll be a lot of pushback, and that pushback is already having this build-up. Expect mass protest in Osun. Nigerian Student Association kick against state tribunal judgment. So that judgment, of course, is not the final word on that space. Adeleke, prominent Nigerian lawyer, reveals what dancing governor can do after tribunal's final verdict. So, like I said, it was a battle, not a war, that was won in that space, because there's still a lot to come out of that space, and that's just the opening salvo. That's just the opening salvo, rather, in what is almost certain to be a long and grueling process, a brutal fight in that space. Prominent Nigerian lawyer reveals what dancing governor can do after tribunal's final verdict. So quite what the recommendations are, we find out shortly. Tinubu congratulates Oyetola, says light will prevail over darkness. So we may just leave that at the headline, because we can already tell from the headline what the body of that narrative will be. Kwakwanso, currency redesign was a mistake. Federal government should extend deadline for old Naira notes. So Tinubu was the one that made the first move. But it looks as though the whole of the political space, they've been caught off guard somewhat, with the monies that they have stockpiled to rig the election now almost turning into nothing less than toilet paper. Sorry, I've got a bit of a cold. That's So yes, so the money they have stockpiled to rig the election has now turned so worthless, like virtually toilet paper, like tissue paper. So there it is right there. Kwakwanso currency redesign was a mistake. Federal government should extend deadline for old Naira notes. It is quite notable, though, that Atiku Abubakar has not taken a position on that space yet. But if they are all disadvantaged, by the change in the Naira notes, by the currency redesign, if they are all disadvantaged by the change in the Naira note, then it resets them back to zero. And the only person really that might be advantaged by that change in Naira note is the Peter Obi space, because they don't have any money to launch at an election. So maybe it resets somewhat to give Obi even more of an insertion than it would normally have had. So that has to be the yeah. Sorry, this is the clip I was after. So let me copy it and just try and download it quickly. Just give me a moment. These are just some of the things that you have to do. These are some of the things you have amongst yourself. Talk to administrative stuff. I'm doing administrative stuff. So talk amongst yourself. So how have your day been? What happened to you today? Yes, this and that happened to me today. Oh, did this and that happen to you today? Let me just do that. Okay, I think I have it. Let's see. Just bear with me 1 second. All right. So yes. So where was I? So Kwakwanso also pushing them for an extension to the change of currency notes. So there is that one as well. And then there is this all right, there's this storyline as well. I've not read the body of this next story. I only saw the headline, and I'm hopeful that the body of the story lives up to the headline. So this is a human interest story. Just from the headline, that's why we're going into it, and we go into it together. Court dissolves 15-year marriage over money ritual. So that's the headline. It speaks to the two most foremost things within the Nigerian space: money ritual and broken marriages. So how quite they come together. Hopefully this headline will give us a different feast on. So this we can feast on. Brand strategy Samuel Otigba shares response he got from prospective female employee after he asked her where she sees herself in 3 years' time. So this, of course, another human interest story as well. Any and every one of you that has been to an interview, you've probably almost certainly come across that question and some of the funky responses that those questions elicit. So to that space, we spend some time as well. So a rich menu, as always, is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol: click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to the studio. So if you want to come join us, click on that. And then, of course, the invitation to donate towards the platform. If you feel so inclined, the hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee, click on that as well. So we take a minor little micro musical intermission before we get into the readings. But first, Osondio Wendy.
I'm
And there it is right there, or Sunday or Wendy. What will be seems to be what the interpretation is. I'm not an Igbo man, of course. I am from Oyo Alafin. You know, we have an Alafin and a palace, you know, in where I come from. We have an Alafin, which is a paramount king, and the palace. So there it is. That's where I come from. So there it is, Oyo Alafin. But according to the Easterners, they tell you that is that song interpreted literally means what will be. So let us actually start it from a video clip. This clip now is the response to that Nadjatu Mohammed's op-ed against Tinubu, who went round in like a wildfire, just spewing all manners of allegations. Tinubu is deranged. Tinubu suffers from Alzheimer's, and Tinubu has dementia. I wonder how many ailments one man can have. I don't know. Maybe he could. I don't know what else she could. Maybe could have told us he's a cripple. Couldn't hold a cup of tea was what she said. So here is now the Tinubu space clapping back. Let's listen. Festus Kiyamo. So brace yourself.
Interviews backing your party.
Oh, what's happened there?
And the principal. Now, the PCC claimed that she was fired for being quarrelsome and incompetent, but she's claiming that she
sorry, give me one moment. Let me
resigned. What's the true situation?
Well, thank you very much. I think it's even something I should not even waste my time on, but just to make 2 or 3 replies. First of all, those who were in her particular directorate, because I wasn't close to that, I don't even know her one-on-one, but those who were in her directorate had already informed us that they had orally told her to leave. There was a press statement to that effect later, but she knew she was going to be sacked, and so she quickly came out with all of these theatrics around to Atiku Abubakar. But secondly, and most importantly, to tell you that Nigerians have seen through her theatrics. You claim you went to London to see Asiwaju around October last year or September, and that you noticed some abnormalities about his behavior. That is why he said that he could not hold a cup of tea, could not drink, and all of that. But after that, you came back to Nigeria. You accepted the appointment. You began to function. You were waiting for something which I don't want to say on air yet. He was actually waiting for something and putting pressure and almost blackmailing our presidential candidate. And she was told off, she was rebuffed before she decided on all of these theatrics, and she thought she's doing some damage. But really, anybody who questions her integrity will simply ask her, why did you come back from London and accept the appointment if you notice some abnormality? Again, she granted interview, she's beginning to contradict herself big time. And I tweeted that this morning. She said Asiwaju likes to be controlling, and he's like an emperor that likes to control people, Nigerians. And I simply asked the question. She said on the one hand that Asiwaju has dementia. On the other hand, you said she's an emperor and tries to control people. Anybody who is an emperor and tries to control people is actually indicative of somebody who has a very sharp mind, who is sharp-witted, and who is methodical in his thinking. So how can you reconcile both now that somebody has dementia? Yes, the person is sharp-witted enough and wants to control people and wants to be an emperor. We have dismissed her. Nigerians have dismissed her as a rabble-rouser. And let me tell her, she should go and resign from the Police Service Commission that President Muhammad Baru had, appointed her into. You are supposed to provide advice regarding security and issues regarding the police. Now you come on here complaining about the police. Well, you have been given an opportunity to contribute now. In the critical sector you are complaining about that there is insecurity in the country. But you are in the Police Service Commission. Resign from there. That is the fraud that woman is. I'm sorry, but it's fraud.
All right, Mr. Kiamo, you know, she also spoke so much about Tinubu's health issue. She said your principal is not fit to be president. But as someone who has worked with Tinubu on this campaign, how will you react to that allegation?
I don't even have to react. Nigerians should react. Asiwaju has covered more ground than other presidential candidates. You see him dancing from one podium to the other. Dancing from one town hall meeting to the other. What more do you want to see? He's climbing stages unaided. He's coming down from stages unaided. The other time they were hiding Atiku Abubakar down from the stage. They were holding his hand. Nobody's talking about that. That is not making headlines. It's Asiwaju.
All right then. This campaign season has been characterized by name-calling, unprofessional conduct by broadcast stations, mocking and body-shaming of candidates. Why is this election characterized by negative state of affairs?
It's unfortunate that you are actually calling, the fourth estate of the realm into, question. Because we have seen the most unprofessional conduct by media houses, traditional, orthodox newspaper house, online media, and also, of course, television stations, radio stations too. The other day, Asiwaju, in a bid in Jos, I'll give you an example, in Jos, in a bid to say APC, he said, he mistakenly said APC, corrected himself. That issue, a normal slip of tongue that everybody, all the spokesmen, all the candidates got to do that. It made headline in a major newspaper in this country. Headline. That same Jos, about 3 weeks later, Atiku went there, made the same error. He said APC, he said vote for AP or PDP. That thing was blanked out from that particular paper. It was blanked out. Until I cried out, I tweeted it, I called them out. The next day they went to talk it inside page 10, or bit page 12. It's to tell you the lowest level of debauchery to which we have sunk everywhere. So this name calling and all kinds of things you are hearing is promoted and aided by a partisan press, a partisan fourth estate of the realm. And I am sorry if this tradition continues. Their credibility will die, their reputation will die.
All right, so that was Festus Keyamo responding to that op-ed by that lady. I call her lady. I use that term under advisement. It's a rough and brutal space, the political terrain. I for one, am glad that I'm not I did have ambitions in that direction once upon a time, but I for one, am glad I'm not in that space. So there it is right there. You heard Festus Keyamo. I don't need to represent, but the last bit that he said is something that a lot of people have picked up. So if Tinubu coughs, it makes a headline. If Tinubu sneezes, it makes a headline. But we saw Atiku being aided. We played it on this platform. We saw him being aided down just 5 flights of stairs, just 5 flights of stairs. He couldn't manage 5 flights of stairs. He's constantly in and out of London for medical treatment. This doesn't make any headlines anywhere, but if Tinubu sneezes, the whole of Arise TV for 48 hours, that would be the main topic point in all of their programs. So the bias of the press it's just so naked for everybody to see. It's so naked, and there's somewhat of a victimization going on there, which a lot of people recoil from. There's even one lady that comes on this platform. She's from the Southeast. She doesn't especially care for or against Tinubu, but why she supports him is just for this reason. Just the rank unfairness of what is going on. It rankles a balanced mind. It rankles a balanced mind. So it rankles a balanced mind. So let's go to the readouts. Tinubu APC governors meet with Buhari after Abeokuta outburst. So I have to correct that outburst spelling just in a moment. The presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, and 3 governors of the ruling party on Friday met with President Muhammad Buhari. Our correspondents gathered that Tinubu, alongside the governors, met with Buhari in Daura, Katsina State. President Buhari is in his home state for a 2-day working visit. Tinubu's meeting with President Buhari is coming days after his outburst during the APC presidential rally in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital, on Wednesday. Recall that Tinubu said the Naira redesign and petrol scarcity were designed to frustrate his chances in the presidential election. The former Lagos State governor said, "Hide the petrol, hide the Naira. We will still vote. We will still win." He said, even if you change so we all know what he said. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, whilst reacting to Tinubu's comment, described it as an indirect criticism of the Buhari-led administration. The APC Presidential Campaign Council, however, said Tinubu did not blame Buhari for the situation, but only sought to warn him of saboteurs working for the PDP. The governors who accompanied Tinubu to the meeting with Buhari are the Katsina State Governor Aminu Masari, Kebbi State Governor Abubakar Bagudu, and Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum. The APC governorship candidate in Katsina State, Diko Umar Radar, also joined the governors on the visit. So this is an "I'm sorry, sir" visit. There is no other way of wrapping it round other than to land it at that point. This is I'm sorry, sir, visit. And if you look at the crew that Tinubu has taken with him, these are the crews that will melt the Buhari heart. So he has, like Buhari will famously say, he's taking the language that he would understand to speak to him. So of course, no one more respected in the north than Babagana Zulum. Aminu Masari, his own home state governor, and Abubakar Bagudu is a key functionary of the Tinubu campaign. So he has taken the Malams to go and do Rankadede to the Aboki from Daura. So, but the die is already cast, though, so quite wide that reversal of position. He has already said what was on his mind. And now the space is responding to it. The NNPC now, they felt the need to come and address what Tinubu said. Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority press release update on the supply and distribution of premium motor spirit PMS nationwide. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority wishes to reassure all Nigerians that there is PMS sufficiency of over 1.6 billion liters as of the 26th of January 2023, both on land and marine. Nnnpc has additionally made firm commitments to supply more volumes of PMS for the month ahead to guarantee national energy security and nationwide availability at the government-regulated price. The current distribution hitch is heightened by activities of cross-border smugglers who divert PMS meant for Nigerian market to neighboring countries where PMS prices are significantly higher than Nigeria's regulated price. We are engaging and collaborating with Nigeria Customs Services to address this issue. The price arbitrage between Nigeria and neighboring countries has continued to grow due to inflation and the regional impact of the Russia-Ukraine conflict on the global energy value chain, including international freight rates and coastal vessel charter rates. We wish to bring to public knowledge that the ongoing government efforts to rehabilitate strategic Nigerian roads ahead of the rainy season has necessitated rerouting of tanker trucks conveying petroleum products to alternative roads, therefore increasing transit time and associated cost of production of product transportation. So they go on to list a retinue of excuses. So this is in direct response, of course, to the Tinubu assertion that they are hoarding petrol. So they are making the attribution. We wish to reinforce our monitoring team and appropriate sanction to checkmate the activities of erring marketeers or marketers who are distorting our planned product flow to designated outlets in order to profiteer from price arbitrage have been emplaced. As a medium to long-term measure, cost-efficient means of transportation, including auto gas conversion and pipeline rehabilitation, are being implemented. This will complement by end-to-end process automation across the value chain. So they're just trying to lock you up in some inane gobbledygooks. This is an administration that has been 8 years in situation. So quite now, with 2 months to go, they've now had all this lofty idea. So Tinubu still stands correct. No new CP in Lagos Police Command. So the obedient fake news again being debunked by a senior space. The Lagos State Police Command has dismissed reports claiming the state has received a new police commissioner. Social media has been agog with reports claiming a former spokesperson of the Nigerian Police Force, Frank Kumba, has been appointed the State Commissioner of Police. However, in a statement released today, 27th of January, the spokesperson of the State Police Command, SP Benjamin Hundeyin, said, "We wish to state categorically that the commissioner is in Lagos is still CP Abiodun Alabi, FDC, MNIM, PSC. For the avoidance of doubt, no commissioner of police has been posted to Lagos. Members of the public are therefore urged to disregard fake news making the rounds that a new commissioner of police has been deployed to Lagos State Command. It is hoped that this clarification will halt the barrage of calls to officers of the command, which has resulted in needless distraction and waste of valuable time. The Lagos State Police Command will keep residents and the good people of Lagos State updated whenever the need arises." So there it is right there, and there it is right there. They can never ever change their ways, these obedient elements. From the president of Ghana to the Sultan of Sokoto, nobody can avoid their wayward ways. So their wayward ways, but now to mischief making. Foreign hackers are attacking our database. This is Mahmoud Yakubu. Chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, has raised an alarm of the commission's database being attacked by foreign hackers. Yakubu revealed this during his speech on Thursday, January the 26th, at the 2022 conference of the National Association of Judicial Correspondents in Abuja with the theme 2023 general elections. So if he said this in 2022, maybe this is out of sync. Yakubu revealed this during his speech on Thursday, January the 26th, at the 2022 National Conference of the National Association of Judicial Correspondents in Abuja with the theme 2023 General Elections, Judiciary and Sustainability of Nigerian Democracy. According to the INEC chairman, who was represented by the Deputy Director of ICT, Dr. Lawrence Bayode, the attacks are from different parts of the world and not just Nigeria, he said. We are looking at the system yesterday, and we were seeing that people are trying to come into the system from France, but we are also putting some things in place. You can't build a house and you will not put a door, window, or burglary. We have done our best to ensure our system is secure. The INEC official, and by the way, it's quite notable that the place being spoken of is France, because I know that France has a particular interest in Nigeria at the moment. They are cutting quite heavily in Nigeria, and they are coming in via the north. They actually have a trade body that is headed by northerners to liaise with French businessmen regarding opportunities in Nigeria. So this is an article strategy because, of course, the French, they want a Fulani man perpetually in rulership of Nigeria for reasons that they know they are malleable and easily manipulated. The INEC official also disclosed that the result viewing portal, IREV, and the back end are well secured to prevent any attack. He concluded by stating that there would be no voting without the permanent voters card and accreditation as provided in section 47, blah, blah, blah. So there it is right there. INEC, France looking to hijack the Nigerian election, just like the Russians hijacked the American one, I suspect. Expect mass protesting in Osun. Nigerian Student Association kick against state tribunal judgment. So now this, of course, this story has just started. It hasn't even begun the beginning. The National Association of University Students Campus Monitoring Committee in Osun State had faulted the resolution of the overvoting question in the election tribunal ruling in favor of Governor Boyega Oyetola. In a statement signed by its chairman, Ayobami, and Director of Internal Affairs. What is Director of Internal Affairs for a student body? You almost think it's a government. And Director of Internal Affairs, Opeyemi Akinboni, the student body said the judgment is a coup against democracy. Well, overvoting is also a coup against democracy. Overvoting is also a coup against democracy. The statement reads, it is no more a breaking news. The statement reads, it is no more a breaking news as the judgment of the tribunal has affirmed and declared former Governor Boyega Oyetola as the winner of the July 16 Osun State election. We can categorically boldly say that the verdict is against the will of the entire student and good people of Osun State. It is important we all note that court cannot arbitrarily decide which vote count or not and then impose a winner on people based on the remaining votes. So it's not actually the courts that make that determination. It is the law that institutes that determination, because it is the new INEC rule that if that is found as it was found in Osun State, then all of the votes will be set aside for that space. So it is the interpretation of the new law rather than the arbitrariness of the court. The judgment is against the people of Osun State, and it is a coup against democracy that will not only be challenged but resisted. As Nigerian students in Osun State, we want to reaffirm our stand against any individual or decision that is not for justice and equity, and we will not hesitate to come out en masse to protest against such acts. So there it is right there. The students take their stance. The students take their stance. So let's go on to the next. Adeleke, prominent Nigerian lawyer, reveals what dancing governor can do after a tribunal verdict. Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke's victory in the Saturday, July the 16th, 2022 election was nullified by the State Election Tribunal on Friday, January the 27th. The tribunal had hinged its judgment on evidence of overvoting. Let me take that again. Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke's victory in the Saturday, July the 16th, 2022 elections was nullified by the State Election Tribunal on Friday, January the 27th. The tribunal had hinged its judgment on evidence of overvoting presented by the All Progressive Congress APC and subsequently declared the former Governor Gboyega Oyetola the valid elected candidate. Interestingly, this development has sparked mixed reactions in the polity, with many suggesting that what Adeleke should do, and others noting it is justice well served to Oyetola. Reacting to the burning issue, a member of the National Executive Council of the Nigerian Bar Association, who doubles as the NBA secretary, Bukuru branch in Plateau State, Barrister Rotimi George, in a chat with correspondents, revealed what Oyetola should do. According to him, it is still unclear why the tribunal sacked Adeleke, but the dancing governor has the right to appeal the judgment in court. I think it is quite clear why they sacked him, of course. It was all stated in the judgment. He said, today, the 27th of January, 2023, the Osun State governorship election petition sitting in Osogbo has delivered its judgment by a three-man panel, Honorable Justice Kume. In the judgment aforesaid, the tribunal declared Gboyega Oyetola of the All Progressive Congress APC candidate as the winner of the Osun State governorship election held on the 16th of July 2022, sacking Ademola Adeleke of the People's Democratic Party PDP. At the time of this report, it is unclear the ratio dividendi of the tribunal judgment. I think actually, if that Latin word that is trying to use to confuse us is to suggest that it is unclear what the split is. I think it was 3-1. At the time of this report, it is unclear the ratio dividendi of the tribunal's judgment, but it may not be unconnected with overvoting and a possible challenge on the YX certificate of the PDP candidate. Meanwhile, Osun State Election Petition Tribunal sacked Davido's uncle Ademola Adeleke as the Osun State governor, declaring Gboyega. So what does he actually have to say? Okay, let's go to what the barrister has to say. Barrister Rotimi opined thus: regardless of the pronouncement of the tribunal, what is certain is that Ademola Adeleke has a right of appeal to the appeal court under Section 241 of the Constitution as an avenue to lawfully express his dissatisfaction towards the tribunal's judgment. It states that a party dissatisfied with the decision of a court or tribunal can appeal as of a right to the Court of Appeal within a stipulated period. Whichever way it goes, status quo ante bellum should be maintained by both parties pending the outcome of the decision of the appellate court. So that status quo bellum that this guy references is essentially to tell you that all matters remain the same. So the judgment is already being acted upon. But if he appeals it, then status quo is maintained until the appellate court forms a judgment. But I think he has about 60 days to do that. The judiciary sure plays an integral role in our democracy, and as such, this should serve as an avenue to call for the total independence of the judiciary in all to enhance their efficiency and productivity. So I don't quite think that this lawyer gave us anything that we did not know. It's telling us that Senator Adeleke has a right to appeal. So well done, Sherlock, but I think we knew that anyway. Tinubu congratulates Oyetola, says light prevails over darkness. So I'm not quite sure if we read too much of this. We already know the direction just from what the headline is. So let's just see what Tinubu had to say. Tinubu said, as I'm reading from further down, just to document what Tinubu has to say. Tinubu said in the statement signed by his media aide Tunde Rahman, I heartily rejoice with Alhaji Adegboyega Oyetola on his much-deserved victory at the election tribunal today. It is a victory of light over darkness, a triumph of perseverance, courage, and justice over electoral fraud and democratic perversion. The forces of darkness plotted to extinguish the able leadership and progressive good governance that improved the quality of life of our people under your leadership. But today, the tribunal delivered justice and restored the mandate freely given to you and our great party. I am confident that the good work you championed that was momentarily paused will soon resume and Osun people will be happy again. So there it is right there. So all right, somebody is correcting me that it was actually 2 judges to 1 in that space. So three judges and 2 to 1. So there it is. Tinubu predictably saying what he would have predictably said. Currency redesign. So this is now the next headline. So currency redesign was a mistake. Federal government should extend deadline for new Naira notes. Rabiu Kwakwanso, presidential candidate of the new Nigeria People's Party (Nnnpc), says the currency redesign policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria was a mistake. There has been increased tension in the country as Nigerians scramble to meet up with the CBN deadline for the validity of the old Naira notes amidst poor circulation of the redesigned 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira series. This has led to several calls for the extension of the demonetization deadline of January the 31st. But the CBN insisted that there was no going back on the stipulated deadline. Speaking on Thursday on Arise TV, Kwakwanso said the Naira redesign policy was inflicting hardship on Nigerians. He said the timing was short, noting that there was no way people, especially those in the rural area, will meet the deadline. So if we just pause there for a moment, this is politics over everything. Because, of course, this is a politically led move by the Buhari space, who were looking to sideswipe the politicians. But the people who are going to pay for it the most, of course, are the populace. A lot of people will lose a lot of money. The politicians will lose huge amounts of money, but they can insulate themselves. It's those poor people that are in interiors that have no access to being able to get their money into the system. They will be the one that suffer the most. Don't issue a certificate to Boyega Oyetola pending outcome of appeal. So this is Senator Adeleke taking a position. Governor Ademola Adeleke of Osun State has appealed to the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) not to issue a certificate of return to Boyega Oyetola following a judgment by the Election Petition Tribunal. Correspondents earlier reported that the Osun State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal, led by Justice Kume, sacked Adeleke as governor and declared Boyega Oyetola of the All Progressive Congress (APC) as winner of the election. So let's get to where Adeleke. The judge ruled that the electoral body, Independent National Electoral Commission, did not comply substantially with the Constitution and the provision of the Electoral Act. The court subsequently deducted the overvoting observed from the voters scored by the candidate and declared that Oyetola won the election. having polled 314,000, whilst Adeleke scored 290,000. He directed INEC to withdraw Adeleke's certificate of return and issue another one to Oyetola, who won a majority of the lawful votes. However, Governor Adeleke, in a letter to the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, shortly after the tribunal nullified his election as governor, appealed to the commission not to issue the certificate of return to Oyetola pending the outcome of his appeal. The letter partly reads, as solicitors to the second respondent, Senator Ademola Jackson Nuruddin. So look at this. If there's nothing that's not fraudulent about this guy, listen to his name. This is his name in full. Ademola Jackson Nuruddin Adeleke. So how can you be Jackson and Nuruddin at the same time? No, don't get more Christian than a name like Jackson. Don't get more Muslim than a name like Nuruddin. There's everything about this guy is just not right. The letter partly reads, as solicitors to the second respondent, Senator Ademola Jackson Nuruddin Adeleke, we humbly write to notify you that consequent upon the dissatisfaction of the second respondent by the majority decision of the Osun State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal, delivered on January the 27th, 2023, the second respondent has applied for a certified true copy of the judgment to enable him pursue his appeal against the said judgment. The letter signed by Adeleke's counsel, Hashim Abioye, further stated, in light of the foregoing, we humbly ask you to apply the relevant provisions of the Electoral Act 2022 by not issuing any certificate of return to the first petitioner in the petition pending the outcome of the appeal, which we are confident will be favorable to our candidate. Earlier, Adeleke had faulted the judgment with so it goes on, but so it's not a matter of discretion, though, it's a matter of law. It is not a matter of discretion, it's a matter of law. If the law compels that off the back of this judgment, INEC has to withdraw the certificate of return from Adeleke and issue a fresh one to Oyetola, there is nothing in this letter that can deviate that. There is nothing in this letter that can deviate that. So if they are pleading for discretion, then of course the Oyetola space will be pressing whatever, they'll be pressing for immediate action. So there is nothing in this letter that says anything that should move that space. So it's not a matter of discretion, it is a matter of law. So not a matter of discretion, but a matter of law. So now let's go on to this next one. So that's us done with politics now. It's that's us done with politics now. So the next two storylines are human interest story, and then we come into the room to see who's there to take it on. Court dissolves 15-year marriage over money ritual. On Friday, a middle-aged housewife, Olawumi Olashemo, prayed the Mapo Grade 1, Grade A customary court in Ibadan to dissolve her union to her estranged husband, Wale Olashemo, on grounds of attempted, let's do that again. On Friday, a middle-aged housewife, Olawumi Olashemo, prayed the Mapo Grade A customary court in Ibadan to dissolve her union to her estranged husband, Wale Olashemo, on grounds of attempted money ritual and domestic violence. Miss Olashemo, so it shouldn't be Miss, but Mrs., if she's looking to dissolve her marriage, told the court that she was saddened by her husband's attempt to use their two children for money ritual. Delivering the judgment, the court president, S.M. Akintoye, pronounced the marriage dissolved, noting that the evidence tendered by the petitioner indicated a valid customary marriage between the two. Ms. Akintoye said the dissolution was in the interest of the couple and their children. Quoting the relevant section of law to back up her judgment, Ms. Akitoye awarded custody of the two children to Ms. Olashemo. She ordered Mr. Olashemo to pay 2,000 naira as children's monthly feeding. No, 20,000 naira. I do beg your pardon, I misread that. She ordered Mr. Olashemo to pay 20,000 naira as the children's monthly feeding allowance to the court. Furthermore, she granted the order restraining the respondent from harassing, molesting, and interfering with the private life of the petitioner. Also, the court president directed the two to be jointly responsible for the education and other welfare of the children. Ms. Olashema told the court she was afraid of her husband due to his bad attitude and lack of love for her. So I'm not quite seeing where the money ritual came in. I thought that was going to be the impactful one, but this is just a standard case of a marriage going awry. So we go to this last piece and then we come into the room, see who's there to take it on. Brand strategist Samuel Otigba shares response he got from a prospective female employee after he asked where she sees herself in 3 years' time. Media personality Samuel Otigba has shared the intriguing response he received from a prospective female employee after he asked her where she sees herself in 3 years' time. According to him, the lady in her response said she saw herself being a second wife. So there it is. During a job interview, I asked someone, where do you see yourself in 3 years' time? And she, with a straight-faced, replied, second wife. So there it is right there. That wasn't really the land that I was expecting it to land, but it landed somewhere anyway. So there it is right there. And here they are right there, your eminent panelists. So the progressives will say you, a man of prestige joins us. Adeleke is in the house. Solly joins us again from Amsterdam. Desmond, now one of the benefactors of the platform, he's here. War Peace joins us. Kulata hopefully has more time to spend with us in the company of Thomas from Australia. So there it is right there, and there is your panel. So good to see you, gentlemen. Always a delight. Let me sweep up first the super chats that have come in. So the RB Da Vinci. Great minds never grow old. Great minds never grow old. So I'm not quite sure. That would be in response to something going on in the comment section. So thank you for the super chat, RB. And then of course, Alexander Gomez, who often instances communicates via that space. Jackson is a nickname. He was known as Michael Jackson in the 80s. Because of his dancing skills as pronounced by his professors. So there it is right there. So it's a nickname, Jackson, Jackson Nuruddin. There's everything and anything totally fraudulent about that guy. But thank you for that, Alexander Gomez. So let's kick it off with Ajanle Koko, who has not yet had the opportunity to speak to that Oyetola space. So Ajanle Koko, were you caught by surprise, or did you have the anticipation that this was going to be the case?
Thank you, Woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, subscribe if you haven't done so. It was a shocker to me this morning because I didn't know that I couldn't believe it that BIVAS can easily be compromised like that because they make too much noise on these BIVAS by, the INEC officials before the election. They've been talking too much. So BIVAS will prevent, overvoting, and, with our BIVAS, there's no way, if you are not re-registered voters, there's no way to go about it. It prevents overvoting and deny people that have not registered and stuff like that. So, getting the news this morning that the court finally nullified this Guy victory on the basis that you know, there was overvoting, there was you know, electoral malpractices. That was the shocker to me, and that was just telling me that 2023 presidential election is going to be, the outcome is not going to be good. It's not going to be good. It's
Because
not
a lot of confidence was placed on this BIVAS and whatnot, and clearly we've seen the verdict.
it's a failure already. This is what he has said, particularly this time that everywhere is tense up. People really want to do everything. Every party will want to do everything, you know, to their advantage. If by rigging in their own stronghold, they want to win, they want to rig so that they can, you know, outplay and cover up where they are going to lose. So it just
Wait,
tells me that INEC
sorry
is a
to
failure.
interject, Ajanle Koko, but
Yeah.
with BIVAS, it was very easy for them to run the BIVAS reports versus the report. So it was easy. The BIVAS enabled easy deciphering of fake votes because without it, it was so easy for them to run the report and tally it. So BIVAS is still good. Don't call it all bad.
Okay, what is
It's still
responsible
good.
for
But
the overvoting?
it's not
Kulata,
fail safe.
sorry. Kulata,
It's
what's
a
good
human
about
being.
Vivas? Kulata,
It's
what's
a
good about
human.
Vivas?
It's a
What's good
human
about
being.
Vivas?
The technology is good. It's the human beings in INEC that are bad.
Okay, Kulata, what is good about Vivas?
As
If they have
long
to go
as
to
human
court to
beings still exist in Nigeria, Kulata, what do we
Eh?
expect?
So
Eh,
long as there is a fault line, there is a fault line. If there's a window of
Yeah,
opportunity, then
but look at how easy it is to decipher the wrong votes from the good votes. Without beavers, I mean, if it's based on this old collation method, it would have been hard. But at least with beavers, you had something to fall back on.
Kulata, sorry, I'm not getting your stand on this that is good or is good or is bad.
Beavers is still good. It's the people that are bad.
Okay, Kulata, let me ask you this question. If Vivas is good, why did INEC not declare Yotola as a winner on that day based on overvoting some areas that could not deserve?
Because of the exact. Listen to what I said. It's the corrupt INEC people that are the problem, not the beavers. It's corrupt INEC people.
You are shifting the goalpost. No,
I'm not shifting goalposts. No, I am not.
You are shifting the goalpost.
I am not.
You
Why?
are.
No,
Hold on, let me land. Sorry, let me land.
Man. Wait now, hold on, man of Rachid. Do you explain how you understand what Kulata just said?
Kulata is saying, it's not my fault, this is war pace.
Sorry, war pace rather, war pace.
See, Kulata is saying, Vivas is good, that is the human factor is the problem. Then that means the purpose of creating it has failed at the beginning, because Viva is supposed to automatically detect the overvoting in that time, in that process, in that minute, in that instant.
In real time, yes, in real time.
Yeah, in real time.
Yeah, but INEC is still the one.
Now, let me land. Hold on, water. Sorry. That at that very day, they'll move the vote that is double, that does not count, overvoted. They'll move it to one corner and call the legit vote that very day. You don't have to go to court after 3 months to do forensic on that Viva to tell you which was bad or good. That means the purpose has been defeated. Kulata does not have to do with human. It's software.
See, software is good, but at the end of the day, INEC is still the one going to declare nonsense. And INEC declared nonsense. And then when they went to okay, what's on the BIVAS list? What's on INEC list? That's how they got him. Like, I said, okay, this is BIVAS list. All these overvoting, people that didn't register voting, they're not supposed to be there. And you can see that INEC did not argue. So INEC is corrupt. BIVAS is fine. INEC is corrupt. INEC is not appealing. Why are they not appealing? Because they got caught.
So, Kulata, if you're going to say that, what's going to happen in the upcoming election? Is it going to be all over again?
Sorry, but Kulata, was that not the old system anyway, that people corrupt INEC to rig elections?
But the old system, so you could rig it more to a larger extent than this. Even though, I mean, this was still bad. But at the end of the day, the technology is as good as the people using the technology at the end of the day.
I mean, Kulata, this is deja vu all over again. You know, if you, I mean,
it
what
is
is the
deja
difference?
vu.
Yes.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah, come in. Who's that?
It's a Jewel of Nashville.
Yeah, Joel. Yes, let's hear from you.
So let me just address this issue. I think I will go with Kulata. For some of us who don't know what we used to have in the past, in a governorship election in which there's an incumbent governor on the ballot, and the difference in vote fraud is 17,000. Well, I think that is Christmas. If we know the amount of voting that we did in the past, in fact, it's not even comparable. In the past, we snatched voters' box. What do they call it again, Kulata? The box itself.
It's voters' box that they snatch it and then they pad it.
Exactly. So, because I can remember vividly being at the war front, all you have to do is go in there, tell the guy, collect the one that has they voted in they've already voted, put it in the trash, get the whoever that is there, give him some money, take the remaining what they call it, the voters card, and you have 5 people on the side from printing. And at 5 o'clock in the evening, result is announced. So with BIVAS, I believe it has cut down that it has cut down that act, by at least 90%. Because with the BIVAS, I mean, give it away. Give it to the BIVAS, because
I'm not sure that it cuts down anything by 90%. It's a significant swing to back to Oyetola. It's almost a swing that the law courts cannot overturn, no matter how long they appeal.
No, you're mistaking it. If there's discrepancy in a place, I don't know if it's a polling unit or whatever, they just cancel the entire place. So you can't say X amount of votes are bad. They just say if votes are polluted in this polling unit and it's contested, and if they find out it's polluted, they just cancel everything coming from that. I don't know if it's polling unit or whatever. They just cancel it out.
So I mean, but that then Kulata, if that is the judgment, then it is contestable. Anyway,
hold on. If that is the law, it's very difficult to contest. I think this is the new electoral act.
That is how Opuzodima became governor in Imo State. He won based on the law. He did win because they just cancelled all the ones that was contested. And at the end of the day, he was the one that had the highest vote.
Kulata, please. The one that happened in Imo State was a monumental fraud.
Go and read it. I used to believe that. I used to believe that till I went to read it myself.
But how can you? No, that of Imo State was bad. You can't
go and read it.
Yeah, it's an injustice, but it's the law. So that's just
it's the law.
It's an injustice, but it's the law.
Well, anyway, he still remains a Supreme Court governor, and he's going to go when his time arises. So
anyway,
Kulata, I still believe in what you said. The BIVAS, by no means, it's not.
It's a good thing. BIVAS is a good thing.
Anyway, the BIVAS is not service purpose. It's not any good thing. But on the other hand, Adeleke will still remain the governor for the next 6 months. If APC win, they can remove that. But if APC does not win, he remains the governor for the next 4 years because there's appeal and there's a Supreme Court. Because of Oshomole case, when Oshomole defeated Osumbo in court, then when they changed the electoral law, then that every election case must go to Supreme Court. It does not end in tribunal anymore. So we have to wait in tribunal. So no, there's no cause of alarm. That's my submission.
What do you mean there's no cause for
One minute.
alarm? Somebody has just been removed from its electoral.
It's not removed. Well, it's not removed. Yes, it's not removed. If this verdict came in before swearing in, fine, he will not get there. But he's already a sitting governor. He will not be removed in if exhaust all the process of the law.
No, we know that. But back to Adeleke.
Well, I don't know the defense that Kulata and Jewel are giving to BIVAS. What could not prevent electoral practices is simply not good. It is not good. How was it possible? They have finger recognition machine, and they have this other thing. If you have to vote with your voters registration card. You don't have that voters registration card, you cannot vote. So I don't get it. How was it possible? How were they able to manipulate? What did they do wrong? And I can reason with what Peace was saying, is that before the declaration of result, they should have run and they should have checked all. I mean, they will have checked the process well before coming to final result. Do every necessary adjustment, check into the BIVAS, collect fake votes or votes that are not eligible, run their BIVAS well, and come to the conclusion that the final result is not, there's no malpractices in element of electoral malpractices in the final result declared by them. I mean, what? I can.
Because Adeleke,
yes.
What is even there? What is I see it both sides. I see it from your angle. What is the proof that Oyetola did not even read? There's no proof. You get where I'm coming from?
Say what?
I said, what's the proof that Oyetola himself did not read the election?
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. That wasn't contested. It is only what is contested that the law will.
One man, I'm not even asking whether it was contested or not. I'm just saying, if you could get in 17,000, like into that machine, it means you can also get in 100,000. I mean, that's the way I see it.
But
it can happen both ways.
And that is why we are saying that INEC, BIVAS, and the process is corrupt already. I mean, why can't they check everything and see that everything is perfect before they announce the result? I mean, what are they there for? Why the conduction of the result in the first place?
Adeleke is the corrupt INEC people that said, this is what we tallied and this is the result. BIVAS is supposed to prevent eligibility. But if INEC allows some people to vote and then they say, this is what was collated, this is the result, and you have to get a result at the end of the day. So they just said, this is the result.
How does the BIVAS work? Is it not this BIVAS?
Yeah, BIVAS is supposed to prevent people that are not registered to vote.
How are they able to vote?
INEC.
Can I interject? Adeleke?
Yes.
Yeah, I know what for INEC.
Okay,
INEC
how are they able to vote when it's meant to prevent, people that are not registered to vote in the first place? How are they able to vote?
It's very simple, Adeleke. Let me tell you what probably would have happened.
Oh, hold on, one at a time. Yeah, go on this. Yeah.
Let me tell what probably would have happened is that the overvoting, because of the INEC has the people that has what's it called, voters card, they might be imported from somewhere else and still vote. It's very simple. You get Adeleke. It doesn't matter as long as they have
They have finger recognition. They have
That's what I'm
finger recognition
saying.
machine.
It's still the same thing. I can come
It's
from
not the
Imo
same thing,
State.
Des.
Do you get?
Des, no, you can't do it.
No. They have
You
finger
cannot
recognition
vote.
machine that will recognizes you that, okay, you are registered voter
Yes, now that's
before
what I'm saying.
you are allowed to vote.
That's
But
what I'm saying.
Sorry, Ogajalekoko. I think a lot of people are speaking about these BIVAS. They don't really understand what is BIVAS. It's good they go check their Google. And because Plata spoke out of his own opinion, that's why people are not getting confused. BIVAS does one thing. BIVAS does one thing. Automatically detect double voting.
That's it.
Yeah, but what piece?
It won't go through. Hold on. It won't go through that day.
No, one part of what you said is correct. It detects overvoting, but it doesn't stop. No, wait now.
Because the card cannot accept your voter's card that day. Because when you complete, it shows that you have completed before. It will not allow you.
Wall piece. It detects.
No, it wasn't double voting. It was overvoting. It was
overvoting. It detects.
It's the same thing. If you're not in the record, it will not allow you to vote.
Oh, it detects it, but it doesn't stop. So one thing is, overvoting will happen. It's not until you call for the list. Give me the BIVAS report. The BIVAS report will now show you these are the right votes, these are the wrong votes. So when the election,
that is what they should have done first.
Yeah, exactly what I was saying. Yes. So when the election happened, INEC people just declared the report. They did not say this is the right one, this is wrong. They just said this is the result and this is the person that won. And APC now asked for the BIVAS report, and then they said, now look at the BIVAS report. These are the overvoting. These are the legit report. And then the judge just said, whatever comes out of a voting put that is not correct, cancel everything. So that's exactly what happened. You can still vote, but BIVAS report will show you the incorrect vote.
Kulata, but to add to what you just said, right? According to the INEC chairman, every beaver, is tailored towards that ward. So in essence, it cannot take card from another ward. So if you are in Ward 1, you cannot vote. You cannot vote if you're in Ward 2. You cannot vote in Ward 1 because the BIVAS there is tailored towards the registered voters in that ward, and it has been programmed to be so. And also, the INEC chairman also said that it detects double voting. And not INEC chairman. What is his name again? Festus said that it detects double voting. And in some cases, it will refuse you to vote in the first place. My thing is this: if it can detect it, why would you accept? Why would the BIVAS accept you, knowing that you had double voting, or maybe that maybe there was some discrepancies with your own voting? Then now later on, they will not refer to the BIVAS for the BIVAS to give what? It should have stopped them from voting in the first place. That is where I look at it from.
So I don't think it stops them. It doesn't stop them. It just detects.
I'm going to add to this.
Hold on. Before you add that, somebody's just sent in why what made Osun Tribunal declare Oyetola winner. So we have 8 point things that they looked at. It says the BIVAS was truly a game changer and should ordinarily be above manipulation. I don't know what you sent me here. The BIVAS, no, I don't think this has any meaning, but carry on. Yeah, sorry. But what piece? Go on.
Okay, yes. First thing, Joel, thank you for saying that, because what I said is just now, Classic is speaking from his opinion. The BIVAS is not for opinion. Because of BIVAS, that's why people have to go back to their constituency or the local government to go re-register. If you transfer from one state to another, Rusai, if you transfer from one state to another, you have to go re-register in that place that you are here. Otherwise, your BIVAS will not allow you vote on that day. So why you are saying now that BIVAS does not stop It's funny, Kulata.
So how did they vote? How
You
did
know,
they
that's
overvote?
what I'm saying. If the Vivas allowed it to vote, then the purpose of Vivas is defeated. There's
Yeah, it's a
no
failure.
question about it.
Yeah, it's
There's
a
But you are
no
not
failure.
listening
two
to
That
you,
Bivas is a
but
failure.
you are not listening to me. You are just
What
focusing
is it
on
that we
opinion,
should listen
opinion.
to? No. Wait, no. What is it
The,
to listen to? What the purpose?
the
No,
machine, the
hold on, hold
will
on,
you
Kulata.
listen for once?
Hold on, Kulata. I think World Peace might have a valid point, because if the Beavers was designed at first, if the Beavers is designed that if you are not registered at that space, then you cannot vote.
You
Then
said if. That's a big if.
If it's not, then the purpose is defeated, and if it
Yeah,
is, then the purpose is
that's
still
what we're
defeated.
saying is the
Yeah.
human manipulation that allows someone to vote. But the Beavers will still do what Beavers does, detect fake votes. And he did his job by detecting fake votes. That's why they could run the report and see that these are fake votes. You can still, as a human being, allow people to vote, but Beavers is still going to detect it. But I don't think it stops you. It doesn't put a stop.
Kulata, right there, that tells you that Divas is a failure. Why must he allow people to vote?
Let's say implementation of Beavers in Oshun. We can say implementation of Beavers in Oshun because these are technology. Maybe you have the mode of throwing the votes out, or maybe you just have the vote of just knowing, okay, detect it. But whatever they did in Oshun, it did not stop overvoting. It just allowed detection. So INEC is corrupt. INEC should have looked at the list and say, this is the list, this is the fake votes, this is the real votes. Then I'm declaring the result based on the real votes. INEC did not do that.
INEC has the power, right? INEC has the power to do
INEC has the power to do so, yes.
I mean, so
that's why I said it's the people.
It doesn't have to get to the courts, right? It doesn't have to get to because it's not for the court to determine that.
It's for INEC to do their job, to say that, okay, out of all these votes, Beavers have detected that these are the real ones, and then let's discard the fake one, but they did not do it.
Look, let me tell you, Kulata.
Yeah, but should the system not prevent yes, exactly. I think I was about to say what you were about to say, but say it, Adeleke. Yeah.
It should have been programmed not to allow.
Yes.
And that's INEC. That's INEC now.
And that's why.
That's exactly.
So you have to. It's a whether it is INEC or Beavers. What we are saying is that as long as it can still be manipulated, that tell you that it's a failure. It shouldn't. No, it should have been programmed not to allow ineligible voters to vote.
But how about, at the very minimum, how about INEC just pulling the Beavers report and declare the result based on what the Beavers tell them is legitimate vote? How about that?
Look.
But can I say something, please?
Say something.
Yeah. Sorry. Go on, Joel. Yes.
Let's look at it from the positive side. The INEC chairman also stated that there were some mistakes that were done in the past, and they corrected it. My only fear is that if you recall, that some months back the CUPP came out with a report that they were underage voting. There were different dubious names in the same Beavers, and at that time we were told that the people that are registering to get their PVCs, that these are real Nigerians, these are real people, right? So how did those numbers, how did those faces, did we have to go back to start fishing out people, looking at the photos and all that? Well, okay, if the person has a baby face, okay, you can remove that. What if the person has an accurate face, like the face of a 30-year-old, and he has the same age of 30, but it's a fake? The profile is a fake one. How would we detect that?
You see, what's being suggested, or at least what I am suggesting, Joel, is that the system should have been designed in such a way that those votes should not have taken place at all. It should have been
in the first place.
The system should not allow the vote to be cast. Never mind then it being overvoted. Just because they are not registered at that space and it doesn't recognize them as being
because
valid.
one man, but even the registration of the PVC, right? Okay, some people did not get the PVC. Why? Because they registered before and they came back and it was detected. So if you have that modality in place, why don't you impute it inside the BIVAS so that you will stop all this unnecessary going to the tribunal? Look, no proof, no system is foolproof. Even in the American system, it's not foolproof. That is the reason why I said, let's look at it from the positive side. It could have been worse, right?
It could have been worse. So it's over voting, elections nullified.
It's worse
What
already.
could be worse than that? Over
It is
voting
worse
and elections
already.
nullified.
What I mean by it could be worse, like in previous elections, you will see that at least that the gap, right, was like maybe like 100,000, 200,000. But in this, with the BIVAS, as we have seen in the past elections or recent elections, right, we have seen that there at least the number is manageable.
It
very
is
manageable.
nothing manageable.
No.
What are you talking about?
Relative to the voter numbers, it's 100,000 now. They were talking about.
It's about 100,000 votes.
About 100,000 votes.
It's about 100,000.
No, it's 17,000 votes, but
is it
relative to
17,000?
okay.
Relative
that's
to
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
but it's
that's
still
what I'm
worse.
Saying. Adeleke,
it's still
in
bad.
the past, Adeleke is still bad, right? But what I'm just saying is that with this one, right, we are making progress. If we were doing like 200,000 in the past, 300,000, 400,000 in the past, but now it came down to 17,000, assuming that Oyotola did not rig, right? And it came down to 17,000. I think we are making progress. So if the INEC chairman said, okay, this is where we are, this is where we were before, this is where we are right now. Let's give them that benefit of the doubt, right? That okay, they could get it, get it right with the 2022 election. We keep hoping at this point. What can we do?
It's not. It doesn't bode well for next month's election. It's just the thing.
Look,
how about someone sue INEC? Sue INEC because you had the real report.
Not you, the
it should sue. I mean, they should sue INEC because why will you turn up the wrong report that has the real and the fake votes? Why use that when it's easy to run the BIVAS report?
Kolata, this should not be a reason why to say we should not use the BIVAS. It is going to be.
We should use the BIVAS. We should use the BIVAS. It's an improvement.
It's an improvement.
All right,
well, yeah, it's an improvement, but it's not achieving the desired result. What is expected of it to do to prevent ineligible voting, to prevent fraud, and to, give us a free and fair electoral process. It is not what we are getting. Why can't they program that thing to work well in such a way that it will make it impossible for ineligible voters to vote? It will make it impossible for manipulation. They will strictly program it that whoever that registered in a particular place at a particular unit, polling unit, can only vote in that polling unit. This is election. This is people's, mandate. Why do you want to allow inefficient system to rubbish it completely? That is what they have done. That is what
they said actually, let me play you this. They said APC and PDP, they were given two different set of results. This is one of the things that
one man, I just sent you a link in your Instagram showing when INEC official admitted what happened. If you have time, you can read it.
All right. Let's have a listen. We listened to this earlier, but you were not with us. So Adeleke, listen to this.
Of the polls overruled. Just held that the election was conducted without non-compliance with the provision of the law. All the 10 local government cancelled. It said issuance of 2 different BIVAS reports to the petitioners and the respondents amounted to tampering with documents.
Did you hear that? Two different reports.
Upheld the victory of Ademola Adeleke, noting that the petitioners only based their case on non-compliance with the provision of the law in all the 10 local government cancelled. It said issuance of 2 different BIVAS reports to the petitioners and the respondents amounted to tampering with documents. But in a dissenting judgment, Justice Ogbuli upheld.
So that's just the point I wanted to land on. So 2 different BIVAS reports were given to APC and PDP. This is INEC.
One man.
It's unbelievable. After countless billions of dollars on this thing, we're still where we were.
Look, Nigeria has invested so much on this BIVAS system, and for it not to work well as expected, we should just call it a failure. And calling it a failure is what can bring INEC to do their job well. If we don't shout now, the worst will happen.
Adeleke,
hold on. Let Adeleke flow for a moment.
If we don't shout well now, the worst will happen in presidential election, and the moment one person is declared the winner, it cannot be reversed. That is the way it works in Nigeria. It will never be reversed. Particularly if that person assumes office, that is the end. So this is a failure. The manager of INEC, Mahmoud, or what do you call it? He went to Chatham House, was bragging all the way, was bragging to heaven. We have put in place a system. We have done this. We have done this. He was bragging that, yes, they have everything in place that will not allow electoral malpractices. But what have we done now? This is a complete failure. How can you announce results, allow the winner to assume office, and now coming back with your technology to say, oh, you didn't win the election? That is a complete nonsense. Why should that happen? Why should that happen? Do you think if PDP happened to be the in charge of Nigeria as the president and with everything, do you think they will allow it to happen, to let that governorship position go back? Okay, now, all right, now INEC, the judiciary has declared that, okay, Oyetola should leave that position. Judiciary itself can still give it to him at the upper level court.
They will struggle to do that if overvoting has been established. Then they'll be giving him a mandate that is not his.
I think I understand. Let me quickly explain the process. I just did a crash course on BIVAS 101. So the BIVAS machine itself stores data. It has all the voter accreditation. But here's where the human element comes in. INEC needs to fill a form called Form EC8A. And that Form EC8A is supposed to reflect what's on the BIVAS machine. So when you audit what INEC documents on Form EC8A and it doesn't tally with BIVAS machine, that's where they do wuru-wuru. Is INEC that's interpreting BIVAS results. They now put wuru-wuru. What they don't record what's on the BIVAS stuff. They just put whatever they want to put on Form EC8A. And it's Form EC8A that you're going to tender as the winner of an election. So is that human element simply record what the hell is in the BIVAS machine. No, they had to manipulate it. That's why I sent you the case when an INEC official admitted how they seemingly had overvoting in Osun. Is that form EC8A? That's what they're using to cheat. So BIVAS is fine.
That's what I was saying, Kulata. I was telling Adeleke to say it's not a failure, right? I mean, this technology is less than 2 years or so. So, and it's a technology that you cannot test because it's the election comes every 4 years, right? It's not something that comes every day. So it will be hard to test the veracity of these machines unless you have elections. So we cannot just say it's a failure. The human error part, you see, we are catching them, right? So that is why I said, let's not just throw away the baby with the bathwater. Let's give the BIVAS a chance. So if this particular thing,
it's vulnerable. Is vulnerable for this cycle though. For next month,
vulnerable for fraud. Yes.
Yeah, it's vulnerable for this cycle.
But one man, this is the thing. You see, that is why I keep telling you guys, right? No matter how good your constitution, whatever thing you're doing, the human factor, it's what is really the driving force. It's what is still going to. I told you one time, as bad as our constitution is, someone that has a good mind can still work with it. So the thing there is that people go in there with special interest. This INEC BIVAS thing is not going to also be different. People go in this thing, INEC, with special interest. So it is still the people. It is still us. So if we have a mechanism with which we can say, okay, we have been able to curtail violence at the polling booth, because with the BIVAS right now, the issue of box snatching is over. You understand what I'm saying? Before
all right, no, we know that, but what is the system is still not giving us a true enough reflection of the will of the people, which tells you that it's a failure. But back to you, Adeleke. Back to you, Adeleke.
So, Kulata, you said from EC8. Where does it emanate?
EC8A.
Where does it emanate from? Does it emanate from the unit level, or from the world level, or from the local? Where does it emanate?
Let me see. I think it's from the ward. It's word by word, I believe.
Okay, so
word.
They don't
I think it's word by word.
Oh, okay. So who are those in charge to cross-check from BVAS, or as you said, against the BIVAS before announcing taking the result upward to the local government level? Do they not have people in charge to cross-check them?
INEC is supposed to take BIVAS report and document it in form EC8A, and then present that this is the official result for this ward or polling unit or whatever. So that's what I said at the beginning, that Wall Street now started jumping on me. That is the human element.
No, hold on,
Adeleke, let me give you a few paragraphs of what Kulata sent in. INEC official admits seemingly overvoting in Osun polls. So this is how that rigging it worked. It says, a deputy director, information communication technology with the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Abimbola Olu or something or the other, on Wednesday, said there was seemingly overvoting in some polling units in the July 16 Osun State governorship election. Abimbola, a witness for INEC, so she's actually a witness for INEC, the first respondent in the matter, who was under cross-examination by the petitioner's lead counsel, was shown her witness statement where the number of accredited voters in a polling unit in Ede South contradicted the number of accredited voters on the biomodal voter accreditation system report presented by INEC. The witness, in her disposition, has said the number of accredited voters in Ward 4, Unit 7, Ede South, was 388, but the RBVR, being a BIVAS report tendered by INEC, the number of accredited voters was put at 316, saying there was a seeming overvoting of 75. So, and then that cascades through unit after unit. So there another unit, it just repeats all the way through. So I'm not quite sure. Let me read that paragraph again because it doesn't. The witness in our disposition has said the number of accredited voters in Ward 4, Unit 7 at the South was 388. But the RBVR, being a BIVAS report tendered by INEC, the numbers of accredited voters was put at 313. So they underrepresented the number of accredited voters, and then they padded it up with a new
But
number.
the question there, one man, how were they able to have number of accredited voters more than the number that BIVAS recorded?
EC8, form.
That is, hold on, Kulata. Accredited voters, to my normal understanding, are people that are eligible to vote, and they have taken them through a process to accredit them that, yes, you are eligible, and then go and vote. So, and BIVAS is taking lesser number of people against accredited voters. What is responsible for that? How are they able to accredit them in the first place? What we want to know, what is responsible for them to be accredited to vote in the first place? Are they registered or are they not registered?
Adeleke, let me see if I understand how this works. The BIVAS machine works well. It has all the number of accredited. It has everything intact. What INEC is supposed to do is, after the vote is done, just copy what's in the BIVAS report and put it in this form. That's the human element, and that's the area that they are abusing. So if 500 people voted in BIVAS, I'm just supposed to say 500 people. But INEC will now take that, instead of writing 500 people, they will write 600 people. So it's not, you are supposed to trust INEC to do the right thing and just copy that 500 people. But INEC is not doing the right thing. So you have to audit INEC. So this election, I don't know if there's a job for election auditors or BIVAS auditors, but they have a lot of money to be made. Because you cannot trust INEC now to copy simple information from the BIVAS machine to this form. Why can't they just print directly from the BIVAS machine so it doesn't have any sort of manipulation? Because if
That's
you print
what I
directly
wanted
from the
to
BIVAS
ask,
machine,
Lamba.
if you print directly from the BIVAS machine, it is foolproof. You won't have any problem. But you relying on some human being to now write what's in the BIVAS into some form. Of course, that's where they padded the vote.
I mean, even
So
the form,
why I'm
is
questioning
it like a paper
this
form?
BIVAS system, why I'm questioning this BIVAS is that we have thumb printing machine and we have facial
recognition. Now, those are working.
So what I'm saying, when they do the facial recognition, after that, you will be identified whether you are eligible or not eligible to vote. And once you are captured as eligible, you are accredited voters.
The way I'm understanding it now.
Hold on. Because the BIVAS, the facial distinct, captured you in the first place as accredited voters. And then later, BIVAS is now saying more people were accredited. Because
it's not BIVAS saying
the system we have is that, number one, look, let's check on this this process step by step. Number one, you must have your card as a registered voter. Then number two, when you get to where you want to vote, you will do your thumb printing to show that yes, you are eligible voter, even though you carry card, because somebody can go and steal someone's card and still want to use it to vote. So your thumb print, we identify you with your card that, oh, this is the guy. And then they will do the facial capturing. And that one will certify you that, oh, yes, he is in the system. And then go and vote. So
continue.
And
that's not vote. The end. That's not the end. Continue.
That is the after that, then you go and vote.
Then after vote, what happens?
After vote, Then they will reconcile if they will reconcile the figure to check whether the accredited vote and the people that voted, matches, and there is no overvoting.
Okay, then what's the next step immediately after that?
The next step after that, is declaration of result.
That's it. Is that next step after that? If you told Joro one, that's where there's a Joro. You are supposed to reconcile with it. Everything you said is right. But is the next step after that where you're supposed to reconcile with the BIVAS and then record the results in Form EC8? That's where they are now doing Ojoro. So people that they are recording as overvoting, they did not actually vote in the BIVAS. They're just writing it.
Writing numbers. It's just writing
numbers,
is it?
Yes.
So we're back to square one.
We are back to square one. That is what it means.
Because that's why I said it. This form is, but it's easy to debunk it because all I have to say is you can now demand like, okay, for this word, print me the BIVAS results and show me the Form EC8. That's exactly what they did. BIVAS results will show X, Form EC8. If it doesn't show X, there's Ojoro then. Because BIVAS machine
it's rather crude. It's rather crude and unsophisticated. That's because
that's why we need to form an army of
one man. Sorry, because I have to painfully go back because I don't need to be reading about BIVAS to know what BIVAS does. But if Kulata is putting this as it's cutting corners, let's put what if or we forget the main objective, you have to go to the system, go to the not even Nigeria system, go to the company that produced BIVAS, what it meant. BIVAS is meant for just one purpose: detect voters PVC, fingerprint, facial recognition, and separate it from who is the one that is not real or the one that is not there. In a much is not doing that.
That work. You're not listening. All that stuff, it works.
You guys are not listening. I feel like
you're not listening.
You're not listening to me. Let me land. Listen first. Hold on. Let me land.
No. Let Warpace land. Go on, Warpace.
Let me land. If what BIVAS is meant for is to detect overvoting in that instance and fingerprint the person to match is the same person in that instance, if it's not, the purpose is not met in that instant, there's no purpose for it to come and check later and it's going to send it. You're not going to send it. You're not supposed to be a human factor in it at all.
No. Hold on. Warpace. What Kulata is saying, everything you said, Kulata is not disagreeing. But when it comes to printing out those results and then recording them on a sheet,
on a form,
on a form, that is when fraudulent INEC officials then add to the numbers. So that's nothing to do with the BIVAS. That's to do with that human interaction. So that's interface after the BIVAS process before the results are presented.
Yes, I understand what Plata is saying. What the BIVAS is printing, it's supposed to be like a Bible. You cannot add to it, you cannot remove from it. Everybody has a copy of the sheet. I'm hearing it here.
Hold on. No, that's not that. What Kulata just said is there's a form E something or the other.
EC8A.
Hold on, so that you know where the conversation is. So all of that process that you said, everybody agrees to that point. So after that process, that printout, the information is then transferred to that form E whatever. And then in the process of transferring that information to that form E whatever, that is where the
Okay, let me quickly read what the professor said. One of the two things he said that struck my face. He said the second thing BIVAS does is to replace the zip pad for uploading the polling unit result to the INEC result viewer portal in a real time on the election day. That is my point. You don't need an ELC form to come and write. You upload it there. Everybody has his own copy. So why did you see one man? Let me add to your point. There's a reason they sent two. Hold on. There's a reason they sent two forms to INEC. You said that they sent two form to INEC because that's the way they can match it. You cannot send the genuine form and say the INEC official change it. They have to create on that different form from different space.
I'm saying to make
That's
it
why
true.
you have to contest it. Well, PC. Okay, let me read this. But under re-examination by INEC counsel, Professor whatever, Oladunjoye explained that she used the word seemingly overvoting because overvoting could not be established until when comparison was made between figures on Form EC8A and physical data on BIVAS machine used for the election. She added that going by the INEC guidelines, voter accreditation figure is taken on the physical BIVAS machine and written on Form EC8A. Whoever is doing the writing is the one doing the ojoro. You're just supposed to write what the BIVAS is telling you, but people are doing more than that.
I think the politicians are putting different information here to misinform.
Hold on right there. Hold on right there. When they are doing the final BIVAS report with that from BVMZ, who are the BFV or what is it? Where are the party agents? Because the party agents are supposed to be there to collect the information and have it to take back to their party so that if there's anything whatsoever in the future to contest the election, they can present whatever they have. Where are the party agents or party representatives?
There must be party. That's what the governor did, and that is why they are winning.
And those people to collect these figures right before
at the polling booth.
At the present, hold on. Where the INEC official is transferring that report by BIVAS onto that paper, party official have to be there, and they have
and that's the main point. That's the main point.
How was it able to happen when APC? Hold on now. When APC was there, APC party agent was there, PDP was there, other party was there. How was it able? How were they able to put in a wrong figure?
It doesn't look as though they were there. Adeleke, hold on.
They were not there.
They were not there.
That's what I was trying to explain.
Yes, Adeleke, hold on. Adeleke, pay attention to what this lady is saying.
Results of the polls in 10 local governments due to overvoting. Justice Teshakume held that the election was conducted with substantial non-compliance with the provision of the law in all the 10 local government cancelled. He said issuance of 2 different BIVAS reports to the petitioners and the respondents.
So that tells you they were not there. They issued 2 different BIVAS reports. So that is to tell you that they were not there at that instant.
They gave this thing now.
Meditated,
the way this process is, you have to audit that BIVAS machine to get the real result. Because you cannot trust these mofos from INEC. Because they're going to give you fake BIVAS reports. You have to audit the BIVAS reports to know the real votes in that polling unit or that ward. There's no other way. This process is open to manipulation.
There's other way. There's what they call the IVED, which is supposed to represent that form they are sending. The IVD is a BIVAS also out as the INEC voter enrollment device during the voter registration. It's used as also to eliminate the use of incident form during the accreditation on the election day.
This is no incident form, war peace. You're not getting it. Everything works perfectly for BIVAS, but you're not supposed to take the result, print it, and put it in a form. It's a very simple step. But because that involves human interaction, to print it from BIVAS and put it in that form, the engineer, they just write the wrong thing in there. And if you're not there to see exactly what got printed from that BIVAS machine, how the hell do you know what the numbers are until you request, like APC?
You know why I'm telling you this? This thing happened in Mexico, 1989 or 1987 Mexico election. Even their own was even more better than the one we're using now. It was collection from the voting center straight to the let's say INEC center that everybody has their officers there, and the information comes in. Everybody see their number, write their numbers down. Even at that, it was mandated by
INEC guideline is not Mexico's guideline. INEC said transfer the results to this form. That's what INEC said.
No, hold on, I'm coming. That one, they try to eliminate the human existence, getting closer to the result. Still was still manipulated. What I'm saying, if BIVAS they push so hard that it will stop corruption and cut corruption, that it will remove that element that human beings will get involved, and yet human beings are still involved, that means there's no point in that BIVAS. The purpose has been defeated. Bringing human to right before
it has not. Because it wasn't fallible up to the point of the human interaction, so it is left for INEC to address that space.
The human interaction is supposed to be like this. This thing they are saying. Say in Nigeria, when they want the verdict to themselves, it will work. If they don't want it not to themselves, maybe they want it I guess somebody will not work. This BIVAS of a thing was tested in Edo State first in a semi-way when during Obaseki election. I don't know if people follow the election, Obaseki has a collection center that everybody was watching, getting the results coming in. Before they will call the final result, everybody have the final have the numbers, results from each ward. Why now Osuno is not different? Why now human being not sending to what form they are sending? Obaseki's own, when they wanted Obaseki to win, whoever wanted to win, everything worked perfectly. They could
maybe you have less corrupt people in those states than Osun State.
No, human beings did not get involved.
Not...
Because the human beings did not get involved, not yet collect people. The human beings did not get involved.
Settle down. You cannot say that because INEC will have one universal process, so they kind of have one process for Edo State and a different process for.
No, what I'm saying, not the process. I'm saying. If INEC will allow everybody to be involved, seeing the result immediately, know the result. You didn't think if you ask people that do election, there will see areas they went to stick ballot board that they cancelled. On your area they cancelled because immediately the report came from there. They tried to snatch ballot boards. That also was cancelled, and there was even evidence to the police who killed a guy that was trying to snatch a ballot board. That's how BIVAS was supposed to work.
Yeah, but BIVAS is working.
What pace? Whatever the process was in Edo State was the exact same process in Osun State. So there wasn't a different system. So, but the fallibility was not exposed in Edo State. Maybe because they were more honest or it just didn't happen. But
I understand you. What I'm saying, what gave the room for somebody now sending 2 double forms? What that gave the room that now you're not adding names to list that's already out? That's what I'm saying. If that cannot be caught, then there's no need for the BIVAS. Then you just forget about it and do it the normal way we are doing it.
You don't get it. All right. Explain it one more time, Kulata, and then we move on.
Okay, can I say something?
Hold on. Let Kulata explain it one more time, and then we'll move on. We're looping round. It's the same. Yeah.
The reason the BIVAS is still good is because the people that are actually going to do the actual voting go to BIVAS. So it's very simple. INEC, show me your form EC8. Show me the printout of BIVAS. If it doesn't match, the result is a fraud. Because the BIVAS is there, INEC is there. It's INEC that is doing Ojoro, writing nonsense into the form EC8 that doesn't tally with BIVAS. Maybe in our next election, they're just directly going to print that point EC8 directly from BIVAS. But right now, it takes someone to take the BIVAS data and put it in form 8. And if I am a political party, for every single word that I can afford or that I want to contest, I'm just going to say, show me the difference between what you wrote in your EC8 and what's in the BIVAS machine. If they're not identical, is automatic contention. That's it.
So what you are telling us, Kulata, is that the BIVAS machine is like it carries an audit report of the
accredited voters. They have
accredited and voter and the actual voters. I mean, people that actually voted. So if you lie on your form, so the audit report by BIVAS will tell us that you are a liar, and if you did your job well, it will tell us, oh yes, what this man put on the form matches with what I'm giving out to you people. So it's just like an audit machine that will audit everything and bring BIVAS report out. So if you lie, you can go and manipulate, you can go and lie, but BIVAS will come and
it will catch you.
It will catch you. So
yes, BIVAS will catch you.
Yeah, that is good.
And that was what played out in Osun State.
Yeah, but that is good, but it is not good enough. It shouldn't be like
No,
that.
the part that's not good is not the fault. The part that's not good is not the fault of BIVAS. It's the fault of INEC guidelines.
The people that program it, shouldn't have. Oh no, I think you are right. It's the
No,
fault
it's not. It's the INEC guideline that says transfer it to this form. Why don't they just print it? Just print it out.
They should just remove that process. They should just
remove that useless. Yeah, you are right.
Yeah.
Yes, they should just remove that and let us just
let's just rely on the machine 100%.
100%. 100%. So they are still giving a leeway for rigging now.
Adeleke, that was the reason why I said. That was why I said.
What is his name? Mahmoud is the one that conducted 2019 election and rigged it in favor of Buhari. You think he's not going to do it? They just created a loophole for rigging. That is what that form represents. And haven't seen this now. Parties officials should stand up and call for the removal of that goddamn form so that we can solely rely on the report of BIVAS. That's it.
Because you just made my point. You just made my point.
I don't know why it was inserted into the process anyway, but let's hear from Ola and Man of Prestige, and then we move on to Tinubu going to beg Buhari. Ola, you wanted to come in?
Ola Tilo.
So, all right, Man of Prestige, did you want to come in? All right. Let me move the conversation on and move you now to Tinubu now in Daura, apparently allegedly on bended knees. It has to be on bended knees, of course, because of the selection of people that he's taken to that space. So this is coming off the back of that commentary in Abeokuta. So the fallout of that, so he has already achieved what is intended, but he's now trying to go and placate Buhari. But what are you then making then of how Tinubu is maneuvering that space?
I think it's a good thing. What he did to go to the president to go and tell him, I'm not referring to you. You are not the target of my. I didn't target my statement at you. It's a good way of. To maintain a good relationship with him. Buhari is the leader, is the foremost leader in their party, and since that statement, sound targeted at him, he have to go and clarify himself. He have to go and explain to him what he meant by that statement. So it's a good move, but. The statement already been made. He has achieved what he wants to achieve by telling people, I'm not part of this shenanigan that is putting hardship on you on scarcity of petroleum and unavailability of the new note. I'm not part of them. So he has already dished out this his position on that. So, and it's just going to Buhari is the right thing to do to let him know I'm not referring to you and to continue a good relationship with the leader of their party and his leader at the moment. So it's a good move as far as I'm concerned. He has to show some level of remorse. He mustn't be too confrontational at the president at the moment and the cabal. He has to show play it with diplomacy, and the diplomacy aspect of it is what he has done to go and tell them. And I believe it's not the president alone that he will meet. I believe he has met some other people behind the scene that we have not heard about. So diplomacy after the reign of attack, I think it's a good strategy. So yes, it's a good move, one man, as far as I'm concerned.
What sort of reception are you anticipating from Buhari? You know Buhari, of course, he keeps things to his chest, and he has a reputation for being vindictive.
Well, Buhari is not a person that you can trust. Buhari is not a person that you can know his mind. Buhari is not a person you can really predict because he doesn't talk. People that doesn't talk too much, they're the most dangerous people because what they're going to do, they keep it to their chest and until the last minute that they will reveal what they want to do. So nobody can tell, nobody can predict what Buhari is going to do. He might even, do everything for him, for Tinubu to be successful, but who knows? But the body language is the problem. The body language of Buhari indicate that he's not fully committed to this Tinubu for president project. He's not fully committed to it. That is the body language. He's not making serious, he's not throwing serious support. And that is the problem. Those followers, like I said yesterday, the ardent supporters of Tinubu, of Buhari, for several years, they have been giving him like 15 million votes at every election cycle that he had contested. Who are they going to deliver their vote to this time when the body language of Buhari is showing that it's not fully committed? Who are they going to deliver their vote? Because Buhari is just like a religious leader to them. For several years, they never stopped following him. They never stopped giving him their vote. But this time around, he's silent, he's cold, he's not putting so much weight behind this guy, as this guy did to him in 2015 and 2019. One turn deserved the other. To who much is given, much is expected. Tinubu gave so much to this guy in 2015, particularly 2015. If Tinubu have not aligned with him, he would have been president of Nigeria. Jonathan would have defeated him again. So he committed everything for his for that election, for him to come victorious in that election. The same thing in 2019. They were committed to it. He damaged his reputation to so many Yoruba people because there are a lot of things happening in Yoruba land when those what do you call these people? The herdsmen were killing people. We expected Tinubu to speak to it. He didn't say nothing. Odigo Palace, were burned down. He didn't send a mystery. He didn't go there to visit. He didn't make any move for reconciliation between the herders and this thing. He didn't play a leadership role during that time in an effort not to offend anybody because of his presidential ambition, but only for him to get this kind of, sit back attitude when he expected the president, to give him that support. So the president cabal, his supporters on the ground across the northern part of Nigeria, what does the body language, what does he say to them? That is the question we have to ask. Obasanjo, like I said, he campaigned very hard for Yaradua, and everybody saw Obasanjo.
Adeleke, you talk about Buhari's body language. I want you to watch this and then respond to it. Watch this.
What are the chances of your party winning the elections?
What are the chances of my party not winning the election? We are going to win this election. Tinubu, the presidential candidate, is a very well-known politician in the country. He was a 2 times governor in his state, Lagos. Resource-wise, the most resourceful state and the most visited state. So I think the party was lucky to get him accept to be its candidate.
So how healthy is my president?
I'm very healthy.
So I don't think you get much more enthusiasm from Buhari outside of that. That's as committed as you'll ever get from Buhari, I suspect.
If you listen to, it's quite funny that he was trying to talk about Tinubu and he couldn't even say one thing like it's just he's a two-time governor. That's it. I don't get it. I mean, does this show that he's supporting Tinubu? He doesn't even have anything that can basically convince us, you know. But yeah, anyway.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah, come in. But the only time you ever see any emotion from Buhari is whenever he's expressing anger. That's the most you get from Buhari in terms of him speaking. But yeah, come in.
Adeleke, please. I will crave you a digest, please. And let me address this matter just real quick. Because yesterday I was boiling. Yesterday, when this issue was being discussed, and I was like, for real, like people have really lost their mind in what is going on in this election. Look, one man, Tinubu is in problem, and I am calling it out on one man show to tell you that for Tinubu to have come out, Tinubu is not someone that is flippant about something like the eternal wrangling of the party. Before Tinubu comes out to say something, it must have gotten so bad that he had to say it. And even at that point, people will be like trying to hold him back, but he will still go ahead and say it. If you remember at that rally, at some point, they were holding him back. And he said, what did he say? He said they should shut up, that they should tell these elders with him to leave him alone so he can say what he wants to say. It came from a position of anger. It came from a position knowing that he is being betrayed. And the animosity of that betrayer has gotten so big that Tinubu has started seeing the writing on the wall. Look, one man.
Is this your reading? This is your reading of what you saw, right?
Yes. So let me tell you, in that same interview you just showed us right now, they asked Tinubu, they asked Buhari about the redesigning of the Naira notes. To which he said that they have extended the time to the window, right, was like 3 months, and that any person that has whatever money should be able to turn in those monies and get the new notes. Look at Buhari's face when the same interviewer asked him and said, hey, so there's no going back. Look at Buhari's face. Look, one man. He also went ahead and said,
hold on. Yes, what are you reading into that?
What I'm reading into it is this, one man. Buhari has a plot. And
hold on, I've got the clip.
So this change of currency, I think there will be people a lot of money. But time has been given from October to December, 3 months. Is enough, whatever money you have, to get it changed through a legal system. So I don't know why people are complaining about it.
So despite the complaint, there's no going back on the policy?
No, there's no going back. There's no going back. My aim is to make sure that Nigerians believe that we respect them as an administration. So Nigerians should vote for whoever they like from whichever party. Nobody will be allowed to mobilize resources and thugs to intimidate people in any constituency. That's what I want to go down into Nigerian history for.
One man.
Right.
So now let me give you my interpretation, because this is one of the issues I wanted to discuss yesterday. Look, Tinubu's weapon in election are two things: money and thuggery.
What do you
Money.
mean? Sorry, man. Do we want to do this? You're just going
One
to take
man,
us
one
down
man,
some...
one man. If you can allow me,
okay, just
if you can
do
allow
it
me explain
quickly.
myself,
Yeah,
if
go
you
on.
can allow me explain myself, I will make sense because most times.
Do it quickly. We already know what you have to say, but say it quickly, then we move on.
Listen, one man. Look, the two weapons Tinubu has during elections, money and thuggery. Those two areas, Buhari is really fighting hard. Look, these things that you are talking about is not going to happen in the north. What Buhari is talking about is not going to happen in the north. If Buhari is really out for Tinubu, he is going to make sure that all those areas that are strongholds of Tinubu, that he knows that he could effect, he can deploy resources or he can use thugs, that those places are quite secured. If Buhari is against him, that is my point. So instead of we looking at it from, because yesterday I was pissed because Elematic was looking at it from the obedient angle. I was looking at it from another agenda. If you look at the way...
You're not looking at it from a northern agenda. You're looking at it from an obedient... It's clutching at straws, but carry on.
No, one man, the issue there is this, right? You see, in Igbo land, there's something that Ojukwu said at the time. He said that Igbo gama ife na ikpeazụ. And what does that mean? He said that Igbos will learn at last. The South will learn at last. I am telling you this in one man because
Joel, so do you think this policy is favoring Atiku, or I'm not understanding? Because
Atiku doesn't use money and talks.
Does Atiku not use money
and talks?
This is what I'm telling you. Like, if they are in support of Atiku himself, they will easily make that resources available to him.
Oh God! All right, thank you. Let's get back to Adeleke. It's getting to us ludicrous
levels. One man. This is the issue, right? You see, when we are talking, if you don't want to listen to us,
you are going to far fetch and to ludicrous levels. You are telling us that the policy positioning of Buhari is to undermine the Tinubu campaign. And then you've gone on to tell, hold on, and then Kwakwanso is crying, everybody is crying. And then you've gone on to...
Who is crying the most? One man.
I don't know who is crying the most, but I know everybody is... Okay, just do what you have to do, and we must move on. Hold on. It gets tedious. It gets tedious.
Hold on. Wait, Joel, because Tinubu talked about it once, in a campaign rally once. You're saying he's crying the most. Kwakwanso talked about it today.
Bajamila is calling for the arrest of Ebefchele if he doesn't present himself. Look,
because it's affecting rural. Do you understand this policy?
He only sees it from the Peter Obi something and all these fanciful things.
I am not looking at it from the Peter Obi. One man, you always
no. Just give us what you want to give us now. Then we move on.
Well, woman, go ahead with your show.
All right, brilliant. It's just it's tedious sometimes. Now you are telling us they will avail article of resources. Deny Tinubu of resources. Yesterday, the story came out that they've sent Frank Umba to be the CP of Lagos, which turned out to be it's wearing all of these things.
I did not tell you that
it's not you, but your space. It's just tedious, the politics we get from that space.
You keep looking at every issue that I speak of from my own space, and I am telling you that 25th of February is just around the corner.
Yes, I can't wait for it to be done, Whoever wins. It's just all these things.
Okay, but at least we can still come back and discuss these things that we discussed today, right? That's the beauty of it.
No, we can't. Look at where you were going. You started off But let me just make this point. You started off that, listen to the undertones of what Buhari is saying. That is targeting Tinubu because Tinubu's politics is thuggery and money, which is not what Tinubu's politics is. The Nigerian political landscape is thuggery and money, but Tinubu is a clever tactician within that space. His politics is people, and we can see it from the associations that he has formed right across the expanse of the country. That's his
One
politics.
man, I've also
So
experienced elections. I've also experienced.
All right.
I've also experienced elections. I've also experienced elections in Tinubu space, and I know what I'm talking about. But this issue, I don't want to drag it. What
No,
I'm just saying,
it's just
believe
the
what you want to
obedience
believe.
something.
No. It's not about obedience. I am telling you that there's another agenda, but you're looking at it like it is my own. It's an obedient thing, but it's okay. Let's keep it moving.
There is a northern agenda, but that northern agenda is also being politicked. And that was what Tinubu did in Abeokuta yesterday, and that is what he's still doing in Daura today. So it's more complex than just all of this. They are giving Atiku money. There's a lot of nuance within that space. Beyond all, anyway, I don't know. Maybe we just read it differently.
Please,
But
one man, please. Anytime I'm talking, right? See me. That's the reason why I come here, right? If I know there are a couple of spaces where if I go and I want to discuss obedience stuff, I can go and discuss it. The reason why I come on the one man show is different, and that's the reason why I come here. I like to come where I am being opposed. But one thing I would not like is if you don't really want to see people's view and you want to trash it and put it to the side when people are making sense. And I mean, before, nobody could even believe that Tinubu was having an issue until he came out and spoke about it. If I said what happened maybe like 2-3 weeks ago, you're going to still say it's an obedient space. No, I am trying to draw the attention of all of us here to this conspiracy. They always play this thing during election period, but none of us will listen. But I will leave it to you one man show. I'll leave it to you one man. Let's keep it moving.
No, it's not leave it to me. It's all of our conversations. And sorry if I was a bit abrupt, but it's just anyway. Let's hear from Des. I think Des wanted to come into that space.
Yeah, one man. I tend to maybe agree with Joel. The way he said he just come here to get opposed. Like I told you in the afternoon, I come here because I feel like there's people I need to convert. And not basically people like Thomas or enigmatic. Call tribal people, but people in the comment section. Yeah. Well, but with that being said,
invite your friend, invite you to come.
But with that being said, one man, there's been so many fake news in Nigerian history. Fake news come and go. Not when fake news comes out. Recently now, fake news will come out and internet will carry it as usual. And people tend to call it an obedient. I mean, it doesn't really add up to me. It's something that is happening in Nigeria and people talk about it and it tends to,
But
be an
most of the
obedience.
political fake news that we're getting is from the obedience space. I've already cited the example. The Ghanaian president had to come out. The Sultan of Sokoto had to come out. The police commission now has to come out. Everything just that obedience space. Maybe they have a factory somewhere for fake news.
I don't think so. It's just
line.
News. It's just news coming out, and when news come out, it escalates. People carry it out. So don't say everybody Atiku can carry it. Everybody carry it. It's not necessarily the obedience. It's because the obedience are more in the space. That's why it feels like it's us that's carrying the news. The news is just there. It's just there to be talked about. I just want to tell you that one, man.
All right, brilliant. And by the way, Joel, apologies if I was a bit abrupt. I think I may well have been, but it's just
No.
I knew where that was going, and I just thought, it's
One
going
man,
to be one
one
of
man,
those. But
one man,
apologies
one
if I
man.
was a bit abrupt. Yeah.
No, one man. It's okay. But sometimes I like us to think things through. One man, if you were the president of, you're a president of one man show, and I am running an election to take over from you, and one man's space is a country, and 2 months or 3 months to election, you are changing currency that you know that most of us is going to be to our benefit. You are changing the currency. There is high fuel scarcity. in most elections that have preceded this particular election, one of the reasons why the incumbent or whoever that is in power lose election is when they start putting things like fuel scarcity. People start boiling. Why is it going? Why is that happening? And why is it that Buhari is the minister of petroleum and he has a dog in this fight and he's acting like nothing is happening? That is my point. At least people during election time, look at what Wike is doing. You make people happy. You go there, you give them projects, you just build, promise them this. Wike will come now. What Wike is doing now is that he will build maybe if it's a 1,000 kilometer of road, Wike will now build 500, and now tell you that the next governor will build the other 500, trying to woo you. But in the Buhari's case, nothing is good in the country. You understand what the ways that means that Buhari is even going through the ways that means. So everything is piling up. How can you win an election? You have a dog in this fight. That is where I am looking at it from, one man. Because even if Buhari is coming into power, he wouldn't want that kind of situation to be hovering around him before he gets into power. But that is my point. It's okay.
There's a good chance that they may still I cannot see them not extending this Naira note. I think by tomorrow they would extend it. Certainly, yes, they will extend it. I'm almost certain.
One man, Emefiele came out this evening with one card, like it's a card or something, so that we'll start, substituting, for cash. Look at it. I think it came out this evening. I wasn't able to read it because I was rushing to get into your show. So one man.
But
that
Joel, rural areas, they're suffering. They don't know about this policy. It's going to devastate them. And CBN's implementation of this policy has been an abject failure. So because not everybody lives in Lagos or Ibadan or Owerri or those big cities. There are many people in the rural areas that this policy is going to devastate. It's too short of a time.
Of a time. So,
3 months.
Kulata, that answers my question. Why you have a dog in this fight? Why would you put this kind of stunt few months to the election? That is my point.
There are many reasons why you can do it, and it's also something that should be done every 10 years. But I digress. I'll leave that.
Yeah, go on.
I understand that it is something that ought to be done. Countries change their currency at a certain time. But all I'm asking is this. If you say it is every 10 years, 10 years they don't start 3 months ago or 4 months ago. 10 years started January of last year. If you were going to do it, okay, why didn't you start like January of last year?
Yeah,
why 3 months, 4 months to the election? It's very wrong.
Suspect. The timing is suspect, and Buhari also admits that it's a political move. You heard him in that clip that is targeted at the politicians, at the political space.
You see how selfish Buhari. You see how selfish he is as a person. During his own time in 2015, when he assumed office, there was an electoral law that there was an electoral law pending for presidential signature. You understand what I'm saying? This guy did not send his signature on this electoral law for 4 years. He didn't. Now he said he's targeting politicians. That's to tell you, this man is a very selfish man. He knows what he's doing. It can be, it can look like innocent or doesn't talk, but it's so devilish in his heart. I'm not saying that politicians, I'm not saying that there shouldn't be a way to make it impossible for politicians to bribe people for vote. But what I'm saying, don't come up with this kind of thing that can put hardship on the people. Politicians being targeted are not going through the pains like
majority of Nigerians that are going to banks, lining up for several hours, couldn't get this new note. Politician doesn't go to bank to line up. They have a way they can get the money easy. The bank itself, Emefiele Bank, all banks that are under central bank monitoring are not dispensing new notes through their ATM machine. So what are we talking about? Who is fooling who?
Ajali Coco, you guys I don't know why you guys keep making statements. I don't even know where you get it from. That
Okay, tell
politicians
me.
are not suffering.
Who told you that? Hold on. Who told you that politicians are suffering
Calm
now?
down. I talked to one of my friends, Dr. Kelly Sampa, and he told me that what was his name? What's the name of this governor? That his friend is complaining about it. So stop. Is in the north? Is it Kaduna or Kanu? Something like that. They complain about that money. So no, stop all these politicians are not suffering.
You don't know that rich man now rich man rich people will be friend to bank manager, where the MD of a bank manager be them friend. You think that they will suffer to get this money exchanged? Why are banks that work with Emefiele, that Emefiele deal directly with, why are they not giving people that money if Emefiele is doing his job right?
Adeleke, another issue, another angle you have to look at it from is this. Look at it from this way. That, most of these politicians, like when they talked about 30% of the money, right? Being in the banking system, right? We know the rural areas has some part of that money. But we also know that people were stockpiling money. And these politicians do this a lot. They stockpile this money. So if you look at right now, even in the Southeast, you will see politicians moving around, sharing money. Oh, go and plait your hair. They give you money. They are bringing out all those old notes. It is affecting them.
How many? Hold on. How many? What is the population of politicians compared to the population of the people?
Hey, it is not the issue. The issue. See, the issue. This is the thing, right? This is the thing. The purpose for switching that currency has been achieved. So all these things you are seeing right now, look, I'm just telling you, all these things you are seeing right now, people running around. The issue there is that those people that have stockpiled those money, you saw it now when they said that the money, when they're going to change the currency, you saw money on trucks, you saw money in houses. People bought that money, rotten money.
Corruption
you saw these things
going on inside presidency is more than what is going on.
We know now. We know this.
The oil sector that Buhari manages, the stealing, the real, the way they are stealing your crude oil, they can never give account to it. This man is telling you that he is trying to fight politicians, or he's trying to prevent rigging. You want to believe this man?
No, I don't believe him. See, Adeleke, that's the reason why I was saying, look, Buhari's first choice was Lawan. Why did he choose Lawan? Because
how do you know that? How do you know that was Buhari's choice?
Yeah, because if you remember, they were trying to pull a consensus candidate prior to the primary.
Chairman of the party announced that.
Was that Buhari or the cabal?
See, Buhari is part of that cabal. Look, let's stop acting like Buhari don't know what the cabal is doing. Look, Emefiele cannot change that currency.
The cabal orchestrates Buhari. Buhari is not a clever man, as you know.
What are you saying? He's a very clever man. He just pretend.
That man is very clever. He's pretending. That's my point.
All right. Let's say for come in, man of prestige. Yeah, we did call you earlier, but come in.
When did you call me? But anyway,
no, I called you and then I called
led,
Ola, and you were both not responding.
Hold on. Because he let the loud mad people like Adeleke and Kulata and Joe monopolize the whole space. Other people can't have time to talk. But
he called you, man of prestige. He called you, waited for
you
almost 5 seconds.
Trust you just monopolize the space anyway.
Who is mobilizing what?
Adeleke, Kulata and Joe. You're just monopolize the space. Other people can't
You
talk.
complain too much. Are you a woman? Why you just like to complain like this? Every time you will complain.
You know, he said it's San Diego. That's the cry too much over there. The cry too much.
Anyway, one man, because I didn't have time to speak. I was watching somebody that they killed at Jewel State, Nashville. You know, the boy that was killed.
All right, we don't want American politics, but there is not it's RIP to the guy. But we saw that story, but it was black policemen that killed him, wasn't it?
Yeah, they just showed the video almost an hour. But anyway,
one man. It's also scary what is going on right now. But I don't want to deviate. Go ahead, because there's this other Yoruba boy that was shot 2 weeks ago. In fact, when I live here, I'm going for his candlelight this thing. It was a mess, but I don't want to go ahead.
That's one of the reasons why I don't like America. You are just guilty for being black and nearby. Your life doesn't count.
It's not about black. The people that killed him are black police officers.
No, this particular one, the person that shot him was also a black guy, right? But he was driving the girlfriend was driving the car, and he was on the passenger side. There were two ladies in the car. Then I think he double crossed the guy, the guy, and the guy was like started chasing them. As he was chasing them, the girl now hit the car that the guy was in, the Yoruba boy was in, now hit another car. Then this other guy now hit him at the back, and immediately the car stopped. It was like a 3-car accident. He now came out of the car now and trying to charge at the guy. According to the report, the guy brought out his gun and shot him 4 times. He died on the spot. So one man, it's unbelievable what is going on.
It's quite a country you live in. Quite a country, The most that will happen here is that fist being thrown. But carry on there, Prestige.
Yeah, I didn't get time to speak on the other on the Adeleke space, but that's okay. Let's proceed with the present thing we are talking about. So, like we discussed yesterday, I think everybody's spinning it like it's something different. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of Tinubu Hallelujah singers here. You was spinning it. That wasn't what happened. So, if that's the case, why did he decide to go to damage control today? Because if you look at his speech, it was purely directed at the administration.
Did you listen to this? Did you listen to this speech? Hold on.
Because he said power that being. What is power that being?
No. What did he say in the speech? Did you listen to it?
Who? Did I listen to what Tinubu said?
In Abeokuta, yes.
Yes, he was referring to the present government.
No. What did he say?
Of the Naira, I listened to everything. And
power
that being. Go and listen to it again.
No.
What does power that being mean?
No. You said you listened to it. So what did he say?
He was talking about they was trying to sabotage him because of the redesigning of the Naira.
It's a simple enough. Yeah, so the sabotaging of the Naira and the fuel scarcity. So how does that impact on him, his election?
One man, he also said take power from them.
Let me speak. It's my turn, please, everybody. You don't need to give me the space.
Yeah, so how does that impact on Tinubu?
Well, you ask me because that's what he said.
I'm asking you.
Why would you be asking me? I'm telling you that's what Tinubu said.
Do you think it impacts on Tinubu?
Hold on, one man. Stop interrupting me, please. Let me make my case.
No, it's a dialogue, not a monologue. Now it's a conversation, not a speech.
Why are you asking me how is that impacting him?
Yeah, because you are inferring that it does. You're inferring that it does.
No, I said Tinubu is crying that they are sabotaging him. The other party has not. Everybody has moved on. The other party, they have talked about the redesigning of the Naira that is not good or whatever. Everybody may have a case there, but nobody has mentioned the word sabotage. He said, my party, the power that being, sabotaging him.
When
So
did he
how is
say
that not
that?
crying?
So you did not listen to it. If you don't listen to it, then say I did not listen to it. Then I can tell you what was said. Okay. Okay. Then I'll ask you one last time. Okay. What did he say then in that speech?
He was speaking Yoruba, the Amawole Amadibo, that kind of, he was using. He said they are using the fuel scarcity.
What does that mean, Prestige? Amawole Amadibo. What does that mean?
That's Yoruba word or whatever. I don't want.
What does it mean? What does it?
Look at that. You have an opinion on something you don't understand. It's unbelievable.
Can I speak? Can I make my point? Everybody,
How can you make a point on something you've just admitted you don't understand?
The person. Everybody can speak.
Don't worry about all that. You belly ache too much, man. You belly ache too much.
Prestige. Let me ask one more question. One man.
One man. You don't allow somebody to speak to this.
Go on. Okay. Have your say, and then I did want to have a conversation with you. You know, it's a conversational space, but if you want to monologue, okay,
it's a conversation.
Hold on. Don't complain anymore. Have your monologue, and then we move on. If you don't want the conversation, have a monologue.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me have my monologue, and stop spinning me out of my thought. But anyway, what I was saying, Tinubu was specifically talking against his party, and he said power that being. That is referring to APC. They are trying to sabotage him. So my point I'm trying to make, even I thought we're talking about the Naira redesigning. Yeah, it has effect on people. People are complaining. And you have some people who think that it's a nice thing because it's going to try to curtail the election buying or whatever. But in other words, there's two faces to this Naira redesigning. There's two faces. People are really complaining, particular people in the village. There's no doubt about it. But what I'm saying, Tinubu has taken it to a different level because I don't know what's going on in APC. Nobody knows here. He probably knows what's going on. I think that happened before the primary. He knows they wasn't trying to give him the candidate. Then he went there and made the word Emiloko. Then this time he went to the same place, which is Abeokuta, and made the same. So something must be going on. Maybe some people, the ACM part of it or whatever, the CPC part of it, maybe they are trying to sabotage him or whatever, but nobody knows. So only Tinubu knows. So he came there and made that statement. You may say it's a good statement. I praise him for making that statement, but what's going to be the effect? Is he going to have the same result that Emiloko have for him? That I don't know. So if he doesn't have, why did he go today? For a damage control. That's exactly what he went there today in Kansas. In Castina to make a damage control.
Prestige Farabale. Do you know that fuel queues have started going down today in Abuja? I'm seeing the
It has nothing to do with that because Tinubu fuel started going down automatically.
Calm down. Did you read the Nnnpc? Did you read Nnnpc? Did you read Nnnpc response today? Did you?
I read it out earlier. Yeah.
It has nothing to do with
Tinubu's speech yesterday. Look, it's a more complex space.
You're always spinning, Kulata. To suit your own narrative. Don't be spinning, okay? You choose to suit your own narrative. But anyway, let me go on with my speech.
Prestige, can I say something?
Let him just land his speech. Otherwise, he won't have it. Go on, Mano Prestige.
Yeah, let me have my speech, please. But anyway, and like I said, the other party has moved on. It's the only party that is still parlaying on this Naira redesigning or whatever. To the extent that it's making it like a sabotage issue. That's not the point.
Kwakwanso came out today on it.
Exactly, but did Kwakwanso say anything about sabotaging? That is the highlight. It's not even bad because Tinubu is speaking about it. It's the word sabotaging. And he's referring to his own party. So what do you expect? So the point I'm trying to make here is because we had this conversation yesterday with Flogile Lord. You have some people here, you are one of them, one man, because I know you're one of the Tumbu Hallelujah singer.
Are you just here to attack the personalities or to give us your political
It's not an attack.
punditry?
It's a Hallelujah singer. How's that supposed to be an attack? That's people that, that's people that support Tinubu. You're an Hallelujah singer.
All right.
So how's that?
What of Allahu Akubaru singer? You don't see that one.
How about what?
Allahu Akubaru singer.
Okay, nothing wrong with that. I'm not going to take offense. I don't know why you're taking offense. I said Tinubu Hallelujah singer. There's nothing wrong. Kulata is in there. One man is in there. Thomas, enigmatic, all of you are singer. Nothing wrong with that.
I support you on that one. You're right on that one.
Exactly.
You're right on that one.
But anyway, because you tried to spin it yesterday that he was referring to the market here or whatever, that kind of stuff, I mean, we know who he was talking to, but anyway, he went today for damage control. So we see what's going to happen, but you know who Buhari is. He doesn't speak that much, so nobody knows what's going to be the outcome of the damage control that he made there today.
So Prestige, what is your projection now of after all this has happened? What's going to happen?
Oh, I'm like I said, I'm not an expert. I'm not a.
There's no expertise. It's just
hold on.
It's just a guess.
Hold on. I'm not Nasiv of America.
So does that mean Obi is not going to win?
You the one that comes here.
on law.
Kini kókó ọ̀rọ̀ yìí gan?
Kini kókó ọ̀rọ̀ exactly?
No, let me say something.
Hold on. Kulata, why are you taking this discussion to a political discussion and a ethnic kind of a ethnic?
What's ethnic? I don't want to understand the long and short. What is ethnic about it?
Yes, because this man is having his say. Let it have his say. Then we'll move on. He has the right to have his say. You now say what's going to happen.
Kulata,
how are you going to know what's going to happen?
Are you making some
I'm asking him now.
I'm disappointed in you. Say what you say in English.
What is ethnic statement? I said, what is the cocoa of the matter?
What is the heart of the matter? With the heart of it?
I know you
let me say. Let me.
I don't understand what you mean, but
all right. So, sorry, gentlemen. I think Rational Mind wanted to come in. But Rational Mind, you wanted to come in. But before you come in, I know you are coming into this space. So let's have a snippet of it because clearly, Man of Prestige did not. It didn't even have an inkling what Tinubu said. But let's have a listen to what Tinubu did say.
Ẹgbẹ́ náírà pamọ́, a máa dìbò. A máa wọlé, a máa dìbò. A máa wọlé, a máa dìbò. A máa wọlé. Ẹ bá pààrọ̀ ìgì ara náírà. Ẹ lè náwó. Ibi tẹ́ bá gbójú sí ọ̀nà òní gbàbẹ̀ àwa la máa wọlé àwọn ẹlẹ́gbẹ́ alábùradà yẹn wọ́n máa ṣe kí ni o wọ́n máa lulẹ̀.
Àkọ́bí àwọn tí fẹ́ wà láyé dá àmọ́ yìí o. Àwa mọ̀ yìí àtún ìmọ̀ o. Èyí tí púpẹ̀ rí wà láyìíká. Bàbá dúró bọ́, bàbá tẹni jẹ́. Àbí fáwọn lọ́tẹ̀. Gbogbo ilẹ̀
ó fara jẹ gbà.
Èyí tí púpẹ̀ rí wà láyìíká. Àmọ́ yìí o. Àwa mọ̀ yìí àtún ìmọ̀ o. Dájú èyí tí ó pẹ́ ìwà láàyè. Ó pẹ́ ìwà ó pa àjẹ́.
City boy, ó ti dé báyìí, kó ń ṣàlejò yìí. Ọmọ alẹ́ ni mi ti dé. Ojú òní tì yín, a máa gba ìjọba yìí lọ́wọ́ wọn. Àwọn ọlọ̀tẹ̀ náà fẹ́ bá wa dù. Wọ́n ṣèkan rí. The great Nigerian youth. The great Nigerian students. The greatest of the greatest of the greatest. The confident Nigerian youth. The greatest of the greatest of the greatest. The greatest of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest of the
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
This is a revolution. This is what?
Revolution.
This election is a revolution. Adogban. Wọ́n fẹ́ fi Filadébàdì ìrọ́dọ́gba. Ìgbà yóò sọ̀rọ̀ ńlẹ̀. Wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ epo. Epo àwọn á di 200, á di bàbá. Ẹ fọkàn balẹ̀. Àbáwálẹ̀.
Ẹ lọ fọkàn balẹ̀. Ẹ lọ fọkàn balẹ̀. Ẹ lọ fọkàn balẹ̀. Ìwúta fẹ́ kọ́lọ́hún ó ṣe ọlọ́hún ti ṣe.
Bàbá bèbí ìrọ̀rùn ló bá dé. Wọ́n á fẹ́ kí bòyí wáyé. Wọ́n fẹ́ dàrú. Ṣé wọ́n gbà? Ṣá máa gbà?
Àníbá o.
Ṣá
Mo
máa gbà?
gbọ́dọ̀ kàn wọ́n lérí wọ́n láwọn fẹ́ ṣàbòrú. Kò lè ṣeé ṣe, kò lè bá sí láyé yìí o. Kò sọ ọmọ náà
tí ó jọṣẹ́.
Ní eléyìí, I'm guaranteeing you one thing. There will be student loan. Nobody will drop out of university because of school fees. I guarantee you that. Nobody. We have to repeat one class for 8 years and not graduate. Abba. We are too smart. We are brilliant. We are courageous. We are sharp. We are courageous. We will make 4 years course, 4 years course. You agree?
I'm here today at one of my graduates' property deals. It's actually her 50th.
Where one man did now?
Are they here now?
Will you go?
I want us to listen to this thing because Man of Prestige has made a series of allegations. So I want us to listen to this guy.
One of
But one man
Prestige, see what he costs now.
It's Yoruba, and most of us are not
Wait a minute.
Yoruba.
No, there are several
It's not
Yoruba
fair.
speakers on this platform.
I want an independent interpreter to interpret everything.
No, I
No,
don't
what
know what
You've
he's
already
saying.
interpreted it now. You've already interpreted. I'm waiting for him to say sabotage, which is what you said. So I'm waiting for him to say that.
Whether there's fuel or not. Eh? Sister.
ọmọ ọ̀tá ni bàbá
Ẹ
yìí.
ti ẹ̀ dákẹ́. Ẹ bá mi sọ fún àwọn àgbàlagbà tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ mi kan ọmọ ọmọ jẹ́ kí n sọ tèmi. Ẹ̀yin ni mẹ́ta wọn eléyìí. Wọ́n ti jẹlá fún. Wọ́n ti jẹlá fún tiwọn.
ọmọ ọ̀tá ni bàbá yìí.
Àwọn
orí ẹ̀ ti dàrú.
kọ́kọ́ rẹ̀ wọ́n jẹ́ gbádùn.
This man na ní ó tún bú wọn.
Ní ọjọ́ kìíní.
Ó tún bá ìwọ̀n ẹlẹ́gbàá.
A sọ fún yín léléyìí náà á rò pé àwọn lè dá wàhálà lẹ̀. Wọ́n sabotage epo. Wọ́n sabotage arepo.
Oh my, you don't hear them. You don't hear the sabotage, Abi?
I have been vindicated.
Arọ́kadà. Tricycle. Tricycle. A máa lọ dìbò. A máa wọlé. A máa dìbò. This is a superior revolution. And when I tell you, you know what I mean. You know me. You know me. We are going to go there to win.
Àkànbí má ṣe gbára lé wọn, ọ̀dàlẹ̀ ni wọ́n. Má ṣe gbákàn lé wọn, ọ̀dà. Ó ti di ṣe wọn, ó ti di wá wọn, ó ti di ṣe wọn, ó ti di wá wọn, ó dẹ̀ ti mọ́ wọn lára. Má ṣe gbára lé wọn, ọ̀dàlẹ̀ ni wọ́n. Má ṣe gbákàn lé wọn. Kòtòrè kékeré rẹ̀. Aṣíwájú Kòtòrè.
Somebody will tell me that they bought all this land, though. They bought all this land.
Àkànbí, kí ló ń bá wọn jà? Ìlara ìlà. Kí ló ń bá wọn jà? Kí ló ń bá wọn jà? Kí ló ń bá wọn jà?
Okay. Wọ́n yé mi lẹ́ẹ̀kan náà bí. Wọ́n ló yá ń lé. Inú èmi dẹ̀ dùn. Mi bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ lẹ́sẹ̀.
Síwájú ọṣẹ fún ọṣẹ dáadáa. Àkànbí ọṣẹ gbàlejò ọṣẹ dáadáa. Tinubu ọṣẹ gbàlejò sẹ́ o. Àsìkò ti tọ́ka kẹsàn-án mú. 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 Ẹ jẹ́ ká jí gbogbo ọkọ̀ tó sùn lọ. Ó ti fara APC. Ẹ jẹ́ ká jí gbogbo ọkọ̀ tó sùn lọ. Ó ti fara APC. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí Ọ̀yọ́ máa ń ṣe ìṣàṣà. Ọ̀yọ́ máa ń ṣe ìṣàṣà.
Kinesis is an...
all right, so I think that's enough of that. So clearly you did not understand what was being said.
Wait a minute. One man.
No. I don't want to labor that space. You don't
let me
understand.
finish my submission.
Let's just go on. Yeah.
Let me finish my submission. I don't say what I mean. Hold on. It's only going to take a minute. That man has vindicated me, but let me say my final thing.
How have you been vindicated?
Hold on. I've seen everybody's face on this space. And I've seen a lot of people on this space, and some of them I have not seen it, but I can tell by their voice. Let me tell you here, nobody here was born yesterday. Everybody here is born in night. So I don't know why you think we are stupid here. I know what he said, and exactly it's clear. It has been interpreted by independent people, not from this space. So I had everything. Don't tell me what I didn't hear. Okay, thank you.
All right.
It was unfair that you played a Yoruba, all Yoruba. At least for this a secular space. I want to believe. I mean, you should have brought.
He also speak English, isn't it?
Hold on.
Sorry, are you asking me to play the English version of what he said?
No. There are some of the videos where they have translation. Let's Thomas, please, can you just shut it? There are some of the videos where they have translations. That is my point. So that you follow, and you should carry everybody along. That is the thing. One man, it is disgraceful that we are going to look at what he said yesterday and
please,
say that he wasn't referring to.
No,
he
no,
wasn't
no, don't
referring
go there.
to
That's
the-
all right. That's all right.
I mean,
That's all right.
You don't have to make it difficult all the time, but
That's all right. Thank you.
Rational Mind, please rescue us. Let's hear from Rational Mind.
Let me say something.
Des,
Let me just make a few statements.
Let's let Rational Mind speak, I beg you.
Okay. All right, Rational Mind, go on.
Yeah, keep it quiet.
No, please, Rational Mind. Let's hear a steady voice. Yeah, you heard it. You speak Yoruba at least, and you are not a Tinubu man. So
I only speak Yoruba. I'm a Yoruba.
Huh? You're a Yoruba. You understand Yoruba, and you're not a Tinubu man. So at least you can give
Is Rational Mind? Is it really Yoruba?
Fulani, you say it clearly.
Yoruba Fulani.
I'm partly Chinese. I'm partly
Yoruba Fulani.
Let's hear from you, Rational Mind.
Anyway, yeah. So, you see, one man. You usually say here that Tinubu speaks in how do you say that? He speaks in the language of the gods, right? Well, I think from what he said, from that what we saw and we heard from that Adeleke rally, it's very clear. Any way you want to spin it or whatever, I don't think there's anything to it. If there is nothing to it, then why are they coming? The different surrogates were saying, like the
beware of spinners. Beware of spinners.
Would you allow me to speak, Thomas, please? John, this will get this already. I lose my thought. The point I'm trying to say is that we saw Charles Alego, we saw one of Tinubu surrogates. The guy was vibrating like a volcano in front of him. And the other day, was it yesterday, we saw the other guy who was from our Amuwo Dolphins chairman, how he was spinning and lying to Nigerians. I mean, this is just...
No, you saw me on in Genje. You came in later. You didn't come in when I was there, curiously, because of course, you knew I would debunk or whatever it is you wanted to say.
I was trying to come in when you were there.
No, you were too intimidated by my presence, but carry on.
No. One man. But I'm here on your platform here. Why should I be intimidated by you?
No, I'm only joking. Carry on.
Yeah. So anyway, so my point is this. You see, if there's nothing to it, if what he said is very clear to everybody, we don't need for interpretation or people coming on different platforms like Arise and other platforms trying to explain or trying to make clear to us what this guy said. Now, the point is this. From what he said, this guy is sounding like an opposition. Now, opposition to who? Mind you, his party, APC, is the ruling party. So why would he be talking like an opposition? Vote them out. Who are they voting out? Because for it to vote out, it means already...
It didn't say vote them out. He said I'm a
No, he said it. He said it.
Vote them out. I didn't hear that.
You did play that part. There's a part where he says vote them out. I don't know anybody in the conversation anybody that have heard that. I heard that. I saw that. I heard that.
I heard that too.
Yeah, vote them out. You can only vote out if they're already in there, which means that they are in power. Then you have to vote them out. No, it means his party being in power is the one he was referring to. I said maybe this guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
He didn't say vote them out at any point.
He said that, one man. You see, I won't come here and say what I didn't hear. He said vote them out. You might need to play that. Maybe you don't have the time right now. Anybody in comment section, please. I mean, if you heard that when he said that, talk about superior revolution. What kind of? What are you talking about?
Rational Mind, don't call people on comment section. They don't like you there. They will attack you.
No problem. But the point is,
they are not your friend.
I know there are many. So my point is this: one man. I've heard you say so many things. I know. And that was what I was asking on your media. Are you not a spokesperson for APC? But I know where you stand, one man, even though you don't tell me that. But my point is this, that there will be no need for people trying to explain what this guy said. If what he said there was clear to everybody that, yes, this is what he said. I said maybe we are all insane to believe that.
What he says is clear. Did you see that clip that I just played of Festus Keyamo?
What man? I didn't see that. I don't go by anything surrogate says. That is why I'm a mind of my own. I listened when you played it. Now I listened to everything he said. Everything he said here is like it sounded like an opposition. Now, who is he opposing here? Is he opposing his own party? When he said vote them out, a revolution. What kind of revolution is he talking about? The same change they brought in 2015, or another revolution is change. So And so many things they say sabotage. What are people sabotaging is
rational mind.
No.
Rational mind.
Hold, can you hold on? Let rational mind just have the floor. So sorry, what did he say? Yeah, what was that sabotage?
What sabotage, Epo?
Yes.
That's what he said?
Yes.
Okay. And then I think another context he says sabotage again. I think maybe twice, something like that.
No, he said it once. We heard it.
I don't think so, but I think more than once. But let's just
we can play it again if you want us to, but it's just a long and winding thing. Yeah.
He said it twice.
He said it once. He said it once in
the same way you were arguing with me that he never said vote them out. He said vote them out. So why? So you see, we can go on and argue here back and forth, back and forth. It's only when we take it the snippet, then we can analyze it, then we know what we're going about it. So my point is this, that Tinubu is sounding desperate. All is not well within his camp. I give you another one. In Osun State, Aragbeshola camp, they said, they released a press statement a few days ago. They said they've not endorsed any presidential candidates. Why would Aragbeshola, an APC man, an interior minister, part of Bubu's government, his own faction in Osun State, be saying that we've not endorsed any presidential candidate yet? When they have APC had a presidential candidate, that's to tell you that there's something bigger going on. And some people have said maybe Tinubu now is the master of at this game. He's trying to beg for sympathy. That look at me, they're trying to skim me out. So please, Yoruba people, vote for me. You can see me. Look how they're treating your own son. It could be what he's trying to do. Maybe there's no really smoke or there's no fire in all this thing. With the similar smoke that we're seeing that is trying to sell to people that there's a smoke somewhere when there's no really fire. Maybe it's just a facade. It's just something like it's just a made-up thing, just to make it look like yes, there's something going on against him. There's a conspiracy against him.
Oh, sorry, one man, rational mind. To what end?
To what end? I
yes.
just said it to you. I just said it to you. To look for
what
sympathy.
Is it? I did.
Hold on.
No.
I just gave it to you for sympathy among the Yorubas to vote massively for him, and maybe it's possibly other people from other parts of Nigeria to see that the way they're treating this guy is bad now. Why would they be treating him? Look at what I, for one, I've said it on one man's platform many times, that they should tell Tinubu the truth. If they are not for him, do not allow this guy spend much money than he's spending. Just let him. Do not give him that ticket, or just make it clear to him that we're not supporting you. Period. But I know there's a game. There's a game somewhere here that they are playing against this guy. Forget that. Me and Tinubu.
Okay, so who is going to benefit?
Who's going to benefit what? How do you mean?
From all the palace intrigues and all that stuff going on.
Well, it's very for me. It's very difficult for me to.
Is it your assertion that the APC party is not universally for Tinubu?
It's not.
Hold on. There's a series. So they're not universally for Tinubu. Are you? Is it your assertion that they are totally against Tinubu? The APC party.
Totally. I don't know what you mean by totally.
That the whole party is against him.
I just gave you an example of Aragbeshola.
You're giving us. So that's an instance. So where is the overwhelming thing? Are they overwhelmingly for or against him, or are there elements within the parties that are for him and elements within the party that are against him?
There are elements that are for him, and there are elements that are working against him.
And so where's the difficulty? Is that not politics?
Well, if you say it's politics, that's politics.
Is it not? Is it not?
I won't allow you to lead me with your question, one man.
No. Is there universality in politics?
Well. It depends. Listen. When you have this kind of faction in the party at the twilight, I mean, at the eve of an election, let's just do one. You are seeing all this thing playing out. That's why I said some people said
like we're seeing in APC and PDP. You mean?
No, one man. Listen,
hold on. Let rational mind have the floor, please. Yeah,
we're talking about APC right now. Let's not talk about PDP now.
No, we're talking about politics, aren't we?
No. That's see, what we do this. You always say let us not do aboutism. Now let's talk about APC. We're talking about APC right now. You want to talk
right.
about
So there's palace intrigues in APC. Yes,
there is.
That's politics. That's
one man you and I, you know my position right from day one. Even before
yeah, we know, and that position colors your outlook, so that we know that as well.
I'm rational in the way I view things.
Oh God, don't say that.
I am. Listen, I'm balanced. Maybe that's what I should use. I'm balanced. I'll tell you, I just said to you now, from the early days before the primaries, I've said it that Tinubu is being played. And I was saying that during that primaries they were playing.
Hang on a second. If it's being played,
okay,
shouldn't you like it?
Shouldn't I like it for what? What do you mean?
I mean, he's not your guy. You can't. You detest him. And if it's being played, shouldn't you be happy?
Should I be happy?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how do you mean should I be happy?
Because that means he's not going to win, or he has detractors. And if he has detractors, that's for your interest.
Well, so invariably, what you're saying to me now, I shouldn't even care. Why should I care about this whole thing? I'm a political analyst.
I wanted to follow on with what you're saying, because you might well land at a realization by yourself. But I'll follow on with what you're saying. No, you will land there by yourself, but carry on.
I can't even see my screen anymore. I don't know what's wrong with my computer here. So anyway, but as long as you can hear me, I can't even manipulate anything, man. It just went blank. So
yeah, we all know your laptop is hand wind, but carry on.
Now, the point I'm trying to make is this: that, of course, I might have my own bias, if you say that, if you put it that way, against Tinubu. I've said it, the reason why I have that. But my point is this: I hate people cheating other people. I mean, even though my worst enemy, even though when he's being cheated, I will stand for him. I will stand up for him. That's just my principle.
Yeah, can I say something? Rational mind. You see, what is playing out is a high stakes game. It's a high stakes game. Tinubu is an entity, and it's an entity that certain elements within that APC and the wider North that they are uncomfortable with. Because Tinubu is a free thinker, he is such a juggernaut within the Nigerian landscape that he's not one that you tell to sit down there, and he's such a sharp brain as well. Both his brain and his sphere of thinking with the people that surround that brain space, it is a real force, and they are a bit reticent about him. So they tried to stop him at the primaries, but they couldn't. So now they're not trying to stop him at the presidential space, but they couldn't. But where the divide is within that space, within that northern coast and the APC space as well, there's a real divide amongst people of enlightened progressive thinking and conservatism. So the conservatism, they hold the cabal within Aso Rock.
One man.
If you want me to flesh it out, I can. But if you don't want me to,
we didn't see this play out in 2015 when Bubu was contested. They were all united in
it's a different time and space, isn't it? It's
It's a different time and space, right?
If you want me to explain it in a way that you understand what is going on, I can, but you have to listen.
Go on.
Yes. So what I was trying to explain to you, this is a game of high stakes. And if Tinubu lands that presidency, the North, the conservative North, that might well mark the end of them. And the conservative North being arrowheaded by people like Buhari, the Sultan of Sokoto, Maman Daura, Abubakar Malami, all those sort of mindsets which are conservative, vested in tribe and religion and advantage and violence. So all of that. So there's a progressive thinking in the North, which that space occupied by elements like Kashim Shettima, El Rufai, Ganduje, etc. So the chasm that is going on there is these conservatives wanting to hold on to that power structure. That loop also, what is called, article within that loop as well of conservatism, even though he's somewhat wayward. But Tinubu, if Tinubu punches through that into that presidency, they would never smell that power again, and the trajectory of Nigeria will change. But the trajectory of Nigeria, there's certain enlightened thinking within the northern space that want that trajectory to change, because that conservatism that has held back their space for so long, they travel out of the country and they see enlightenment and they want to pivot to that space. And that enlightened progressive mindset are contending, and that was how Tinubu won the presidential ticket, by the way. You saw how El Rufai, etc., where they tried to maneuver Mia Malabuni out of that chairmanship, and then how they fought hard to get Tinubu that ticket. Without the intervention of people like El Rufai, that ticket would not go to Tinubu. So that's where the battle line really is, and that is the fight that Tinubu is fighting. So he's fighting that fight within his party, fighting the conservative North who wants to hold perpetuity, or using the progressive North to fight that battle, but also fighting the presidential race, which is the contention with Atiku. But the contention with Atiku is interlinked with that conservative North, and that is where the real fight is. That is where the presidency is. So it's bigger than all of this.
So who's the conservative North voting for?
The conservative North, they would rather have Ahmed Lawan, but they lost at the primary. So now they will go with Atiku Abubakar.
Okay, so Wama, why were you attacking me?
No, because our thing is more nuanced than just this will be something that...
No. You see, one man, see, sorry, rush my mind. I just want to... You see, one man, see, the issue here is this, right? Look, whenever I make my point, look at me as Joel of Nashville, making my point. I am Joel of Nashville. I chose to be an obedient. But first, I'm Joel of Nashville, and I have a mind of my own. When I was telling you this thing, what's going on, this is what I thought, this is what I'm saying. You are coming back to that same thing right now. Now you are trying to paint it between the progressive and the conservative.
No, but I'm not painting it. I mean, I'm simply telling you what is going on, whether you choose to believe or understand it or not.
One man. That's the reason why I'm telling you that whatever you are seeing right now, that no party in power will bring up all these bottlenecks few months to an election. Thank you. Continue.
Don't worry. It's a lot more complex than that. If Tinubu wins that election, that will be the rescue of Nigeria. And if Tinubu doesn't win that election, Nigeria is doomed. Nigeria is doomed.
It's a lie, one man. It's a lie.
Hold on. This is how we delude ourselves.
Okay, well, that's my reading.
So much. In fact, you should be a very good spokesperson for any of those political parties. You do a very good job at very sweet talking people. Sweet talking. Just look at it. Just hear yourself the way you just spoke eloquently about the situation, which you yourself, by what you just said,
is it not coherent?
You are admitting that there's a fault line within that marriage of a southerner and a northerner forming APC. That is a problem.
No. I know. What I described was a chasm between conservatism and progressivism.
Whatever name, English word, vocabulary used to describe it, chasm, whatever. There's a problem. There is a problem.
Yes, between conservatism and progressivism.
Progressive, yeah, and maybe so-called conservatism, whatever they call themselves. Now, and these are the same people that goes by CPC. Congress for whatever progressive, whatever change, whatever they call themselves. That is for the former CPC. Before
that's just a nonsensical name. What is progressive about Buhari?
But then I would not still go by what you just said, even though it makes sense. But I wouldn't accept it because
you go with nonsense if you don't go with sense.
Hold on. I will take it. I'll put it in my left hand. I won't throw it away. I will receive it maybe in the future if it comes to be. But my point is this: that if you were to go by what you're talking about, there is no person in this race that is conservative, not even Atiku. Atiku is, even like you yourself here, you always often said it many times on this platform, that people hate, some Northerners hate, Northerners they hate Atiku. For what reason? Because he's always dilly-dallying with Southerners, he's always around women, he doesn't really show himself as a true Muslims.
Rational mind is about the people that support the continuity of that feudal system.
Exactly.
That's the context of the conversation.
Do you understand what I just said, Kulata?
No, Kulata.
Of course, I understand. Of course, I understand.
Does it make sense? Is that not where the battle is?
No, what you should have said.
Rational mind now.
What you should have said is that this is about tribe. My man, my own person from the north. Or my Fulani stock or Hausa.
It's not really about tribe. It's about worldview. It's about worldview.
You are talking about conservative ideals. None of these candidates have it. Not even Tinubu, not even Atiku, the major two candidates.
No, you're thinking of political conservatism. I'm talking about a mindset and a cultural conservatism.
Rational, think about it. Rational, my farabale. It is a matter of status quo, which is wait. Status. It is a matter of status quo, which is feudalism up north, or progression, which is the way you can see Kaduna, Kano, you can see they're progressing, they're developing, they're moving, or the feudal system that kind of subjugates the larger part of the north and keeps the power players still rent-seeking and continue what they're doing now. That's what it is.
So,
and that's where the battle line is.
No, being feudal here does not say anything about conservative you're talking about. It doesn't, because you're talking about
what is not progress? What is not progress is conservative. Progress, conservative.
Yeah, I get
what's
you.
opposite? What's opposite?
You see, that's why I say you people do a very good job at
spinning
things.
Yes.
Very good at spinning.
Look at that.
The spinners. The spinners.
Dangerous at night. The spinners.
Conservatism, in any way, whatever you want to put it, political or in any way, or in maybe socially, whatever, it all still boils down to one thing. It's conservatism. Either they are wanting to hold on to their feudal way of life, or their religious way of life, or whatever. It is still all in one. I would just group it as conservatism. They want to maintain status quo, the way they want the North to be. That is it. Now, Tinubu, Atiku, can they allow them to continue this? No. But they rather give it to Atiku. Why? Because he's their man, he's their own person, an Hausa Fulani man. And I know
Atiku is not going to disturb the status quo.
It's what?
That's just it. Atiku will not disturb the status quo.
It will not, yeah. That's what they want.
But Tinubu will disturb the status quo.
I agree with you. He might. No, I won't say he will.
He might. He will. That's why they are fighting him so hard.
This Tinubu people always
it's not really about even his ethnic.
Tinubu wants. He doesn't want his government derailed. I know. Let him go and put his hand in their eyes. What they don't want him doing to them there, that don't bring this your Yoruba progressivism in the southwest, don't bring it to the north. If the so-called power that being
but the north is ready for hold on, but the north is ready for progressivism. That's the thing. They are ready. And we're hearing it in the language of Shetima, Ganduje, even Babachir Lawal. They are ready, but they had been held hard by that feudal system that Kulata just described.
Yeah, I guess
it's a lot more nuanced than all these Agbado things that they shout all over that.
Let's not go that route. Obasanjo, who was a military guy, he had to contend with that. What did he do? He had to
Obasanjo doesn't have the brain of Tinubu.
No, forget it. No, you
cannot. He's a soldier boy.
No, you see, this is one problem I have with you people here. That you say this guy's a strategy. No, it's a strategy when it comes to politics. But how to manage an affair of a state is different. You might run Lagos. You might say you run Lagos. Well, Lagos is just you run Lagos. So I'll give that to him. But then what I'm trying to say is that a more diverse nation, whereby you have all the ethnic countries, all the ethnic groups within Nigeria, you're not the president over it. If they tell him that, look, stay in your south there, we allow you to govern, but these are the areas you don't have to cross. Allow us to continue maintaining our status quo in the north. If
Tinubu wins this presidency, he takes total charge. Do you know that?
He will not. He will not.
When he wins this presidency, he will soft pedal them. It will ease them out of the way.
Let me try and paint it this way. If Tinubu wins this presidency, Tinubu will not have a cabal. Tinubu is the cabal.
Yeah, it's not obliged to anybody if he wins this, except the people that carries him in.
You people just paint this Tinubu like as if it's just It's just an
Is
illusion.
it is
It's
it
a,
is
it's
it
a
the
genius brain.
Tinubu?
It's a
Wait,
genius brain.
I don't buy
wait.
it.
Is it the Tinubu that's gonna be going to hospital?
Don't
Going
worry about that. Bula
traveling to
Balu.
London.
Yeah, Bula
Is it
Balu.
the
Yeah.
person that's gonna take
Okay.
charge? I
Okay
don't
now.
even understand.
The same
Bula
What are
Tinubu
we?
Balu.
that
What are we? Why are we deceiving ourselves?
the same Tinubu that spoke in Abeokuta, that everybody's spinning it around, they're spinning the whole thing that he said. Now everybody heard him, and now everybody's trying to interpret it, the batify.
Imagine.
Are we crazy here? Are we going insane? We're not insane people now.
All right. Don't worry. The penny will drop by the 26th of February. The penny will drop.
All right then.
All right. So
One man, can I come in, please?
Yeah, come in.
Please, one man, look. You see, I thank God sometimes, you see, I have these gifts, in case you don't know. I normally see things before they happen. And people around me will tell you, even my mom will tell you, I got that gift from my dad, right? When I see a situation, if it ain't right, it ain't right. Tinubu is going through stuff. Admit it. It is not going to hurt us. All this spinning is not going to help. It is only on one man's show that no one is seeing the spinning. Isse Sagaye also came out on TVC to defend what Tinubu was saying. We cannot be different. We do not live in a one-man world. We operate within a larger society. And when we come out and say certain things, it shows that our judgment is kind of screwed.
Okay, wait. Joel, hold on. Joel, wait. Something is not adding up in my head, and I won't let it go. So because he said what you perceived him to have said, so does that mean he's screwed?
No. I'm talking about you, people like you.
No. It has nothing to do with me. I'm not a voter.
No, it has everything to do with you.
I'm asking you. No.
It has everything to do with Thomas. It has everything to do with one man.
I'm asking you.
Hold on,
because you guys are making us feel like
Joel,
we are crazy.
My God, can you hold on, please? Please now help me. Let Kulata interject you, and then you come back at him. But don't cast.
See, I'm trying to even understand the point of all this belly aching from you and Rational Mind. Okay, he said something, or he felt he said something. Okay, so what does that mean?
Kulata, please. See, I am not going to explain to you basic stuff. You had him.
Don't try and patronize me. Just tell me. Give me the bottom line.
Why don't you let him land? What's going on today, Joel, man? Let him land now.
No, I was the one talking. He asked me a question. I'm talking now, right? Then you still talking over me. Let me answer now.
Don't patronize me. Just give me the bottom line.
I am not patronizing you. I'm not patronizing
Is it
you.
this? Is it that? What does it mean?
What I am trying to make you understand is this. The words that were used by Tinubu shows that he was referring to those in government. Do not make us look like fools. Somebody said yesterday that he was talking to marketers. The marketers are not the ones in government. We are not fools. The marketers are not the one that is changing the currency. Eventually, they even try to move it to Emefiele. Emefiele cannot change the currency of the country. He is answerable to the president.
It's a lot more nuanced is more nuanced than that, is what is being explained.
No, it's okay.
Can I say something now?
Yeah, sorry.
I've not even had a word in.
You have a word in a moment, but it makes a rare appearance, Alexander Akache. So hold on. Before you round up, let's hear from Alexander Akache. Alexander, you make a cameo appearance today. Good to see you.
Greetings, woman. I just wanted to ask a question to Nordi Coin, Rational Mind. I want to ask a question to you, Rational Mind. Of course, everybody knows I support Atiku, which is a very, very unlikely choice in the three candidates. But my question to you, Rational Mind, and I want you to answer me with all honesty. What is your biggest fear of Tinubu being the president of Nigeria? That's the question, please.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Yeah. A lot is my fear. I see a government by a guy who's going to be very powerful. When I mean powerful, in the sense that I see a lot of corruption. To this very day, I've wondered why. To this very day in Lagos State, you've never had that one person, either in the House of Rep, in his government, in Lagos State government, has been indicted for corruption. Even all the other indictments, they find a way of quashing it. Never let it see the day of. It's never seen any trial, or you never even going through any trial. So not even one local government chairman, not even one a civil servant or PAMSEC, whatever, has been, even not even Tinubu himself, has been able to be proven to have been corrupt. But we can see that corruption in that Lagos State. Looking at it now, this is a part. This is an example of a very powerful man who is so powerful, who knows how to manipulate the system. Now, with that kind of a person being the president of that country, I just wonder. I can't just, for me, it's not just. I can't even imagine the level of corruption that will just go swept over the carpet and will never go anywhere with it.
Okay, I get it, rational mind corruption.
No,
I don't want to.
One
second, rational mind.
Okay, go on.
I don't want to take so much time from this conversation because I want to get some direct questions from you. And I want to ask you another question. I know you don't like Atiku also. If you were to choose between Tinubu and Atiku, who will you choose?
Neither.
No, you have to make a choice.
I would rather not make any choice. None of them.
Okay. None of them. Okay. My last question I have to ask is to Joel. Joel, can you hear me? Of course, I think you can.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. My question I have to ask for you is that if you were to choose between Tinubu and Atiku, except Obi, if there was a runoff and Obi wasn't there, unfortunately, and then you have Tinubu and Atiku, who would you choose?
Okay, I'm going to answer this question this way, right? Because you see, like I said, I'm someone that has a mind of my own. I'm not going to go the way, because sometimes I look at the way people describe Obi here. Like Patrick yesterday said, he's more intelligent
not talking about
than Obi.
I'm talking about Tinubu and Atiku, and I understand that you're a man of your own, so we don't have to.
I'm going to go for a southern president. I have said it on this show, and I stay by my words. It does not matter if I believe in Tinubu or not, because for me, it's about the power shifting base. I know that if Tinubu is there, even if he's not doing so well health-wise, whenever he comes back, he will do his thing, and he will have boys too. The Fasholas, the Bajamilas around. So it's not going to be all Uhuru. Unlike if you have an Atiku, in there, or like we have Buhari there, So I believe that the core, even if Tinubu is not there, the core of whoever that is going to be calling the shots is still going to be boys from his own side, not necessarily Shetima, but boys from him. I would think, that's the way I would see it. But I will go for a startup president.
Thank you very much. That's all I have to ask for, man.
So what does that establish, Alexander? What does that establish?
What it establishes is that Joel, even if he's supporting obedience, his ultimate goal is to having the power move to the south. And he's just pushing so hard on Tinubu as a way for him to clap back at people who's attacking Obi. So he's more of an attack dog to push up a narrative. So his candidate seems more presentable. Rational mind is just somebody who is
as confused as ever.
No. Rational mind is easy to understand. Rational mind is somebody who doesn't like the old guard and he wants to change to something new. He doesn't know what his political stands are for now, but I think he wants something.
Says who? You said
I don't know what your political stands are.
In all of your contributions here, that's what says it.
Akashi, can I say something? I think I would differ a little bit on your assertion about me, and the reason is simple. I told you that I told you who my candidate is and who I think is going to win. And you said no, if I have to choose. So
No,
you
I
made
didn't
me
say
to choose
that.
between the
I
two.
mean, I'm not disagreeing the fact that you don't have a candidate. What I'm saying that
Yeah.
your ultimate goal is for the power to move to the south, which is it not?
Yeah. That is my thing.
Exactly.
My thing is that
So
the power to move to
regardless of
the
if your
south.
candidate wins or lose, if it goes to the south, you're happy.
Yes.
Exactly.
And I stand
So
by
that's
it.
what I said.
Yeah, but there was a judgment you made on me that was
Akashi, can
I
I say something to
didn't
Akashi
understand that.
real quick? Akashi, you see, you won't limit. I won't let you limit me to those two people. That's just it. There are other options. If I have other options in the person
Rational mind, I didn't say there's three people. I said, let me break it down for you again. I said your goal is to leave the old guard, which is Atiku Tinubu. You want to go to somebody new. That new, I don't know what is your new. But
that was what I said to you. I've said it many times on this platform. Who those people that I want? Maybe you've not been following, or you're not here, or you didn't hear me.
Maybe I didn't hear you.
Yeah. So I've said it that Showore is my preferred candidate, but in the absence of course Showore can't get it. Let Obi go for it.
Yeah. So which is what Alexander just said. You want a paradigm shift.
But when he said but when he said something like in line of like, I'm confused. I don't even know where I stand. That was why I said.
But when you say
I said that. I said that, and
I want to ask you a question, rational mind.
But Akashi, you can't say I belong to the old guard. You cannot say I belong to the old guard because you gave me only an option.
Old guard, I say you just want a southern move. Is Tinubu not a southern candidate?
Yeah, but because you gave me the option of choosing between Atiku and
win if
Tinubu.
not Tinubu or Peter Obi from the south?
That's what I'm saying. No. If you gave me the option of the three, I'll always pick Peter Obi over the two of them. So, but my understanding, Akashi, my understanding of the question. Can I just say something? My understanding of the question was, if there was a rerun and it was between Atiku and Tinubu, who would I vote for? That was my understanding of the question. So, which I now say, if that were the only two options that I have, I mean, I must make a decision. And for me, the ultimate goal is for me to go power to go to the south. So I'll go with Tinubu.
Do you know why I narrow it to Tinubu and Atiku? Do you know why?
No.
Okay, this is why I narrow it. Because I know between those three candidates, not because of the better option, who's I know in your mind you will never believe PDP and APC is going to be the top two winning candidates. Why I narrow it was because of the fact that I knew between those three, you already have Peter Obi, which is your normal candidate. And people from the East always support PDP, but I wanted to know where you're aligned to. For you to move to APC, which means you support the Southern candidate, right? So that's why I say that.
Do you see the logic now? Not everybody wants to attack you, Joel. Only me wants to. No. We're trying to document where people are positioned in between the noise. That's what Alexander is trying to do.
Okay. Since you want to put your mouth in this,
is Alexander a therapist now?
Don't worry. Is the chief executive? Is the chief executive of
yeah. Woman, this look like he is going through a lot. So let me therapy. Let me spend my time on him more.
Look at that. Sit on the couch.
Why do you support Peter Obi?
Because he's an Igbo man.
Yeah. No, it's not because I'm an Igbo man. I can swear with my life. It's not because of
Don't
that.
be using your life as a joke. Please continue.
I'm not using it as a joke. It's just the truth. I'm supporting Peter Obi because of what and everything he did in Anambra, because of his antecedents, and because.
Were you supporting Peter Obi in 2019, well knowing he already did what he did in Anambra?
Yes.
Oh, you was.
I
so
was.
It's a long
time I voted for Atiku with the sole purpose that Peter Obi was his runner-up or was his running mate. That's the only reason.
So that means you have been obedient before obedience was formed.
Like I've been obedient for a long time.
Oh, fantastic! It's really nice. I didn't know this.
Akashi, even me too.
Oh, you too.
Oh yes, I've been following Obi. I'm from Anambra State, by the way. So I knew where Anambra was before Obi came in,
so
and I knew where he left it.
You were
You say?
supporting Atiku as a president and Peter Obi as vice, or Peter Obi was the main reason you support Atiku as
The
president?
main
No.
reason
I was supporting
Obi.
Atiku. I hated Atiku. After what he did to, and I don't like Atiku after what he did to Jonathan, right? But when I saw Peter Obi on the ticket, I said, okay, that we're going to get it right. If Peter Obi is vice, if Atiku wins, most likely Peter Obi might take over from him. And if we have Peter Obi, Nigeria will be fine. So I've been following him.
Did you support? Hold on, General. Did you support Mohamed Buhari in 2015 over Jonathan?
Yes, I supported Buhari in. No. I supported.
Buhari in
Sorry,
2015,
no.
and then you switched to Peter Obi
No.
because Peter Obi
Sorry. I supported Jonathan. Sorry, I supported Jonathan in 2015.
Okay.
But let's see, there was a caveat, right? I when it was Buhari and Jonathan, I said whoever comes in, because I was like, if Buhari comes in, that Buhari let's just give him the benefit of the doubt, even though Idebo is not there. But I had hope, so much hope in.
So you were a
what's his
PDP guy
name?
before you moved to Labour Party as Peter Obi left, right?
Oh yes, I was a PDP guy.
Oh, okay, fantastic.
You
That's
understand
all
what
I
I'm
have
saying?
to ask. Sorry for taking your time, guys. Let me go back to the comment section. It was fun interacting with you guys.
Bonksmo is sending messages to you. I think she's swooning at the sound of your voice.
Man.
It looks like you have conquered her with your
Bonksmo
voice.
is a beautiful lady. I saw a picture of her on Instagram, and she's amazing.
Yeah,
but I shouldn't use this on this place. This is not Tinder. This is a one moment.
But look at that now. Is it not you that you are using your voice to capture the babes?
I'm
Look
not
at
using
this
your
guy.
voice, so one man. I have code.
Look at it.
Alexander, already you've met her on Instagram, right?
No, I don't know. See,
now, what are you saying?
Sliding into the DM. Sliding into the DM.
They don't capture you now. You said it's very pretty on Instagram.
The farmer needs
check
a
her
wife.
Instagram.
The farmer needs a wife.
Let me use 1 second to also Colata. Are you there, please? Yeah, I want to say that like the Excel spreadsheet he did was something that I have to, because I talked to woman and I wanted to say that's a really amazing job, because it's a lot of conversation that happens and a lot of wishful thinking that happens, but when it's put in a practical way and people can see actually the results and people can argue over it, it's something. And because of this thing you did, it really changes the conversation pattern. And I want to thank you for putting your time and your effort into it. It's really appreciated,
I enjoy doing it. I enjoy doing it because I just, it's a different thing projecting, thinking. But when you put it to numbers, it's hard to argue. It just makes it more constructive. That's why I don't talk about Peter Obi anymore.
Why don't you talk about Peter Obi?
Because the numbers don't favor him.
The numbers they're not there. I mean, now I can see.
I thought you're a man of risk. I thought you like to take risk. I thought you like to take risk.
That's not a risk now. It's almost like a certainty that is going nowhere. So there's no point.
Colata,
I don't want to be. I don't want to be.
Allow the populace to
this is exactly why I don't want to be talking about it. These guys, they're going to be attacking me from platform to platform now.
No, I'm not attacking you, Colata. I'm not saying you are tribal or whatever. You brought out that stuff and you didn't even back it up with money.
I don't think. Sorry to cut you short. I don't think people attack Colata. Do you know what I think happens, Colata? Sometimes they wish they could
attack
have
me.
You. No, they don't attack you. They wish they can have you in that team because they know your brilliance. When you have somebody who's intelligent and they want him to be in the team, if he's not in the team and he's being objective, people get to push back at it. It's always obvious.
We don't need Colata. We have bunch of brilliant people in the obedient space.
Name one.
I don't know. I'm here. You get
apart from you and Joel, of course. But we have you here.
We still have
the only two brains on the.
I want to ask you
a man of prestige.
Yes. Imagine this. Imagine this. Imagine Colata made this graph and he was an obedient, and he made it so articulate, and he broke it down so well, and Obi was winning. How would you feel?
They will give him a chieftaincy title in Anambra.
I told Kolata that
I'll collect second wife in
his
Igbo land.
analysis was mostly I don't like I said I don't disagree with his analysis, you know, because it was based on the previous previous elections and all that stuff. So I tend to agree with it. But we don't know what the outcome of this election would be. So anybody that's bringing out graph, stating it with the previous election. The only thing I want to believe is the polls that we are seeing. That's the only thing I want to believe, not
So why do
people
you
trying
believe
to
a
graph
fictitious
out.
poll over a projection?
Because
All of
it's
them are not
the
based on
poll.
facts.
No,
We
listen.
don't
The
know who's
poll
gonna
is
vote.
the poll is on ground. It's like you're doing something now.
Do you know what the
But
poll is? The poll
when
is a
someone
sample.
is
You know that, right?
projecting towards the past is very someone is projecting or graphing something towards the past, it makes a different. It's just so different. Like something is happening now, and I'm taking a poll now, and someone is projecting something with the initiative of something that happened last 4 years. It doesn't add up. Do you get? That's what I'm saying.
We're getting two more graphs that is really going to tighten the presentation by Kulata. So hold on. Adeleke is putting final touches to his graph, and as is Fatai as well. So two real serious minds. They're about to submit graphs, which might well mirror. So by the time those two spreadsheets come in, and we'll be able to announce a president. Never mind.
One man,
Okay,
please.
one man, can I say something?
All these graphs coming out there. Like I said, one man, you don't give us the obedience a fair chance. You really
we had
don't.
obedient graph with Lincoln just 2 days ago.
You really don't leave that. I'm saying like there's so many things that's related to
There, stop
Tinubu's
complaining too much. You can
advantage.
create your own graph yourself.
Go
Why
and
would you
No,
bring your
waste
like
graph
time
now.
okay,
of
let's
complaining about it? Hey,
assuming
hold on. Let me do
I sent
Thomas.
one
Let me
man.
do what's this, Tony? Hold on.
Hold on.
Bro, it's like Game of Thrones, right? Hold on. So this, why do you complain so much about what other people do? You can also do it
Okay,
yourself.
now listen. Now let me tell you. I sent one man a video. I said if you can play that video, at least maybe even if it's 2-3 minutes of that video, and allow me to defend my candidate because of what
He will
Enigmatic came
never.
to say. He wouldn't do it. Do you get?
He does it to me too. He does it to me
He
too.
doesn't want to because I want to Enigmatic, says some crap about my candidate. So one man, play this video, let me defend my candidate and give us a fair chance, and let this not be a Tinubu platform or whatever, like you said it's not. You have to give us a fair chance to defend ourselves. It happens all over.
Everybody gets a fair chance. Let me see.
I'll bring it.
Okay. Do you have any? I guess. Sorry, before I go, because I have to go now. I guess nobody have any question for me. I want to give my quick statement before I leave. Adeleke, thank you so much. I always appreciate
Akashi,
your
can I say
voice.
something to you?
Yeah.
It was nice. I always see you on the comment section though. It's nice talking to you though.
Nice talking to you, my brother.
Nice talking to you.
Let me talk to Akashi. Let me talk
I guess
to
to say
Asake
something to
before
you, something to take home, right? In this election, right? We have seen all the polls, right?
Yeah.
People are bringing up. I've seen that of Kulata. He did a great job. I told him. I'm even more particular about the effort rather than the outcome, right?
Of
So
course,
the
because
effort
his
put
Peter did
into
not
it.
win.
So yeah. So Adeleke is going to bring it. I applaud the effort. However, all their permutations are based on the last elections or the previous elections. This election is going to be different. And I am telling you today, I am calling it out to you, Lazada Akashi, Peter Obi is coming. Thank you very much.
Can I do my own?
I got
own
Akashi.
sanctimonious preaching like you?
I got Akashi before you go on. Thank you. I've seen you greeting everybody. So you did
No, what
the
peace
next
now?
week
You
this
know, say you
platform.
did
No,
off now.
calm down now. I don't catch you
Okay,
right down there.
I can't.
You don't call me noisemaker with this platform.
Japanese don't come. Oh, calm down now.
So you don't consider I be noise maker. You don't give Kulata a throne and give one man all the parting and give
No. Let
it's
me tell you
okay.
something.
No,
Let me
no
break it down for
problem.
you, What Peace. Let me tell you what I think about you. What Peace, you're a very, very intelligent man. Very, very intelligent, very, very business savvy person. Very, very meticulous, detail oriented person. But sometimes you come across very, very pushy. If somebody would like to get things your way, if you don't go your way, anyhow, you know they hear anything.
And
You stubborn.
don't mention Edo or whatever
You
you
stubborn.
do.
You stubborn. No, you stubborn. What Peace is a very stubborn man. I can see it in
You
his
can
eyes.
see now.
Yeah, he's a very stubborn man.
Yeah.
And because he achieved a lot, he doesn't believe anybody can stifle his voice, which is right. Which is 100% right. He's allowed to do that. Right? Why they do like, why this thing they feel like they do therapy today? Okay. So my issue with the issue is that sometimes you have to take 2 steps back to even move 7 steps forward. Your argument is 100% always correct most times. But sometimes you push a particular point when not supposed to be pushed. You should wait sometimes and listen and then push your point. But you're always in a hurry to show your point. And that sometimes it comes across very, 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 very pushy. But you have to sometimes chill back. You're a very smart guy.
Thank you.
Handsome man like this, where they full five children. Who do you now? Too much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot.
Let me ask him a question before you leave.
Yeah.
Alekanda Kashi.
Yes, sir.
Let me thank you for the good job you are doing at the comment section there. I think you are one of the strengths of the platform. One of the backbone of the you are the driver of the comment section there. So I want to thank you on behalf of all of us that always here in the studio talking blah 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 blue 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 blah 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 blue 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 blah 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 blue 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 blue. So let me
Well, musical.
You enjoy and blah blah.
I feel up.
Blue blue blah 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 blah.
Thank God you're not obedient. Thank God you're not obedient. One man would have said, "You see, that's what I'm talking. That's what I'm."
So, what is the chances of your candidate? You think is still in this race, or just tell us what you think is going to play out? Because it looks like it's struggling. Tell us about your own candidate.
Today. I don't normally do prediction things normally, but most times I don't want to say I get it right. But this is my prediction. My prediction in this 2013 election. Let's document it because everybody has done theirs. My prediction. It hurts me to say this. I don't want to say it because it's gonna be Tinubu is gonna win the election. Tinubu is gonna be in the election. It hurts me to say this, but Tinubu is gonna win the election. Second, I see PDP edging Labour Party by far, but not so significantly far because of this ruling that happened with the Oshun elections is going to make sure that everybody who's trying to rig the election is not going to rig too much because you're going to have people who are going to contest it in the court of law. So people are going to use their brains in terms of rigging. So even if the rigging is possible, people are going to use intelligence in it because they have a case study rather. Tinubu is going to win the election. PDP is going to come second. Obi is going to get at least 5 million plus votes. At least 5 million plus votes. And the best thing that can happen for Tinubu, for Atiku, which is my own principle, is to find somebody from the southeast, probably Soludo, and then groom him under his wings. Give him his connections, let him have the opportunity to be in the national stage, and then he has a chance to battle against Obi But the best thing Obi can do is for him to rally Labour Party, bring out more ministers, more governors, create more chances for Labour Party candidates. Make sure he pushes that narrative that I am Peter Obi, who didn't even win the election, but I got this amount of votes. You guys vote for this guy as governor. Make sure he takes over his own block. If I was him, I'll take over the whole Southeast. Make sure all of them are LP, which is practically impossible because they have a strong Abga in Anambra and they have APC and PDP and other people. But if he can push that forward, he will make a good competition with Pito, with what do you call this guy, with Soludo. Because if I was Atiku, after if which I will eventually lose, if I lose this election, but Atiku won't lose because I'm Atiku guy, so I cannot 100% say it because I always have a feeling the guy is playing chess too. So if he loses the election, for example, take care of Soludo. Make sure you bring Soludo closer than ever. Soludo can do the first tenor in Abga. He can move to PDP and they will still vote for him because they will forget everything that happened after 3, 4, 1 year, 2 years after Peter Obi lose the election. People will forget it. They'll forget the rally and they'll vote for him. But that's what I would do if I was Atiku. That's the only way I can leave my legacy.
I've got a couple of questions for you, Alexander, before you leave. The first one, still within that Peter Obi space. Do you think after February that is the end of Peter Obi? And should it be the end of Peter Obi so he clears that space for Soludo, who has a better chance? That's one. And then the other question is, who do you think is going to win that bet between Des and Enigmatic?
Okay. Number one, let's start with one. Number two is easy. Number one, let's start with one. Can you ask me again, woman? Sorry.
Yes, I'm asking if after February the 25th, does that mark the end of Peter Obi as a political entity? And if it doesn't, should he take an honorable bow out to allow that space for Soludo, who has a better chance?
No. Peter Obi is a core politician. He's a core politician, so he cannot take a bow to anybody. And if he takes a bow, if I was Peter Obi, I'll be disappointed because I'm not taking a bow to no man. So if I am a normal person saying that statement, I think a politician thinks of it 10,000 times more. So Peter, if he loses the election, he shouldn't leave anywhere. Peter Obi should just rally to get more political structure. Because
is the Southeast big enough for two heavyweights? The Southeast, is it big enough for two heavyweights?
I think it is. I think they have a lot of billionaires, for example, when it's Anambra State. Of course, I think it is. The question is, are they ready for two heavyweights? Not if it is. It is capable of handling it by size. It's not big. It's not a big state, but by every other thing, it is capable of handling it. By population, it is capable.
But the question, I'm trying to understand what you're...
Are you ready to support Peter Obi over Soludo, even if Soludo may have a better way of...
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I want to understand where actually this is, because it doesn't rhyme. If you say Tinubu will win, God forbid Tinubu wins, and he takes 8 years. Of course, I have to say God forbid because of
what if he wins? Will you stop
because of my country. I have to say God forbid.
Will you stop your business?
If he wins, he wins. But no, understand me. If he wins, he wins. But for now, he hasn't win. I have to put God forbid. So God forbid he wins, and Tinubu rules for 8 years.
Okay. I'm glad you're saying 8 years, so you know he will win the second time. Fantastic.
I'm pretty with your statement. I can see your political party. But anyway, with just what you just said now, but it's fine. I'm a therapy on my own. No, calm down.
I know.
So he says 8 years on the seat. we all know clearly that Atiku is now irrelevant within 8 years. So how is Atiku going to adopt Soludo? Who is adopting Soludo?
Oh, can
Atiku
I
will
say something?
probably
Can
even not be alive in the next 80
okay,
years.
okay.
So
Is that a wish
yeah,
for him, or
no,
because you're
no.
gonna hold on, this hold on. Let me tell you something. Never say stuff like that because you're gonna get old one day, and you want to live a long life. Never wish death on anybody, regardless of even if they're against your
I
political.
didn't wish death on
Yeah,
him.
but you
I
never
didn't
know.
say he should
Don't
die.
say don't say
It's not a
statements that
wish.
it's gonna lead to people thinking like that. You're bigger than that, obviously.
No, it's the normal. I can fly to Nigeria now and say, "Oh, this plane will probably crash." You get, and
Why
it's
would you be
not.
saying that?
Don't be saying
It's
things like that now. You can't
Is
say
that your
it's
you
a
know
reflection?
that
fear. It's something. It's something that is in my brain. Do you
it's
get? I
karma.
can't
It's
remove it out of my
Yeah,
brain.
well, what is your brain doesn't have to come out in your mouth
I
most
don't know.
times.
Everybody has their own. You
No,
know.
as in we think a lot, but do we say everything we think?
All right. What question are you putting to Alexander
Yeah,
Des?
I'm saying that if 8 years, come 8 years, I don't know how old is Atiku again? Maybe
It is
70.
about 77, but it's probably 82. Yeah.
77
Yeah.
or whatever. So add extra, that's 80, 82 or something like that.
Yeah.
82-year-old man
Yeah.
that is, probably in Dubai trying to rest. You are
Yeah.
trying to involve him into politics, active politics again, and trying
No,
to tell him to.
did you understand what I said, or you just understood what you want to hear?
No, I
Please,
understood what you said. You
Actually,
said
before you move on, sorry to give this one interjection. 3 days ago, I think 2 days ago, I woke up having just this thing that happened to me when I have my instincts give me a question. I don't know if it happened to you people. My instincts just put thought in my head, and I woke up having this thought in my head. I wanted to ask Des. I wanted to ask him what was his stand before obedience. These are the three questions I want to ask you. Were you standing with IPOB and new election referendum? Were you standing Biafra in Biafra as a nation, or Igbo nation, Igbo be marginalized? Which one were you before IPOB, before obedient? Please, yes, can you answer me?
my stand is I was waiting for this election, for this tenor to run out. If I'm being honest, I was basically waiting. I wasn't like on there. Anyway, I would say that I low key I wanted Biafra, low key, but it wasn't like I was active. In my brain, in my subconsciousness, I was like, Biafra wouldn't be so bad because Nigeria is messed up. But it wasn't like I was, agitating for it or whatever.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So put that question to Alexander. I think
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
yeah.
Alexander, I understand what you said clearly. You made a statement that when Tinubu wins, after he finish leading us or ruling us, whichever one,
I didn't
that
say when Tinubu wins. I said if I have a
so
best choice, I think Tinubu will win. Will.
yes,
But
no, that's
when?
what you said. You said yeah, they asked you who's
If I
going
had the
to
choice.
win.
But
You
of
said
course, as an Atiku guy, I believe Atiku has a plan, but I don't know what the plan is. But of course, if I was looking objectively and looking at what I'm seeing from the
thank
political
you.
space, I would say Tinubu has a better chance.
It's still simple now. You said okay, you're talking objectively, and you said Tinubu would
Okay.
win.
Just ask me a question. Ask me a question.
You said Tinubu would win. That's what
Yeah,
you said
yeah.
here, and we
Where are
all
you
Ask me your
going?
question, the guy. Ask
Sorry,
me your
can you
question.
take him to the question because we are all
and
waiting?
now,
Yeah.
after saying that, you said after Tinubu finished ruling that
Your
he,
question is
what,
Soludo. What it goes
yeah,
Soludo side.
Soludo and P2B is going to fight Soludo. They should. Is it after South again? Another South will enter. I don't even understand where you were going with all that. Or
No.
is it after Tinubu ruling? It should go back to the north. So I don't
Yes.
understand. Is it like you're waiting for P2B to wait for 14 years? Sorry, 8 plus 8, 16 years before he comes back and fights with Soludo. I don't
No,
understand
I
where
didn't
you're.
say. Hold on, let me speak to you. Let me talk to you now. Okay, for example, let's say PDP, right? Wasn't it supposed to go back to the south in
Yeah,
PDP?
of course, of course.
Why did it go to the north?
We already know that question now.
No,
We already
answer.
know.
I'm not asking you. It's not we. It's me and you communicating.
We already know
Why?
what happened between the
Wh-
whole
What happened?
G5 and all PDP space
Not
now. I don't
G5.
know
I'm
why
asking
you're.
why didn't he go to this? Why didn't it go to the south?
They threw the ticket open now. That's why. Which other reason again?
So what's the possible Labour Party? Is it in PDP or APC? Is it Labour Party and Independent Party?
PDP now. That's what you're asking.
No,
You're
isn't
talking
Labour
about
Party an
PDP,
Independent
right?
Party? Is Labour Party an Independent Party?
I'm not.
Yes, it
I'm not
is.
exactly sure where this is going to.
It's
Yes, it
building
is.
you up to a landing
It is,
point.
but I'm not
So
sure.
yeah.
Okay,
So
fantastic.
Yes,
then
it
let
is.
him take you to
Can if the election is, even if somebody wins, can Peter B not campaign 4 years later? Because it's an independent party from APC and PDP?
Yeah, I know what you're.
Okay,
Yeah.
fantastic. And now, if Atiku loses, right, can Atiku not help Soludo, who's, let's say Soludo is loyal to him, and Soludo decide to decamp to PDP? Can't Atiku not give him a structure, not necessarily by him being alive, but just introducing him to the movers and shakers of his own community and his people?
But yeah, now I said we all agree that Tinubu is gonna rule for 8 years, isn't it? You
No,
said
we
okay, I
didn't
should
agree.
agree.
You are speaking on me.
but hold on. But so the Atiku can still launch Soludo at Tinubu in 2027.
Soludo is not even up to 70.
But is Soludo, is he gonna land in the presidency? It's a simple categorical no. So what's the point?
What is a
I
simple
don't know. We
categorical
are
no?
trying. Well, you asked me a question that I know that Tinubu is going to rule for 8 years. You even said you agreed to it, right?
I said Soludo is the best chance because Soludo is going to migrate to PDP, which has a better structure than Labour Party. But Peter Obi can change it if Peter Obi works on building a structure by making people become governors and Senate and House of Rep. What are you arguing about this?
What I'm arguing about is after 8 years, we agree that Tinubu that you said is going to
No.
rule.
What this is
So
saying
what
to
is
you?
the chances?
Yeah. Let me
of
condense.
Southeast
Let
being
me
a president?
condense it at this. What this is saying to you is that the narrative is an exercise in futility, because if Tinubu rules for 8 years, then the power transits back to the north. It makes both Soludo and Peter Obi, both of them, redundant. So it's just an academic exercise. It's never going to land either of them the presidency.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. That's a good point. But let's talk about this election. Power is supposed to rotate back to the south. We have two northern candidates, one from Nnnpc or something, and one from PDP. What is the possibility of power going to the north? We don't have two eastern candidates, one from PDP and one from Labour Party. What is the possibility?
We already know. We already know when it gets to that. When it gets to that.
We don't say what we already know. We never knew that somebody would be arguing to become the north. Somebody saying power should go to the north, and northern candidates who come from PDP. We never knew this.
I'm saying the only time we always have this problem of power, you know.
Mama, do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but I think I also understand what
I know
Desmond,
the likelihood
what Desmond
is less.
saying.
I understand the bigger possibility. If we're doing probability, the likelihood is less, but it's still a likelihood regardless.
Of course, always let me say something. Possibility is a contest.
Exactly. That's why it's a theory, not a practical, because we cannot prove it.
If God forbid, like I said, Tinubu wins, automatically the whole Nigerian system will be like, okay, Buhari ruled, the South Tinubu ruled, and now there will be permutating for everybody to vote for the North. It's just something that will happen. We all know this now.
Let's calm down. I want to go now, but before I go, if Tinubu or Atiku win, I promise I will buy a bottle of wine anywhere you're located. I will send it to you. Just for you to calm down.
Just for you to calm down. Especially Duel of Nashville. I think it's tranquilizers that we have to buy Duel of Nashville. It's initiating.
Don't worry about it, one man. Don't worry about it.
It's a promise. Yes, don't forget.
And if we win too. If
I know
we
you
win,
like to win. So you calm down. But I appreciate everybody today. Thank you so much. I didn't want to stifle the conversation, and I think I made it all Alex session a little bit. I'm sorry for interrupting.
No,
Adeleke,
what do you mean interrupting? You are
I
one of the
appreciate you so
voices
much.
people want to
Thomas,
hear.
keep doing what you're doing. Everybody, Ola, you still owe me that 1,000 shares in Apple. I appreciate everybody. Thank you so much, and I'm gonna be in the background. Cheers.
All right, brilliant, Alexander. So there it is. I never get any praise, of course. You know, I'm just like the doorman. So there it is. Alexander Akache makes a cameo appearance. So thank you, Alexander, for doing that.
One man.
Let me make
One
this
man.
statement.
If I can just, I have a, I told them I was going for a candle light.
Oh yeah, vigil. Yeah.
For a friend. So, I don't know. Is there anything I can talk? I'll make it very, very short. So you guys can.
Yes. Let me acknowledge Buchi's super chat. Kulata giving APC hope at your own risk. Obi has won. Obi has won already. So is it Senator Adeleke style? Senator Adeleke style winning? Look at that.
I like these obedient people. They get strong mind, man.
They're on a special
like
diet. They're on a special diet.
I want to also say
they never lost hope for 1 minute.
In your permutation too, please. Also give us what you think Showore will get. At least you cannot just do only for people.
Wait now. I said they carry my own come. So
hey,
wait now. Make a land first. When I land,
I've already seen a preview of Alajan Lekoko's one. I have to say, it's a Kano. It's Kano. 5 million registered votes. 5 million to vote. Showore 5 million. Tinubu 0. Atiku Abubakar 0. Peter Obi 0. Lagos State Showore 100%. Tinubu it's just Showore all the way. Showore. Oh God. Look at that. We're still working on that guy, but it's an exercise in futility. I'm not sure we will ever get him really. But so to you then, Joel of Nashville, Tinubu's meeting with Buhari in Daura, off the back of his outburst in Abeokuta. What's your reading of that space?
Yeah, one man. Somebody earlier on was making a comparison between Obasanjo and Tinubu earlier on, and was talking. I don't know who that was, and trying to say that Tinubu, is politically savvy, and he's politically smart, he's the strategist and all that. But one thing Obasanjo has over Tinubu is that when Obasanjo is looking for stuff, Obasanjo is not arrogant. No matter what.
Obasanjo is not arrogant.
Yeah, no. If Obasanjo is going for it, you can never see Obasanjo going out there speaking. Even when he had problem with Peter Odili and all that, it was all calm. Someone like Tinubu will just be out there talking about it. That's the problem Tinubu has. His mouth. One man. See, let me tell you. See, no matter how we want to spin it, the information is out there. Everybody knew what Tinubu stated. Everybody knew what he was saying. And whatever department he was referring to, whether it's a revolution against who? When you do a revolution because you are revolutionizing against something, someone in power. You cannot do a revolution, come to me. So when you are doing a revolution, especially in the political space,
the revolution doesn't have to be against, it can be for.
No. The context within which he was placing his demand on that day or making his case showed that he was really, really pissed.
Revolution is never for one man. It's always against. If you read meaning into revolution, there is no time revolution.
You are a Republican, right?
I'm a Republican, yeah.
So when Trump was punching the Republican establishment, what happened to Trump? Did he not win at the end of the day?
He did.
Okay, so Maybe that is what is going to play out in the case of
Now,
Tinubu as well. So
that
you-
of
the-
Trump.
the-
That of Trump. Now this
let,
is this
let,
is the thing.
let us let Tinubu be Tinubu. And that was the same thing when Trump was contesting. They said, let Trump be Trump.
It's just, I don't know why quite what the reward is from this Tinubu bashing. If Tinubu fails, Article wins. It's never coming to your space, so I'm not quite
Yes.
sure what.
Let Trump,
one man.
the campaign
it has nothing
then
to do.
is that let Trump be Trump so that he can continue to, energize his base and his admirers around the country. So let Tinubu be Tinubu. When Trump was on script, it doesn't do well. When Tinubu was on script, it doesn't do well. I believe with that statement he made yesterday, which to me, I see it as a very courageous statement and a statement of truth to power. He has said it. It's gone far. People have heard it. So we should let Tinubu be Tinubu. If I have a way of advising his campaign team, take him off the script, let him be Tinubu, and let him go ahead and let us see whatever is going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's not Tinubu that is going to lose. Tinubu is not going to lose. And we might definitely win. We should let them, whatever is going to happen, happen. Tinubu loses, we are not losing.
Adeleke,
Yes.
it's a political strategy, which I'm sure
Yes.
you would have picked up as well. I'm talking about that obedient space. They think needling at Tinubu is their pathway, but it's not really.
It's not really.
It's not a pathway. It's never
Tinubu,
has been.
Tinubu,
Needling at Tinubu is not a pathway for Obi. It never will be. Obi is not a quantity in the thing, but
one man, my principal hardly pay attention or talk about Tinubu article. The issue there is this: nobody asked Tinubu any question. Tinubu said it himself. In the political scene, the reason why we are here is that we look at what is happening in the political scene and we discuss them. It does not matter if you're obedient, if you're APC, if you're PDP. It's the political news. Sky News or whoever, if they have the news and it's interesting, they'll report it. Every media in Nigeria, they are talking about it. So it's the matters arising question rather than an obedient input. So I've always said, take away the obedient thing, calm down, we're obedient, we're just doing what we have to do. Just allow us be. We are just doing what we have to do. The issue there is that the outburst by Tinubu on that particular day, even when they were asking him to stop, you did not play it to that extent. There was a time they were asking him to stop, and he went off on those people around him, the Akondes, the governors, and all. He said it there. These older people there around me, they should leave me alone. So my own thing is this: do not twist it. Let's dissect it for what it is. Do not deflect it by saying it's an obedient thing. Obedient is pushing. No, Boala is on TV. I am not the one that push all the APC guys on TV. They're out there talking about it. Some people, like I said earlier on, like it's a guy, is talking about it in support of what he said. Many of them share that same view. I do share that same view. I am looking at it like something is going on. Buhari is trying to play a game, and rightly so. Because I have never seen, even if I have never seen any person in government trying to.
Let me ask you that question right there. Buhari is going to play a game. Who will that game favor?
That game, this is the thing,
Who will
right?
that game favor?
I am not going to tell you.
No. Say it. You know the game. You know the game. You know what? Hold on. I'm challenging you. You know the game Buhari is playing. obviously you don't want to say he's playing the game against Tinubu, right? You want to stop Tinubu, and who will that game favor?
Good. The
I don't know why
beneficiary,
we are
the beneficiary
beneficiaries
of this
now.
thing,
We are
No,
the
say it. Be
beneficiary,
courageous now. Be courageous. Why are you
the
dribbling? Why are
beneficiary,
you
the beneficiary.
The
Maradonaing and
simple Joel of Najmi, if you don't want to say it,
who,
I will say it.
who,
Mr. Atiku,
who?
I just
Oh,
said it. Look, let me just say
So
okay,
it.
are we
okay.
running
So
away from the truth?
all right. So okay,
I am just saying,
hold
I am
on
just
right
saying,
there. Hold on
you
right
wouldn't
there.
allow me to talk. So
Oh,
you asked me a question.
no,
I
no.
wanted to
You
tell
have
you.
answered it. Let me further ask you a question.
Okay.
So if a favor article, would that go well with you? Because you're not
It
supporting
is not.
Tinubu anyway. You are not supporting Tinubu anyway. So
I am not supporting. I am not
yeah,
supporting either of them.
so
I am an obedient. So
okay.
I do. What I'm just telling you is this: whether what Buhari will do to or the benefit, if Atiku is the beneficiary of what Buhari is doing, whether that will translate to votes is still determinant on the people. It's the electorate will decide. That is my point. You're not getting it.
Because the
It is
game
not
you are
an
playing,
obedient thing. So let go of the obedient thing. So allow me to land. That's where I'm coming. Well, that's where I'm going to. Right? The electorate will still decide at the end of the day. But what we are saying is this: if it walks and quacks like a dog, then it's a dog. If everything is moving smooth, Tinubu under know these guys will come out there to make that point. That is where I'm coming from. Let's see it for what it is. At the end of the day, the electorate will decide. But we cannot mislead Nigerians or try to make Nigerians look like they are dumb by trying to say or trying to twist it. Or is it a Mefele? Or is it the marketers? That is like, it doesn't show good judgment from every one of us that supported that made that narrative. We can still play politics and still tell the truth, or not even telling the truth, being objective, and that is it. Tinubu said what he said. Now he's in Daura. Yeah, he has to go to Daura. He has to talk to Buhari. He knows because these are the things. These are sound bites. These are the things that they're going to play to all the cabals. If that's what they're working, if they're working against him, that was so loud. And there's a reason why those elders around him were trying to push to say, "Dude, stop, stop, stop." There's a reason for that. You see, my dad would say, "You do not wear your emotions on your sleeve." Sometimes you just have to, walk silently, walk on the ground without blowing up stuff and still, achieve your goal. But coming out to say stuff like that in public, many people will make a run with it. And that is not what you need in an election cycle.
All right. Sorry. Yeah, Adewale has a question for you.
I was
Go
trying to say, what do you think is causing Nigeria?
You say?
What is causing fuel in Nigeria?
I don't know what is causing fuel scarcity in Nigeria, but the buck stops on the table of the president because he is the petroleum minister. He is. So if there was fuel from January of last year, then coming towards election period, that you know that you have a dog in, and I mean coming from a government that had not done so well in terms of the economy, and you are trying to go into an election that you make people at least forget. At least we know that Nigeria generally we have amnesia. But when you keep doing stuff like this prior to an election, you keep reminding them what you have done to them in the past 7 years. That is what you do not want in an election cycle.
Who is it going to hurt? Tinubu or other candidates?
Definitely, no. Definitely, whatever Buhari is doing right now is hurting Tinubu the most.
Yeah, but how would you say this? A week before the election, people can't travel home.
even a candidate can't travel home. Out of others candidate, they can't travel home to vote.
You're breaking up, Adewale.
I can hear you guys loud and clear. Let me know.
No, you're back now. Carry on.
Okay, so I'm trying to ask the Joe, if people can't travel home to vote, they can't go to their constituent to vote. Wouldn't that become a disenfranchisement of those people's right to vote?
Exactly.
So what's wrong if Tinubu, draw the attention of the public to it?
No. This kind of things, right? Buhari is there. He is you have his number. You have been campaigning with him. You can go and see him and you talk to him. I mean,
what if
the
Buhari
TV,
is not in charge?
how? There's no way. No. See. Let's stop this thing about Buhari is not in charge.
What if
That man is smart.
let you and I live in a conspiracy theory for a second? What if Buhari is not in charge?
He is not in charge.
Yes.
I don't see that happening.
Buhari has nothing to lose. He's no longer contesting for election. He's no longer going to be in partisan politics.
It does not matter. My brother, he is the chief executive officer of the country. It does not matter.
Let's live in a conspiracy theory for a second. Let's just assume.
Okay.
Let's take it this way: that Buhari is already leaving politics. He can't wait to go to Daura. He has no score to settle with nobody. He has nobody to pay back. All right. He has no political chink to give to nobody. Now, he has nothing to lose. So let's say, what if Buhari is not even in charge of what is going on around him? Let's just leave that in for a moment. You remember when his wife cried out and said they've hijacked the administration?
Mm-hmm.
So many decisions that have taken place in presidency that you begin to wonder if we have an absent president. If you look at the Buhari's body language for some times now, even before the primaries, he was kind of like, let's see how this thing play out.
He was so withdrawn.
No, look, he has nothing to lose. He's not contesting for another position. He's going home. So I'm leaving the stage for you to battle it out among yourself, regardless of the promises he made with Tinubu or any other person, any other candidate. He has nothing to lose. So now he's trying to leave a legacy. He's trying to create a stage for himself so that when he leaves, people will forget about everything that have happened during his administration. Now he's trying to see himself like, a peace, somebody who lived the stage but lives it peacefully. So that okay, yes, I create this stage for you guys to come and compete. I didn't put hand into selecting who becomes my successor. I hand it off. I let you guys battle it out. That is exactly what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to believe that he knows there's a lot of things playing out, but at the same time, he decided to not to get involved. And Tinubu crying out is because he's probably hurting his campaign. But the other way around, I don't think he's hurting it when it comes to the CBN directive. The law was made for the poor people. Rich men don't go to bank; they bring money to them at home. I've never seen a big man in the bank before, but
all right, Joe, round up that space, and then I'll take you to another talking point.
Okay, I don't want to say this is the thing. Based on what you were saying, right? Article Buhari might say that okay, I want to organize a free and fair election so that everything will be free. So that will be part of my legacy. That will be my party legacy. Good and fine, no problem with that. My problem is this, right? Prior, if you listen to Adeleke earlier on, he made mention of something, the electoral law, which would have affected Buhari so well in the election. Buhari ignored it. prior to Buhari's election in 2019, yes, we were having a fuel scarcity and everything, but prior to that election, everything was moving well. So since you say you are in charge, or you are the petroleum minister, and you are in charge of how the distribution, and you oversee those stuff, and in an election year where you have a dog in the fight, and you are allowing stuff like that to happen, whether it is deliberate, whether it is whether it's not deliberate, it's not necessary at this point. The main thing is that whatever thing they are doing, whether it's the currency, whether it's the fuel, is hurting the Tinubu campaign. And if you ask me, if you say that some people are in charge and Buhari is there, so that's the reason why he didn't go to Buhari, what does talking about it in public, what difference does it make? If you're going to talk about it in public, why don't you just go and talk to Buhari? If Buhari cannot change it, then what would the public do?
All right, give us a brief commentary on Adeleke space, and then we move on.
One man on the Adeleke space is a painful one. Just because it's only painful because I thought we have gotten the election thing, right, doing the right things. We still have more within the INEC, trying to make these things not to work. But I am not giving hope on the BIVAS. If actually what actually played out was that there was an overvoting, and there was a result, from the BIVAS and from the ECO8, and they were able to compare that. And if that's what actually happened, then it means that we have started making progress. I hope that there are no other ways through which the incumbent, did any rigging. If what is being presented is what happened at the election, I would say congratulations to Oyetola in advance. If that's what happened, so it means that there was a criminal activity that took place, and it was found out, and now the rightful owner of that seat has taken it back. That is how we are going to move forward as a nation and start, having people in government that goes in there to work for the people. If a political office holder knows that he can get into power either way, then he owes you nothing. So I can see the way everybody is talking about the PVCs. The politicians know what is coming. They know it's not going to be business as usual. So that is why I say there's going to be a lot of surprises in this election, because people will be out there voting according to their consciences. And let God may have it. If Buhari carries or implement what he said about making sure that the place is secure for people to go out there and vote, if he carries that out, I think he has done fairly well, imparting us a good gift in the form of having a peaceful election. Thank you, one man. I don't know if there's anything you want me to say. If there's not,
no. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys. Kulata, Rational Mind. Nice talking. Nice hearing from you again. Oga Thomas, hello. Adeleke, everybody. Let me just one piece. Let me keep it moving.
Hello,
my brother. I beg you.
Hey, Joe.
We keep it moving. Thank you, one man. And
enjoy yourself, Omoiko.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, one man. Bye-bye.
Thank you, brilliant. Thank you, Joel of Nashville. There's only one Joel of Nashville. So thank you, Joel of Nashville. Let me use this window to acknowledge Bayo, who has formally signed up to join the platform. So you can see it on the screen. As you know, there's if you go to the landing page of the platform, there's an item that says there's an invitation for you to join the platform. Let me actually let me show it. This hold on. So there's an invitation for you to actually join the platform, only really for a token. There it is right there. So here, so he did that and joined the platform formally. So he now adds to the people who are former members of the platform. You can probably see it in the comment section when they comment. They have some whatever it is next to their name. Alexander Gomez, Alexander Kashe, Bonksma, Ayo. No, I don't think Ayo is actually there. Let me just bear with me one moment. I'm coming next to Rational Mind, but let me just document that. Let me document that Bayo has formally joined the platform. That's if I can find. So I can't quite find the function, but and Joel of Nashville as well. Yes, Joel of Nashville as well. So welcome on board, Bayo. Well done. So let me take the conversation then to Rational Mind. So Rational Mind, then what happened then in Osun State? Did that catch you off guard? And what is your reading of it, Rational Mind?
Yeah. Yes. One man. Thank you so much for having me again. Yeah. I think I followed this Osun State. I knew something was going to come out from it. That there's possibility that Isiaka, what's his name, the PDP guy, might be removed.
Jackson.
Jackson, yeah, Adeleke.
Jackson Nuruddin.
Nuruddin, yeah. That country is a mess. Everybody just keep getting names and cooking up names and forging papers and whatever. Anyway, so for me, I think I saw it coming that if they were able to convince that court that there were excess votes that were not validated or that were not part of the original people that were supposed to vote in that area where they voted, where they had the excess number, that if they're able to convince the court to believe that, to prove their case, that they might really get rid of Adeleke from office. I saw that coming. I kind of saw it coming. But the only thing I don't know is how could INEC be complicit in this? Was it some kind of plot by the APC? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just part of the strategies. Because what we're told is the BIVAS.
Wait, you mean APC rigged on behalf of PDP?
They rigged themselves out of power.
Listen. It could be conspiracy.
Now what for you?
I had to do delay in my brain to say, did I hear what I heard? But
yes. Rational Mind, you don't need to stress it. APC have one goal in that election to go there and vote against themselves, in the sense that go to the areas where they know it's like going to have a lot of vote. They go there and do massive double voting. That's what APC did. They know they're not going to win the election because it was a biggest vote. PDP.
I know.
War peace.
Yeah.
I can't believe what I heard.
Hold on.
It happened. They go to the areas that know you will win. They go and cause trouble there. And at the end of the day, if they win, they win. But if they lose, they'll use that against you in court. But they have the evidence. You don't have it.
So yeah. You see, it might sound too far-fetched.
It's funny, but it's funny.
Do you think it sounds far-fetched?
I mean, to you guys, you gratify because you people, you always believe that anything when we ever open our mouth, we just mention APC.
The National Mind.
Unbelievable. It's that we're in the twilight zone now. The twilight zone.
Hold on. I know you will say it, you will characterize our submission here to mean this and that.
Only because, listen to what you just said. APC rigged elections to get themselves out of power, so that they can come and sue Adeleke to then
exactly. They can do that. It's possible. Of course. Don't put anything beyond anybody. Don't put anything.
So, rational mind, if you listen to what Kulata said, I think the rigging was done by human, not the BIVAS. That's not the point.
But then,
who are the humans?
Wait now, if BIVA captured the right data, and maybe BIVA captured, let's say, 10 voters, and human being decided to write 20, Kulata, is that not what you said the other time, if I got you right?
Yeah, that's the principle behind that.
But
Whatever form.
we cannot say for exactly
So,
that's what happened.
so what peace conspiracy will not work in this?
Rational mind.
Now,
okay, let me tell you my conspiracy. Ayatollah already knew he has a protest vote. Oshun people, just like when Obaseki was there, everybody rejected Oshomole. Oshun people have rejected Ayatollah not because Adeleke was that popular, or yes, we know he was popular, but Oshun people have rejected Ayatollah. Then coupled with Adeleke that is popular. Now, what they did, they have their own crowd. Of course, even though everybody hates them, they still have their own crowd. They have their own crowd, which is their number that they are showing in court. So how will they not make that their crowd count? They'll go to Adeleke's section, or where there will be the crowd that will defeat them, go and cause any form of problem that will give them the upper hand in court or anything. They know they're not going to win that election.
My understanding is this: the voting was right, but the documentation was overvoting. You know, you have the
So
right voting.
who planned that voting? Who think
So
planned the
it's not
It's Tinubu that planned the overvoting
so
to
what
make
are we not talking
PDP win.
Hold on, one piece. Let me play you a clip. You need to say this. Hopefully I still have it. Just give me 1 second. Where is it? Carry on. I'll find it in a moment. But
okay, so that's just. I'm not saying you should. I'm not saying it's a fact. I'm just saying the things that happen in election, just like Buhari's second election, they knew it's going to end up in court. So they first of all remove Rogan or whatever, to buttress their claim in court. Now,
all right. Let me just play the clip because I don't really understand what you're saying. Listen. So that was Senator Adeleke in his own words, telling his audience that he's come with the intention of rigging.
Yeah,
so
of course, that will work against him. That is very bad statement he made.
I think it's Tinubu that told him to say that.
What are you people talking about now? Did he say rigging that? No, one man don't do that. Don't do this. Come on.
It says I've come loaded. Naira for naira, dollar for dollar, euro for euro. What does that? What does that mean?
Did he say I'm going to rig?
Rational mind.
What does that mean? What was he saying?
Here you go with this nuances.
No. Okay, what does that statement mean?
I don't go by nuances. I want to go by what exactly he said.
Yeah,
fire
so
for fire,
yes,
dollar for dollar. Yeah.
Dollar for dollar, yes. What
does
that mean?
If you want to do that spinning too, I can do that spinning here too.
Yeah, no, what I'm asking you is what does that mean?
Yeah, like I said to you, if I take it verbatim by what he said, I would say, yeah, it means election we know is all about money. They have money, right? I have money too. Yeah, but then you want to go into a deeper interpretation of it.
Is that not the language?
Are they going to rig? I too, I would supersede them in rigging with my own money.
So there it is. So what are you disagreeing with? What have I said?
Rational mind.
It did not say rigging.
Rational mind. That statement from Adeleke is a blunder.
Well, you can say that. That's up to you. But
hold on. Let me just land this point. For 1 month before I move on. Do you know this scenario that played out in Osun, almost played out in Edo, even at the 80,000 votes that Obaseki used to win Ezeyamu. He was in court, countless court, trying to debunk that 80,000 vote. If they were able to do that, Ezeyamu would have been the governor of Edo State today. So what are we not saying? Because APC knew then they're not going to win the election in Edo State, but they went there to cause aim and keep their own vote. It's just a conspiracy, I'm saying. I don't say you should take it from me. Anyway, you can go on.
Back to your rational mind. Osun State.
Yeah. So one minute, real quick, because I know my computer is making noise. I could even hear it myself here. So anyway, yeah.
It's not actually, but carry on.
It's not actually okay. I don't know what's wrong with it, but I could hear. I don't know.
Maybe it's time to invest in another one.
I think so. Yeah, but then I need to also update it. I think I can see the updating here telling me I need to update. So anyway, then real quick. So you see, for me, the now Osun State, there is more to it than we understand, than we all know. We understand. I'm not saying Oyetola did not win that election, or he won or he did not win, but for the fact that they were able to convince the court, they were able to prove the case in court that yeah, there was excess voting that he had, and those voting were not validated, were not part of the people that were supposed to vote. They brought in those numbers, they smuggled them in. But the question is, how could INEC could have been complicit in this? That's just where I'm really puzzled. That why, how? Because they said BIVAS would, if you are not eligible to vote, the BIVAS would not stop you from voting. And they said they transmitted that election electronically. So it doesn't mean that all this thing that we hear from INEC is that it's all lies, that it's just they're not telling us the truth about this. They'll see that APC knows something about how to manipulate this, or PDP knows about how to go around this BIVAS, whereby they will transmit excess voting. I see that happening in the north. Don't get me wrong. I'm seeing this going to happen in the north. I think I was looking at Shasara reporters. That's why what's this called? The INEC said that there will be no private polling units in some high functionaries like emirs. Now, the Shasara report was showing one. An emir somewhere in the north has a polling unit in his palace. Just imagine that. I mean, how many much more like that would that they've told us that they will not go to allow, but already they are there. So you see, INEC, I think INEC is complicit, and there's something going on that we know. For me, I just believe it's like what Yoruba people say, Oleji, Olegbe. That is how they say. I mean, like thief catch.
Oleji, Olegba.
Olegba, something like that. So I mean, Oyetola, whoever can rig best. But the thing is that Oyetola cannot tell me that he did not rig the election through his own 300,000 people that he had, because the focus was just on Jackson, on this guy, on Nuruddin, his election. How about Oyetola? So in the appeal, I will want the legal team of what's his name, Adeleke, to really also scrutinize.
They can't do that. They can't do that in the appeal. They have to institute a different legal case. Yeah.
So maybe that's what's going to happen. So they should also scrutinize, because I think this is just a diversionary tactics, because
rational mind. Why don't you ask them? And why did you answer this question? Why was Oyetola was very fast to just petition a certain local government 2 days after the election? Why did he call for
it's possible.
Why did he call for the recount of the general election? From there, they'll pick out 3 local government that this place is
what are you talking about? So sometimes you.
What gave him the knowledge that he can just fish out 3
local government?
No, hold on, because they get all the results, and they are able to marry it against the data, and then to see where the anomalies are.
Because they know that is the area they can target.
No. Did you just hear what I said, or you just want to push through what you're saying? I said they get all the results from INEC, and then they are able to marry it against data to see where the anomalies are.
I know. But then, what piece? You're not listening to what one man is saying.
He's just not listening.
You are a candidate in an election, and they said these are the breakdown. All your legal team or whatever team you have, they will give you a breakdown of by areas where you did well, where you did not do well. So they can study it, and they know, okay, in Edel, they overvoted, and this is a number that INEC reported that there are about supposed to be like 500,000 people voting in Edel, but they had 70,000 that was declared at the election. So where
yes, probably I didn't put the question right. What I'm trying to say is this: the anomalies that happen is only in Adeleke's central district. I mean, his own how you say you put say is it Modelekeke? I don't put just some certain region of the zone in that Osun that control the bulk vote, and which Adeleke is very strong there. Why is it that the anomaly is not in other local government that is small and there's anomaly there? Why is that? Is it the major block side that anomaly is? They have this problem.
Nobody said there are no anomaly. Nobody said there's no whatever it is you just said in those areas. But that is the space that they targeted, because that is where the victory is.
Okay, all right.
So they are looking to get the mandate from him, not to cleanse an electoral system. They are looking to get the mandate from him.
You know that the APC knew that he was going to, rig in his own stronghold, and they targeted that place. That, I mean, after the election result, they saw more vote, more than ever before, and then they went into investigation about those votes, and they discovered some anomalies. So that was what was responsible for his yes.
I think you can just give the
You know
question.
that
I think you put the
politician
question
you,
right.
you
Because
know that politician will surely rig wherever they have, wherever they are. I mean, where they have their stronghold, they will surely rig there. Do you know that? What
I
piece?
know, I know, I know.
Yes. So Adeleke got more votes than ever recorded in that area, and these people, you know, um, they suspected that yes, something had gone wrong there. So, and they went um, into the books, and and they got their fact. So,
Oh, Adeleke, just hold on there. Just hold it there now. Like you just said now, you make it. You just really explain it well now for me to put my question through. Now the politicians know their stronghold. They're going to raid. Let's not put it like this. It's conspiracy now that the Ayatollah went to sabotage that a space for them to have a valid case.
All right. Maybe we shouldn't go there because that's just a bit a, bit- a bit
Warpers,
a bit
warpers,
so a bit too much.
warpers. You think about it this way, under the law, right? The law, we agree that the law is not a Father Christmas, right?
True,
So
true.
the court is not a Father Christmas. They will only
Right.
focus on your prayers. The Oyetola, the Adeleke's team, they could have done as well, right? Gone as well to poke their nose in some certain areas in Osun State that favors Oyetola. They couldn't do that because them Oyetola did a clinical rigging. They did e-rigging while those people did analog rigging.
Okay.
So they were
Okay.
so over enthusiastic. They still over enthusiastic to actually rig that very day, up to 10. Like this time, that very day, 9:10 p.m. They were still voting.
Oh, okay.
So they went over the board, and these people were watching them because it shows it actually speaks to the volume of the of the dumb nature of even the candidate itself. That guy. So a lot of things went wrong that they could only salvage a little in the court. When you see some very bad cases in court, the only thing you can probably do is just scratch the surface and probably get you off on a lighter note. But they couldn't do much. That's what actually happened.
I think I want to agree with enigmatic on just what you just said. That I think Adeleke is so dumb. I mean, should I say the whoever did the rigging for them, they're very dumb. In the sense that they should have maybe like they did e-rigging, like you said, right? And then
That's why I like Egmatico. He has come to really tell me what I want to
and
hear.
APC,
Supposed to say
APC did
ring.
and APC did what's it called? And I mean more like a manual. They were buying votes, pay whoever they can pay, get your normal votes, and you cast vote for them. And maybe PDP were trying to manipulate the system, trying to bring in smuggling good votes, and trying to like make it look like they're all valid votes. So maybe that's where they got it wrong. But I see this case, even though if he gets to Supreme Court, he might still lose. He might still lose that case because for what I see, for the fact that they were able to, it's so very clear that there were some votes that were smuggled.
Who do you think will lose? Are you talking about Oyetola still losing or who?
No, I mean,
Adeleke.
Adeleke might still lose. Yeah.
Yeah, Adeleke is a toast already because when you go to the appeal you are basically laying your evidence and your fact based on that beavers. The whole thing is actually now surrounding beavers, right? So you have to prove beyond reasonable doubt at the appellate court, right, to see why the court should disregard that question itself, that prayer, the major the onus of this case now. So you cannot it will be very difficult for them to vacate that because they've allowed this to actually go ahead the defendant, the defendant counsel, they accepted that it's an established fact, right? And the court and INEC accepted that, and INEC now has done them a double jeopardy. Now INEC has announced that they are not going to appeal. So if INEC had gone to appeal or is showing the interest to go on appeal with them, that would have been different. INEC is getting a departure now out of the case, so it's only a PDP and the PDP candidate that will be going ahead. INEC is taking a seat back. So because INEC, the legal department, the legal team of INEC, they will have seen the case that, man, this guy is a tool, so let's just leave him and go and take care of himself, period.
Yeah, so I think I concur with you. My earlier statement that when I said it could be something that APC must have planted themselves, but then I mean there's no fact to that. I'm just speculating. Sometimes I just like to speculate on things, but I'm not putting it beyond APC to have done that themselves just to make this guy look ridiculous. But then I know Oyetola is not popular, and with what we are saying, like I said earlier, with this guy, the Minister of Interior, not wanting to endorse Tinubu. I don't know why he doesn't want to do that. His own faction in Oshu State. So I don't know. I think any other.
But rational mind. What's his name? Aregbesola not endorsing Tinubu, right? It shouldn't be. It's a state news and shouldn't be a breaking news to any political watcher, especially in Osun State, or even Aregbesola for the past, I think since December or November. He's been trying to have access and to see to placate Tinubu here on the Ofife.
Allow for your try to settle them before he died. Yeah.
Even recently, one man, he cried out that they are blocking him from seeing Tinubu, right? Because he has gone beyond. This situation has gone beyond. What Tinubu and the team, what they are doing now is that they have the team already on ground, right? So they cannot afford to accommodate any mole among them. The few moles that they have, they are managing those moles in the house. And you saw what they did to this Nadjatu. You saw how they treated Dogara and Babashir Lawal. So, and then with what Aregbesola did, there's this popular Oba in is it about New Year? One of these popular Oba that is very close to. So they just told Aregbesola to stay back for now until after the election. So any statement you see or any statement being made by Aregbesola and his team is a state news. He's been trying to get access, but they are blocking him seriously, and he has met Fashola almost 4 times. Fashola told him, no way. We are busy now. After the election, everybody will come back together. So they've practically shut him out. So that's the situation on ground.
Well, Well, for me, what I want to say is that whether state news or no state news, I know Aregbesola he's one of those strong allies of Tinubu, and it's a big deal. I would say if he's not part of his, well, it's a big deal in the sense that I know you might say it's just a small fish. It doesn't matter in the equation. Well, maybe it really didn't matter. As we see also in what happened Tuesday, if Oyetola could still pull this through, still gather that number of votes, even though I know they rigged themselves too. But then whatever Aregbesola did not really impact on Oyetola much, going by what we saw from that court judgment. But then it's still a big deal that if your ally could not, your once ally, a strong person, I mean, we know how their friendship dated back to even before 1999, perhaps. They've been body, but now that Bubu has come into the picture and the whole thing has really brought this. So anyway, my point is that it matters to me. That's why I say that I think it really matters that if your ally is no longer with you, it tells you a lot. So, but then let me not overflog that. But my point is with the issue of Nuruddin, that's Adeleke. I see he has a very bad case. I don't see even if you get to Supreme Court, he might still lose. He's still losing Supreme Court because I think that case is very clear. That I mean, APC is able to.
Is it going to be able to hold on to that post until his appeal is heard, or how immediate is this verdict meant to be carried out? Because I think Oyetola will be pressuring for a certificate of return.
Well, from what I read from the news, I think Sahara reporters, they said he has written INEC.
Yes, we read it out here. Yeah,
he wants to go on with the appeal. And so if he's going to appeal that, I think there will be a stay of execution in the legal time, we call it. You have to stay execution for now. That, okay, since that thing is in court, it's an appeal, he's still contesting it in the court of law. And I think they will take it up to the Supreme Court. If he loses still in the appeal court, I know he'll take it to the Supreme Court. But what I don't know is, what I'm still looking at is going by the two, because like I said, it's a very clear case that they were overvoting, which means they were rigging. And APC was able to prove that. But how is he going to prove that? We didn't need, like I said earlier, we didn't need to also counter sue Oyetola. So also they should investigate his own numbers too. So if they investigated, they were able to establish that they were also overvoting or.
Well, he can't invite them to investigate his numbers. He will have to identify some anomalies himself and then present it, just like Oyetola did.
I know. I'm just saying that investigate. I'm not saying he has to have INEC. I think INEC will do that for him. I mean, he has to do that. I'm sure Oyetola did the same thing. He had to get some experts that were able to go and fish out those excess numbers that were added to it. He himself should also do the same thing. Maybe a separate suit that he has to file, so they could go and investigate. And maybe they will do that plus and minus, and maybe they will cut down on Oyetola's number too. And from there, maybe whatever Oyetola said is taken away from him, taken from Nuruddin. And like I said, now it's like, I think everything went down to like 290. Is it 270?
You see, I'm not sure that they can find anything on Oyetola. Even if they find anomalies, because this voting space that they've nullified is the biggest. It almost consumes the rest. It's one of the probably the biggest voting space within Osun State. So even if they find little bits here and there with Oyetola, it won't be sufficient enough to overturn the numbers they found against Adeleke.
Well, maybe not. Maybe we will just have to wait and see. But I will still want him to go and do his own, get his own independent investigators that will look into Oyetola's numbers too, and see if they can do that plus or minus. And by the time they deduct, maybe he might still get more votes than Oyetola. But I think what I just know that this is not that we've not had the end. We have not had the last of this whole saga with this election. But what I just think, somebody was asking me earlier on another platform, was that how does this impact on Tinubu? Now, for now, at least, to bolster Tinubu's support in Osun State, that I know for a fact. I mean, let me say for a fact that I know because it has put Tinubu back on the map now. That if Oyetola could win, means Oyetola is popular, still popular. He won the election, they just rigged him out, and that would make Tinubu look good, perhaps in Osun State. But how far that is going to go, we have to see that in this general election, the presidential election will tell if Tinubu is still popular. But I know with his cousin now back in the picture now, the court has upheld him as the winner of the election. So you just have to wait and see. But I see this case dragging beyond 25th of February for that, it just only gives that Tinubu that better image or better picture among the voting people in Osun State. But I know the last of it is going to be maybe after 25th of February. It could even be like up to like late this year.
Do you think Tinubu will get a negative backlash of this Osun State verdict? Do you think it will?
I don't see that. I don't see so. In my own estimation, in my own opinion, I don't think so, because I think, like I said, it makes him look good, because if his cousin won, it means he's still popular among the voters, even though we know they rig it in some ways. But then it means he's still popular. So, but then how are these voters are going to vote in the election, in the presidential election? That is yet to be seen.
That's what I'm saying. With the Osun State,
can you give me a second, please? In Osun State, right? If Oyetola or no Oyetola, Adeleke the dancer or not, there is Tinubu is gonna win Osun State regardless, because the it's already more or less like a given that they will vote for Tinubu at the federal level. The vote, Oshun people what Oyetola probably, what Ade Dancer's influence could have actually amounted to would be Atiku making uh, more more than what could have been expected of Atiku, right? In the instance of Ade Dancer being stable. But now, either being stable or not even being stable, Oshun, nobody's taking Oshun from Tinubu. But with this revelation, with this ruling now, what is the new dimension? The new dimension is even before this ruling, Ade Dancer has been negotiating with APC. I don't know if anybody knows on the platform. He's been negotiating since December with APC for a soft landing because they took off very late. You know, when you are having tribunal cases, regardless of how strong your case is, right? That's why we are speaking to the judiciary of Nigeria. You still have to know some top people within the judicial echelon. They took off very late, and then by the time they realized, it was a very big blow for them because at that point he was distracted with Babayemi's suit in court that dragged up to the Supreme Court. So they were bashing him here and there. He couldn't really concentrate. So he's been cutting a lot of people in APC for a soft landing, but it wasn't just cutting it. They were not listening to him and stuff like that. And by the way, he was already having issues with some royal fathers in Osun State just within 6 weeks that he got to the office. So he rubbed negatively on him. So I don't see what people are asking now is that what will be his attitude now. The question people are asking now is, even when I spoke with a couple of people in the afternoon, the question that they are asking now is what is going to be his relationship going forward with Atiku. Is it going to tilt toward the Tinubu in Osun State to curry the favor of those folks, or is it going to be Atiku and stuff like that? So that's where the conversation is now within the political space in Osun State.
But I don't see Oyetola giving up his mandate. I mean, his mandate because if you remember when I think Akeredolu invited them some months ago to I think Akeredolu was celebrating his birthday and Tinubu was there, everybody was there, and I think when it was just making remarks on each person that were present there, the governors that were, he said, "My brother Oyetola, I know you said by the God's grace you're going to get your mandate back." So I know, yeah. So I mean, going by that word by Akeredolu, I could tell that no matter deal is going to cut with Tinubu, I don't think Oyetola is going to give up his mandate.
No, they say that it's because of Adeleke's political infant mindedness too. That's why he was trying to make some silly. How do you want to make such silly moves? It's not possible. The case is already at the tribunal. The best you could do is probably go and double cross APC to double cross APC with the judicial game. If you have a case with Wike in the judicial system, in the judicial space of Nigeria, no matter how strong you are, you must be stronger than Wike by probably a mile to get a favorable decision from the judicial space. There are people like that, or Akpabio, folks like that. If their cases go to Supreme Court, forget it. It's against you. No matter how odious or absurd that case may be, they will win it. So it's just one.
Are you saying he should have made alliance with Wike? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, now it's part of the game.
When he's with what's his name?
He made the wrong. He was following Atiku up and down.
Can I add to what you just said? Like people don't really understand some certain things. Like we said now, it's like a wide assertion or like conspiracy theory. In all the West, in the West, Tinubu controlled the judiciary up to the clerk, the typist that type the result or the proceeding. Tinubu, they handpicked them and put them there specifically. In South, we can control all the clerk, judiciary to the typist. These two sides, I have evidence for and have fact for. You can carry on.
You have evidence. What is...
Yes, I have.
It's unbelievable sometimes.
I have to say,
Rational mind.
people, see, it sounds funny when I say it. I have people that I have people that are clerk. I have people who are
no be even secret. What piece? Rational mind. Rational. Akpabio just won his case at the Supreme Court. That case, right? That case. If you know law very well, he shouldn't have won that case. He had no reason to win that case. He had no reason because you can't be at this. The law is very clear. He was at the presidential.
That was one of the most bizarre judgments to come out of Nigeria. Yes.
Niger
and like you said, the law is quite clear. So how that happened, and that was at the Supreme Court, by the way.
At the Supreme Court, so they would basically drag you to their turf. When you get to that turf, if you are not better at that game, you are done. That's what they do.
Just to be clear on what we are saying, Godswill Akpabio, he ran for the presidential ticket in the APC, and the law stipulates that you cannot run two separate spaces. But then he lost out in the presidential space, and then by some magic, he landed up with the senatorial ticket. And then the primaries that they held, which emerged a winner, they claimed they held, which INEC superintendent, they claimed they held another primary and jettisoned that one and gave this guy a ticket. First, an illegality, and the fact that he double booked another illegality. And the Supreme Court told us it was
not just him alone, even the Ebonyi state governor too.
It's quite frightening.
So yeah, you see, there's always a loophole. Maybe Oyetola wants to. Maybe Adeleke wants to look into that loophole, because you always get some things. They always cook up one kind of loophole. Maybe they'll just say,
but Adeleke is not an insider now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like Nnnpc said, maybe you should have worked with the dogs. I mean, you should have parleyed with those who are more. Who knows those judges like Wiki.
Well,
that is, I think it's naive. It's politically naive, I would say. He's fighting against Tinubu's machinery in Osun State. Well, it's not going to be easy. I know that's not going to be easy.
His older brother that even he inherited the political structure from Cherubawon. That's the one people Cherubawon now. Cherubawon. Cherubawon would have defeated at both Tinubu or anybody structure in Osun State. You can't face that one now. That one too now. He very close to them, IDB and all of them. So if he was the one in this shoe, Tinubu won't even fight the case because he knows that guy already. They don't mess with him. So, but this one, a small boy.
It's just that this guy has always had some things around him, like his age, his names, and everything, and all of that too. Another factor, So when somebody has so much baggage like this, sometimes it's well for me.
Do you think Osun State has just had a lucky escape, rational mind?
Lucky escape from who?
For having to Adeleke 4 years.
well.
I did answer.
But they don't like Oyetola too in Osun now. They don't like him too.
No, but they respect him because they say he's effective. This is what Kulata told us, and he's from there.
But they say he pays the workers.
They are already getting lukewarm with this guy already. I did answer because there's a rumor. Hold on, there's a rumor that his sister is his handler in the government. Even his chief of staff is more or less like a de facto chief of staff, a pseudo chief of staff. So that is his elder sister. Is probably they are complaining him how to be the, because there's a guy who is in Minnesota was supposed to have an appointment. That sister made sure no could just leave her. But let's see how
they all have this thing around them that they do. All of them. None of them is not even Oyetola is a saint when it comes to that. But the only thing I just is, if you ask me, who do I prefer to be the governor of that state? I prefer Nuruddin to be the premier. The reason is just because I want that Tinubu's dynasty to be broken.
Oh God! Still
because when somebody's so powerful like this, I mean, we're guys. I mean, we Yorubas, we're playing with our future. One
For
more person is
rational
taking-
mind, nobody gifted Tinubu. Nobody gave him. He fought for it. Power
we know
is
he
not
fought for it, but
a la
how?
carte.
How? That's the question. How?
Okay.
You
Let
know,
me say this.
the same
Let me
thing
say
is
this before you guys
accusing
go on.
Tinubu
Sorry,
of
let
the same thing that
Adewale
is
come in.
happening
I think, yeah.
with the Adeleke dynasty. His brother was once the governor of Osun State. So how come it's only the Adelekes? Can't they have another person in Osun State? You know,
Yes, they can.
if
Yes,
you
but
accuse
then
him
the only
of
people that can rival them is the Adelekes. That can really rival the Tinubu.
yeah, but why
Tinubu
must it be only Adeleke too? You know,
Oh well, yeah. Listen. It's because there's no other. Okay, if there's other people, let them come out too. But we saw the life of
Baba Yemi is a strong person. They played him out. This same Ayu and Atiku, they played him out because they want they want this guy there. Ayu took 2 billion. That's part of the problem they are having with Ayu, quickest team. 2 billion for Baba, and that's why Baba Yemi took him to court. Baba Yemi took him to court up to Supreme Court. So look,
wow.
In Jigawa State now, it's just that people are so obsessed with what happens in Lagos State and Tinubu. I will keep saying that in Jigawa State, Sule Lamido dynasty is control. A son is running for the for governorship position. One in the Senate, one in House of Rep. Their father is running around with Atiku. It happens like that in every state. Look at Abia State. Abia State, for instance. But people are so focused and obsessed with Ashwaju, and the guy did not steal power from anybody. He fought for it. He fought for the power.
But at whose expense? That is what we're talking
no,
about.
you are forget at whose expense.
Okay.
We are just talking
about
to
that, right?
We are.
You forget about that.
Well, no,
don't be surprised.
and politics
Sheyi
now.
Tinubu contest
Let me add this rational
election
mind.
again in the future.
Okay, go on, please. I don't understand time. Like maybe I'm dominating.
Let me add this rational mind from my mind.
Go on.
It might not align with what we are saying, but if you look at it properly, it will make sense to us in the South. It's like we always forget our history. That's the problem we are having. When I call the Beniki Kingdom, people say, I'm being tribal. But this didn't happen before in the 1570 between Ozoloa and Olua. When the Benin Kingdom was drifting apart, they need the two greater devil, not evil, not the lesser evil this time around. They need the two greater devil to bring Benin back. That was between Ozoloa and Ginoa. And the Benin said, no, Ginoa is the water version of Ozoloa. We need a devil that can bring these demons together and put them to their knees forcefully. And they ought for Ozoloa. And what Ozoloa like to do is to like to fight war. And they gave him what he loved. And he fought for it and bring back the Benin Kingdom back. Now, it's between Tinubu and Peter Obi to bring this power back to the South. We're not looking for the lesser evil in this period now. We are looking for the greater devil that can wrestle that power from the South. We are not looking for a watered version down of Tinubu, because Obi is a watered down version of Tinubu. He's also corrupt as Tinubu too. Yes, we understand, but we're looking for a person that have that force to bring the power to the South. So stop hating on that guy dynasty. That guy.
Why would you say hating? No, see, when you guys say this, it infuriates me a lot. I mean, can't I have an opinion?
Just leave him.
Hold on.
Look at the greater good he will make.
Don't give me that. Don't tell me that greater good. I don't believe in that.
Okay.
Don't give me that crap.
Okay,
I mean,
okay. I've told you that. I said in the future he will make sense. He will not make sense now.
I mean, whatever you say, it might make sense, maybe to you. But my point is this: you see, why I have respect for people like Awolowo. Awolowo, I mean, to this very day, he has my respect, even though he has his own flaws, he has his own shortcomings. But then Awolowo he built a dynasty, right? But the dynasty he built was people-centric, was the Yoruba people-centric. I don't know of anybody accusing him of any corruption, of enriching himself, of having to have some things like we saw of the like of Tinubu today. He controls, he has a tax firm that audits the whole of Southwest. I mean, I'm just saying back then, I'm talking about Awolowo. All those things, So these are somebody, he did, whatever he did was for the people. But whatever Tinubu does is for himself and his cronies, just to build up an empire, a dynasty, which he has succeeded in doing. Recently, some few days ago, I was thinking that if this guy is so powerful, like he said he is, and he wants people. I mean, why can't he just unite the whole of Southwest? Like, okay, you all Southwest, I want to be your new Awolowo. Okay, can we all work to create? I was thinking about that, but I wanted to bring that before Akolata. That why don't we just think about kind of like Southwest Economic Development Council? Now map up the whole of West, because you see what we're talking about is this: everybody from every part of Nigeria is flocking to Southwest, and it's killing the infrastructure in that area. Why don't you just open up other spaces in other states and create some kind of economic zones there whereby people can move? You can use your influence. But this guy, no, he just set out on Lagos, and whatever money comes from Lagos, he puts people there. And at the end of the day, he was working towards becoming the president at the end of the day. And look at how it took him, how long it took him.
Rational mind. That thing you mentioned, he wanted to do it as regional integration. So he was actually trying it, but you know, when some PDP government just move in, so it's it didn't destroy the plan. So
yeah, we go. I mean, this is giving me now. That's the reason why I could not achieve it. But you see, my general point is this: you see, I don't hate Tinubu, but I hate his politics. His politics is about himself. It's not about the people. Even though
Come here, quick.
Adeleke, you want to say something?
Oh, sorry.
So my point is this: the general statement I'm trying to make is this: I don't hate Tinubu, but I hate his politics. His politics is about him, for him, and for his cronies. I hear people a lot say here, "Oh, he made Fashola." I mean, he made Fashola, but how has that affected me, a common man on the street? How has that affected my friends?
Fashola's good governance impacted on
That's
you,
the problem I'm having with this Tinubu.
I don't even understand why people say all of this.
It aggravates me a lot.
It's not about the cronies. It's not about Tinubu.
Okay.
It's about the
so
people.
how does it impact you? Should I give you an example?
Don't give me an example.
No. We want to say something.
I know.
See, Tinubu was a governor. Well, when he was a governor, nobody can actually bring out, okay, he built so how many schools, or
people can.
Hospital.
We've done that countless times here. We've done that
sure?
countless times here.
Can you name the hospital? Can you name it? Which hospital?
We can go and bring you the list again. We've done that about 10 times here.
I will give you an example straight away. Island maternity that was born as far back as early 80s. It was not done until Tinubu came back to power in 1999. What of that?
Okay, let me give you the second one. There's this Lekki and Island that you stay, that you live your life
is the one that
you enjoy and everything whenever you go to Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
Do you know how that place? Hold on. Do you know how that place was in '99?
I don't know.
Yes or no? Do you know
I
how
wasn't in
Oshodi?
Lagos in '99.
Okay. Do you know how Oshodi was in '99?
I wasn't in Lagos in '99. I just told you.
So there you are. So you don't know Lagos. Then why are you then querying?
I have not seen.
I know Lagos. I know Lagos. You want us to do?
Okay, Rational Man, tell him how Ojota and Oshodi was.
Wait. I beg. What is this comparison?
We really need to compare because it's getting to me.
Hold on, please.
What is not even comparison? He said, how does Tinubu impact his life?
I know, that's what I want to speak about. Okay. How has it Nigeria impact any of us here that we now start saying Tinubu, going down to Tinubu? Once Peter Obi
Nigeria made all of us here. So what do you mean?
I know, I'm just saying, let's go on the border to say. What has Peter Obi done in Anambra that's impacted their life that now is now Dubai?
Okay, Peter Obi, let me tell you. Calm down.
Do you want me to play your clip now?
Yeah, play my clip, please. Play my clip.
I don't like all this kind of talk. If you want to argue,
one man, please play the clip.
Okay, so you say I was waiting for the window. It wasn't like I wasn't wanting to play it, but let me just load it up. I won't play it into the entirety because
just maybe 5 minutes. It's fine.
Yeah, it's somebody else is in Jenja's video, isn't he?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just waiting for the ad to skip through. All right. So this is the video that Des has been pulling me about all the way through. So we just get a snippet of it. This is Peter Obi. Once upon a time, pretending to be a governor.
Somehow, the Anambra Integrated Development Strategy. Want him to have a vision. It requires him to have a strategy for delivery. And it is a strategy for the delivery of our vision. It is a process that allows us proper planning, budgeting, execution of the plan, supervision, and ensuring delivery of our plan.
8 years later, as Governor Peter Obi's administration performed to par, as he met his own expectations. Here are the facts. You draw the conclusions. Fact. Essentially, he has restored relative peace to the state, creating an enabling environment for inflow of investments and new industries. Fact. He has constructed and rehabilitated over 900 kilometers of roads, giving Anambra perhaps the best rural network of roads in Nigeria. Fact. He has opened up communities with the construction of 28 bridges that have enhanced economic activity across the state. Fact. He has revamped the health sector with the construction of the Anambra State University Teaching Hospital and giving grants to missionary health institutions to enhance service delivery. Now, these institutions have gained accreditation. Fact. He returns schools to the missionaries and still funds them, which has influenced the rise in the standard of education in the state. Fact. He was the first to build 2 mini stadia in the state. Fact. He has built the first state secretariat since the creation of the state. Fact. He has helped light up Anambra, as it were, by distributing over 1,000 transformers throughout the state. Fact. He has cleared the arrears of pensions and gratuities owed by the state since 1996. Fact. He is building 2 major hotels and resource centers at Onitsha and Agulu. And the man is not yet finished. Let's see how he has tried to foster robust communication and ease economic activity among Anambarians by a system of road networks judged to be a regional best in Africa.
Hey, have you heard the news? The Property Business and Wealth Summit live event is taking place.
Anambra State, one of the states south of the Sahara that is committed to achieving the Millennium Development Goals 1 to 8. This it is doing successfully using the framework.
Well, all right, so there it is. There.
Yeah,
So
that's
that was
fine.
your video.
Yeah, oh man. I appreciate
A
you.
lot of fictions palmed off as fact, but
A
let
lot
me
of fiction, but I didn't see
let me
Lucky DC port there. I saw
let me say
traditional
something. Let me say something.
Go on there. Yeah.
You can't expect deep sea port. Anambra doesn't have a sea, so I don't
It's a
know.
metaphor.
But
No big,
anyway,
nothing
okay, metaphor.
extraordinary.
So let's get down to these are the facts. You
Let's
get.
hold on. Those roads, how many of those roads are still standing now?
We've
It's
seen
still
them chopped up. Now,
standing.
come
No,
on.
no, no.
We've
One
shown
man.
them on this platform.
One man, you don't just go and see like one road, maybe one bad road or whatever. You say all the roads are bad. Please, we need to when enigmatic and let me finish.
Do you know the meaning of?
Hold on. Let him have the space to explain his video.
Okay.
Go on.
Let me explain my video.
So that you can continue.
Let me explain.
Road versus Ngige's road. Can you define what that means?
I was in that space. Enigmatic, calm down. Let me even state this. I'm from Anambra State. Yeah, my mom is from Edo. So let's state that facts now. And living in Anambra, I was there in that space. So P2B, what he did was nothing short of I don't know how to
A
explain
miracle, nothing short of a
it.
miracle.
It wasn't. It was just so unbelievable. There's. Let me finish now. I just want you guys to let me express
Yeah,
myself, please.
carry on there.
Let me express myself. So, during his tenure, yeah, there's so many stuff that we need to understand. There's so many organizations that can, let's say, award you maybe for doing something good. Let's say, something like Nigerian debt management (DMO). You know, when that gave him that rated Anambra as the like least indebted state in Nigeria back then. It wasn't us. It wasn't the obedience saying it. It was back then that they said it. There's so many governors there. He won it. This man has won so many awards to his name.
Like the Bill Gates award for best governor in Nigeria.
No, not that. Not that. Even if
you know
to,
it was this platform that debunked that narrative. This platform.
I don't know, but so many rumors are gonna go out there. But I'm just stating the truth. When
let me ask you a question.
Let me finish.
Enigmatic. Just let him have the space too. Yeah.
Okay.
In education, that he brought Anambra to number one, and we all started making a joke out of it. Listen now, we all started making a joke out of it, like there was so many exam centers, that blah blah blah. Now, one man, let me tell you something. This is a true life story. During my secondary school time, right? This was the time that you were saying we came first. So basically, I would say that my set was the one that achieved that, right? So during that period there, you might say that we are not smart. I'm gonna give you some example. My friends, what's his name? Winnie Bogo. You can check him on Facebook. In UNN, when he was in university, he came first class out of all the first class. That is one example. Two example. My best friend, actually, Winnie Bogo just finished his PhD last year in United States. My best friend, Nelson of Fordham, you can go to Facebook and check it. He came first class in Anambra State University. He's now all these people have scholarships in America. He's almost finished with his PhD in America right now. He's gonna finish this year, December. So what's his name? Sant, first class. So many first class in that mindset. And also yours truly, well, I'm not that smart, but I came to one in Federal University of Technology. I'm a businessman. I like business. So
What was the correlation, please? What was the correlation?
the correlation is when we say that, that space is basically there was no intelligent people. It was just
I can tell
you guys made that joke here that it was a WAEC, whatever.
I can tell you of someone that cheated in the WAEC exam to make his credit and became the best graduating student in university. It doesn't discount the fact that he's cheated at O level.
There's what we are speaking to, right? Yaya Bello now is a governor, right, in Kogi State. Yaya Bello is a governor in Kogi State. Side by side, right? Watch all these pedestrian things you are showing everybody now that you are so proud of. Yaya Bello probably has done more than that or better than that.
I don't know.
And I'm telling you, hold on. A local government chairman will not show this in Lagos State.
Thank you, my brother.
That's watch. And then let me take you to the IGR. Hold on. When Peter
let's not go there. Let's not go there. I know where you're going to.
We are going there.
I know where you're going to. The IGR was bad. I know that. All that shit.
Nigeria at the precipice now, right? Precipice now. Three things.
Poverty was at a record high too under Peter Obi, according to the national.
We are giving you the numbers. Forget all these.
Sorry, which year? Sorry, which year Peter Obi was a governor in Anambra State? From where to when?
Peter Obi was a governor. Started being a governor in March 2006.
And then he was impeached that same year. Then he came back.
He was impeached. Yes, I know that. I told you I was in that space.
Do you know why he was impeached?
I know the spin you want to spin. I've already heard all. I've been in this
We are
platform, so
not
I know all the
spinning,
spin.
guy. We are not.
I know all
This is
the
the problem with you
spins. Do
guys.
you
This
get?
is the problem with you guys because when they are bringing facts to you guys, you
What
spin,
is the
spin.
fact? I
Okay,
just
hold
showed
on.
you
Let me tell you one
Des,
fact
you were
now.
listen,
Let
Des,
me
and
tell
you
you
were in
one fact
secondary
now. Des, hold on.
Des, you were in
I'm telling you
secondary
the
school.
I'm telling you the IGR. Is that a spin? You said that was poor because
no, I didn't say
Nigeria.
it was a spin.
Okay,
I
Nigeria
said
as
I
it
know
is
where you're
now.
going to.
Okay, Nigeria as it is now, right? Nigeria as it is. Three things, three cardinal issues are affecting Nigeria. One, IGR revenue generation. One, Obi failed woefully in that capacity. Two,
Okay, which other capacity?
security, right?
That's a
Go and
lie.
check. Hold on
Security,
now. Hold on.
enigmatic.
I
Don't
said make
say
you
what
hold
you
on.
don't know. I was in
Oh,
that space. Listen to
I
me.
was in that
Calm
space,
down.
and that's why I'm
You're
telling
not.
you.
There was a heavy spate
And
of
that's why I'm telling you too.
assassinations on that DOB space.
And
Yeah.
Listen,
Dan Ulasi said, I
there's
will
a
send you the
difference.
video.
One man.
Hold on. Dan Ulasi said it that Anabrarians do not come home. They fail to come back to Anambra because of insecurity issues during Peter Obi's time. And do you still remember the SARS issue in Okus where he was using James Nwafo
Why are you
to
guys
kill
trying
people?
to spin that to
I'm telling
P2B?
you,
Let me
okay.
listen. That man has never come out and say his P2B is working for.
Go and
I
check
don't know why.
the court
Listen,
cases. Go and check the court
enigmatic,
cases.
enigmatic.
I
Go
can
and
tell you
bring
what
the
Peter
court
Obi did
cases to me.
because he
Listen,
failed to report in
I don't
court.
want
He
to. I want
was
to finish
filing
what I'm
against that.
saying.
Why was he filing against only James Nwafo coming to court?
All right, carry on this. Carry on this.
Des, before you
What was
carry
I
on,
saying?
sorry, you were in secondary school during Peter B's tenure,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Secondary
What
school.
happened? Yeah, secondary school.
What class were you then?
God.
I beg. Let me finish what I'm
Hold on,
saying.
let me tell you what I was let me tell you what I
Let
was
him
telling you.
just let him
I
land
don't know
because
where you're
I'll let
trying
him
to
land.
go.
no, please let him land because he has been building up to this video since yesterday. So let him have his moment. Go on, Des.
So one man, during the time that he made Anambra School really. I couldn't even if you saw my secondary school CKC, Christ Again College, it was it was crazy in the space of maybe 2 3 years how he changed everything. When I'm not even talking about other things that he did. Let's say the sports. Anambra State was really bad when it comes to sports, right?
You remember how he lied that he was a teammate of was this
No,
Soludo?
He corrected himself now. I don't know why we are.
I don't know what
Why are we
Peter did it.
someone made a mistake and corrected himself and we're still
He
bringing it
lied.
up.
No, he didn't make it. He lied now.
but one man,
Okay.
let me say something so that I'll just leave this matter once and for all. I swear, I'm not talking about this again. And because why? I know I'm probably I'm very young too, right? But I have a very fast education. But if I knew that Des was in secondary school when Obi was governor, I wouldn't be discussing with him. I'm sorry, and this will be the end of it. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Are you done?
Carry
Okay.
on this.
Let
Carry
me
on this.
continue. So let's go into sports, right? I'm not even there's so many stuff that this man did, but let me go into sports when I was in school, right? He built the all the basketball courts, renovated it. Then we didn't even have basketball court or lawn tennis or whatever. He made that school so not just that school, he made all the school competitive. Basketball. I love basketball. I play basketball. Yours truly, I was a captain, and we went and won the Milo. No, we didn't win. We actually came second. Milo competition. Then we weren't even competing in any sports, but he made it possible for
We
us
should
to
make him
understand that
president because he made basketball better.
no, it's not just that. Like I said, there's so many stuff that this man did. If you go to Opiwe Kaya, that's why let me come to security. Then in security, yes, I understand that government is like it takes time. People might be saying they were kidnapping maybe it's for the first year or the first few years. Someone can just come inside government and everything will change. It's a gradual process. That's why you have to look at within the short period of time what happened. Yes, the first year, the second year, everything was really bad, and he implemented all his whole, security system and everything it drastically reduced to almost like I have to, when I'm going towards Opiweka. Opiweka is the most dangerous place in Anambra State that you can't even, 7 a.m. Then you can't even dream to pass that road without getting robbed. You can't. So by 6, everybody is at home. You can't even see people walking around by 6. And he actually did a curfew when he came, like 6 a.m. Around 6, everybody should be inside the house or whatever. And by around 7, it's him that implemented that because Anambra State was a mess. And he had to, like, you know what, for this to actually, because they were robbing people every night. There's no night you won't see any robbery. You like you know what, everybody should close their shop before 7 or whatever. You should be at home. So then by 7, if you come out, you won't even see a soul. So he implemented that. Even now, it's still even after he left, that stuff is still going on now in Onitsha. Even years after he left, everybody's 6 a.m., 6 p.m., everybody's going back. Even though the security was now good, then
let me ask you a question. Why did Victor Ume, ex-APGA chairman, Oye, ex-APGA chairman, ex-PDP chairman Dan Ulasi, the three chairmen of his political parties that he was a member, why did they rate him low in this security matter? Because they said it's almost the same thing verbatim, that while he was governor, insecurity in Anambra rose, and I know that. And then he was unable to tame it. Instead of that, he was killing Anabrarians in conjunction with James Nwafor, who he actually went to court almost 3 times. When NSAS, as of 2020, NSAS panel, Peter Obi went to court to prevent that man from coming to court to answer questions. Why?
All this thing you're saying now, there's no.
Can I say something? Yes, can you?
Yeah.
Because I had the floor before this. Let me, because I have to bounce very soon. You see, we need to put things in context. Sometimes I agree we can't compare Anambra to Lagos State. Yeah, given we can't compare that. You see, we need to consider context in which this guy came into the picture. What's his name? Obi came into the picture. He inherited a state that was in a total mess, ranging from a kidnapped sitting governor to all kinds of mess. But Lagos State was transferred from the military.
Rational man, that is very wrong. The governor that inherited
enigmatic.
I just want to put it straight.
No, don't put him straight. Let him have his narrative. Sorry.
He inherited Marwa. I know what Marwa did because I used to work in Marina. The Coca-Cola there in Marina there, very close to opposite. What's it called? This hospital that you mentioned. Was it Ola mentioned that hospital? General Hospital there. There is one Coca-Cola depot there. I used to work in there before. So now, what I'm trying to say is this: that he inherited.
Which Coca-Cola in Marina? There is no what.
It be like say I don't know you now.
Hold on.
It be like say I don't know you small.
Which hospital? Which Coca-Cola?
What is this? What is this? A German man, my man saying here? What did you say?
Yeah, your German Quaran friend.
Which hospital? Which Coca-Cola in Marina?
There's a Coca-Cola depot behind not too far from Net.
Near UBA, not far from UBA.
No. It's a very isolated area. It's far from. In fact, it's behind this locality, the General Hospital in Lagos Island there, close to Net, close to Niger.
UBA far from that place now, Fatai.
The point I'm trying to make is this.
Western House, all those Western House area, that's where, and the UCIs or whatever, that's where the National Mind is talking about.
Let me just
inside the local. No, there is no General Hospital on Marina. Coca-Cola depot you're talking about.
There's an hospital close to Net. Do you agree or not?
Close to Net.
Yeah, you know when
very close to Miscos now.
We have hold on.
Broad, are you saying Broad Street, not Marina? Broad Street.
Hold on. General Hospital cross those two, both Marina and
Broad Street.
And Broad Street. And the one next to net that the rational man is talking about is the dental clinic. I think dental hospital.
Is it dental? I don't know, but
Yeah.
I know they
Yeah,
do
sure, I
have
know that those
other
hospital there.
Yes.
There's an hospital there. There's a hospital there. It's I think it's
Oh,
maternity.
it's a general hospital facing NCR. You know, there's a building.
Do you know
NCR,
Western House? Do you know Western House? Do you know
Western
Western
House
House?
now. Yeah,
You
Western
know
House.
Western House.
NCR is
Hold on,
beside
hold on.
Western House.
Western House is beginning of Broad Street. Beginning of
Look.
Broad Street is Western House.
My mom used to work in that house when she used to work for
Okay,
Wema Board.
so in front of Western House, there's this hospital in front of it.
Yes,
Now
that's
behind that
general hospital.
hospital, there is Coca-Cola depot there.
That's correct.
All right. So where were you going before you
My
got
point is this:
sidetracked? Yeah.
he inherited a Lagos that is almost like stable from Marwa when he came in. Now, in the case of Anambra State, it was a total mess when this guy got get in there. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Obi did like what they sometimes the way they were trying to paint him. I have my reason why I would prefer Obi over Tinubu. There's a lot of reason I can give here, but I don't think time will permit me to say all of this. Now, the point I'm trying to make is this: that Tinubu inherited a state that is almost like a country of its own, which GDP he could have, transformed, but we know the challenges he faced. He also faced insecurity because there were a lot of riots in Lagos. The OPC, the what's it called? These people, they were clashing then. They were killing themselves. They were burning each other. Let me not go into all those little gory description. In fact, Tinubu I remember during his time when he was there, in every local government or street, you have to there's this little box. It says police is your friend. You can drop in letter or whatever you want to report anything. That's one of those silly things that he did, which I don't think is really bad, but it's a silly thing. But going by the context of going back there. So my point is this: the point I'm trying to make is this, that you cannot compare Anambra to Lagos State. Lagos State is far light years ahead of Anambra State when it comes to certain areas because it's economically developed. So we should stop this comparison. I wanted to compare, but Tinubu, going by what I see he did when he was a governor, we cannot compare it. Maybe he had challenges. Well, maybe challenges he had was having to deal with the federal government then, which I think that was of his own making. There's a way he could have gone about it, which is I should not have been confrontational with Baba Yabo then. Maybe could have just get what you want to get from him. But it was being confrontational, and then they deprive him of all those things. So, but the general point I'm trying to make is this: that this Tinubu that we are all championing, all of us are all championing here, is not a true Democrat. He's not a true Democrat. Because even the local government did not allow the local governments to really act or function in the way they should function. He has lived here in the United States. He saw how hold on now. Who is talking now? I would like to speak in specific. You said?
Speaking specific, what do you mean?
Yeah. The local government are not allowed to function in the sense that governance the local government is the closest to the people. The money that comes to local governments during Tinubu's time, the state takes more than half of it. He only dish out.
Obasanjo did not even let him have the money.
I know. Before Obasanjo issue came in, he did not.
Nobody. You are the first person who's telling this story.
Okay. From when he became governor to when Obasanjo had to put that impediment or not getting given, how long was that? That was a span of about more than 2 years.
Maybe less.
But there is someone who did not even conduct a single local government election for 8 years.
Yeah. We're doing about this, right?
We are just saying because I was trying to correct you the other time.
That's a good point. You raised a good point.
And I was trying to raise a point. Hold on. The point I was trying to raise was that when Obi, we don't want to compare. It's silly. It's even silly to compare Anambra and Lagos. But they are the one. I don't forward. I don't far go. They are the one bringing Lagos and Anambra side by side every time.
We never see enigmatic. I never brought Anambra and Lagos together. We are bringing Tinubu and Obi. That's the thing.
They are not the same.
No, you have to.
You
have to. You know why? Enigmatic. You are this
when,
small boy, big boy, whatever.
I'm telling you,
I don't even know where you're getting it.
Hold on.
You don't
What I
call
want
me
to tell
small
rational
boy.
mind. Hold on. What
You
I
want
want
to
to tell
call me
rational
small
mind.
boy again.
What I want to tell rational mind. Obi had two predecessors, right? Okay. Tinubu came as in 99, right? He took over from I think Marwa, a military administrator. So Obi had the first governor in Anambra then 99 to 2003 was Chinwoke Mbadinuju, then by Ngige. Ngige did
Odelanka.
who?
Odera.
Who?
You don't worry. Continue.
Yeah, so if you are talking about that, because Obi had some civilian predecessors, Tinubu was taking over from the military government, right? I'm just trying to put record straight. I'm not trying to say who is doing, but we are not here to talk about somebody who will not make a list of commissioners in Lagos. But they want to talk about this every time because I know everything that is showing now. Jaya Bello could have brought something better than that. Obaseki, who is one of the worst governors now in Ipeazu, they could have brought something better than this, right? Somebody who cannot grow the IGR, somebody who cannot grow the IGR, and you are talking about.
And imagine, but the general point I'm making is this: that you need to consider the context. Tinubu inherited a state not as, should I say, not as in a total mess like this guy inherited from the two predecessors.
That's not a fact. That's not a fact.
It's a fact. It's a fact.
It's a fact. Listen. I don't want.
Let me ask a question. Were you living in Lagos?
Was I living in Lagos myself?
Yeah. No, I just a question. Yeah, I just want you to be affirmative.
What year was that? What year was that?
1999.
Yeah, I was. I was off and on, but I was in Lagos at some point. Yeah.
So if you were off and on, you can't.
Hold on now. I won't go into details of that. Yeah, I have my domicile. I have my address in Lagos. I have a place I stay in Lagos.
Are you okay? I live in Lagos. Okay. And I work with NEPA Ikeja district office. So when you are telling me all this story that he inherited Lagos, I don't know the type of Lagos you are talking about.
No, hold on, that was why
I can tell you what happened during that Marwa time. So do you want to consider Shina Rambo rampage within Lagos as part of this?
That was a long time. No, don't bring that in.
Shina Rambo. No, I'm just asking you a question now.
Why you always bring?
Wait now, Oshodi, are you telling me that Oshodi that time you could work even around 7 p.m. and you put your money in your pocket and everything will intact?
Clifford Orji.
Clifford Orji was when? Was it not during Tinubu's time?
Wait now, how successfully can you go to a Dumota market and come out of that place without you losing your money in your wallet during that time? See, this thing is in attempt to kill Tinubu. Don't let us overcredit Marwa because what did Marwa do other than all this direct labor that they were using to repair road and MK Abiola getting a bill?
I am not crediting Marwa. Can you tell me what? I'm only trying to give you a context. Listen, rule. I'm only giving you a context of what you're talking about. Talking about Obi. Obi inherited the total mess, but Tinubu did not inherit the total mess. Even though
I'm telling you, Obi did not inherit mess.
I don't know what to describe Lagos because
Obi did not inherit mess. Compare Anambra with the state.
Let me even finish because all these things were. I just want to finish my speech.
Once again, Obi did not inherit a mess. Obi inherited Ngige made better roads. Ngige roads are better than Peter Obi's roads. How are you telling me he inherited mess from Ngige? Who had a better IGR than him?
Enigmatic.
You just talk about crime. Enigmatic. You talk about crime. You were saying you're talking about the crime level.
I'm telling you about the crime now. He failed in the crime.
So what was the genesis of the crime?
Who?
What was the genesis of that crime? The crime you're talking about that we saw.
Enigmatic. See, let me answer enigmatic. Enigmatic. You made.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Rational Mind.
No, hold on. Des has the floor and is struggling to get his word in.
Okay, go ahead, Des. But I was talking to Rational Mind, not you.
Yeah, but he has the floor. But back to you, Des.
Yeah, you made a statement of why all this chairman was saying bad about Obi. It's very simple. I'll tell you the truth. It's politics. That is as simple as that. It's politics. Let me tell you, I can challenge anybody here to bring just one, not even 2 or 3, just one Anambra indigene, like normal Anambra guy that is not related to any party or politics, and ask him a simple question about Obi. How did Obi do? Did Obi do well? Then we get your true answer. Leave all
Yeah,
these
but you're asking
political.
us something we cannot find.
Ask
There's
me.
no
Just
Anambra
one.
somebody
Ask
here.
me.
Yes,
Yes,
who
ask
is the
me.
one here?
You're not an Anambra guy. So why am I asking you?
Okay, but this
I
is
know
the
Anambra that
club
you
man now.
do. I know
Why am
Anambra
I
that you
Enigmatic.
do.
asking you?
I
Eh?
know Anambra
Enigmatic.
that you do.
Enigmatic.
Ogbo
Enigmatic.
Arare. Ogbo Arare.
Orienda
Why am
Rumi.
I
No more
listen
Anambra
to
No,
Zero.
no,
yourself?
this
Why am I
this
asking you?
let's
Eh?
not go down
I
that
know
Enigmatic.
road.
Anambra that you do, guy.
Okay,
Enigmatic.
Eh,
fine.
Baba.
You know Anambra. You are an indigene. I've heard you. But anyway,
I
let
have
me.
in-laws in Anambra State. I have property in
Yes,
Anambra State.
like you
But
said, all this your
can
mouth
I
in law that we
interject one
can't.
minute?
Yeah, let's hear
What
from
are you
Majande
talking about?
Coco. Let's hear from Majande
I'm
Coco,
an
and then
Anambra
after Majande Coco, let's
I'm an Anambra by
by,
Association.
No.
by association.
Yeah.
Ajande Coco, let's hear
No,
from you.
I like the state. That's why I want to use admiration, but at the same time, I don't want to sound. When will it be my turn in this group? Everybody's been talking over me since.
Yes, it's just been one of those battleground something. I try to tame it, but sometimes it just spirals out of control. But let's hear from Ajande Coco, and then we hear from you, Adewale.
Okay, let us put everything in the right context. Don't let us deceive ourselves. When Obi came in, he made a mess, like a state that was really not functioning. We had it. I mean, what's the name of the governor before him?
Mbandenojo.
Ngige.
Yes.
Oh, was it Gege?
Was
Yeah,
Ngige not
it was.
toppled? Was it not locked up?
But one
Right.
man,
So
when you are speaking to the facts,
So sorry, let
hold
Ajande
on.
Coco, please now, enigmatic. Carry
Was
on, Ajande Coco.
Ngige not toppled and locked up by some criminals, some political criminals in that state? Yes, that happened. How can you say that kind of state was a stable state? That was, I mean, you can describe such a state as a state that was in a state of anarchy, a state that wasn't in the total collapse of governmental activities in that state. If a governor can be kidnapped and locked up somewhere. So I'm just making this, trying to remind us of, the situation of things in Anambra compared to that of Lagos. So, what do you call this guy? Obi came in as a governor, no state house, nowhere for him to even sleep. So that's to tell you that the kind of mess he met on the ground after the time he came in as a governor. Tinubu didn't experience such mess.
No, I disagree with you, sir, and I will tell you why.
Okay, tell me.
When Tinubu came, Lagos State was using overdraft to
Hold
pay
on.
workers salary.
Hold on. No. Hold on, Ola. That is a different scenario entirely. That was not a mess. We are talking of a total collapse of governmental activity.
A mess can be physical. It can
No.
be
Ola, this is the way we
But
shouldn't
that's not the space that Ajande Coco was.
That was not a mess. Even what we are talking about. Hold on. What you are talking about, you are talking of credit facility that is available to every state. Every state gets credit facility from the bank. So that is not an issue. We are talking about insecurity. Hold on. We are talking about the state of insecurity in that state of Anambra. We are talking of the total collapse of governmental activity. The presence of government in the life of the people in that state has completely collapsed. The governor was kidnapped. The military administrator handed over to Tinubu. The state was functioning well. Everything, it was, I mean, it walked into the state house with its assembly, with the civil servant functioning. It wasn't the, I mean, that was not the situation in the case of Anambra State. It was in total collapse. So don't let us be spinning things to say that, Tinubu missed a worse situation, or the scenario of what Tinubu made, it was, I mean, it can be compared or worse than what Obi made. No.
Sorry, let's bring Adewale into the conversation. He's been here for a good while, but he doesn't like to cascade over other people's voices. Adewale, come in.
Thank you very much, Jerry. You want my everybody is trying
it's a battleground, isn't it?
Adewale, please let me finish this. So
go ahead, Baba.
Please. So, and for Obi to come in, did all that he did to stabilize the state, and by the time he handed over to the next government, he handed over a stable state, a state that was very buoyant politically, buoyant economically, financially, and politically stable. You have to give credit to him.
Financially buoyant?
Yes, financially buoyant. He had to give.
Soludo will disagree with you.
We forget about
Obiano. Even Obiano will disagree.
Oh, no, record.
Actually, Obiano did disagree.
Oh, hold on. The state.
Timin and Laden.
The investment he left behind was huge then. Yet the value must have gone down now due to the value of dollar compared to everything now, or due to the economic situation in the country.
The investment in his company, in his own company.
Will you, Fatah, can you just allow?
let me finish. What company first of all?
So this guy, he left a buoyant state, financially strong state, a buoyant economy, stable politically stable state, and handed a peaceful state to the next government after him. So you have to give him that credit. But on the other side, you can tell this guy that he's not resourceful. He was pretty prudent in the management of the resources, but not very resourceful, because when you look at its revenue generation effort was very poor. Internal revenue generation effort, it was not good in that compared to was the person that he took over. I mean, the person that was
Obiano. It was right between Ngige and Obiano.
Even before him.
Oh, Ngige.
Ngige revenue generation capacity was wider and stronger than his. So he failed in that area.
Sorry, Ajale Koko, are you claiming that he did not move Anambra from consumption to production? He did not move
Anambra. Was not too resourceful, but he was a prudent manager of it, but not too resourceful. In the areas of revenue.
What do you mean prudent? If you take all my money, all Alambra's money, and put all over the places,
and put where?
Own, right?
Which company, Fatai? Tell me which company now.
All right.
Are you calling next?
Hold on, gentlemen. Let us hear from Adewale. Let's hear from Adewale. Adewale. Yeah, let's hear from Adewale. Adewale, come into the conversation.
Thank you. I wonder what I'm going to say now. Everybody have said a lot.
Yes.
What can I say now?
Yeah, come at us from the Osun State angle and this magic trick that happened to Adeleke.
Let me start with Peter Obi.
All right.
Peter Obi, Baba Adeleke is right. if you put Lagos State and Anambra State side by side, Yoruba will say you can't compare. I tried to put it in that way.
Wallahi with Olorun.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
each both states are different, and at the same time, if you want to judge them by their what they met and their performance, you'll be able to put them in a contest. Um, Anambra is like saying Oshun combined with Ekiti State. Now, there's no really, apart from the Onitsha, where you have commercial activities going on, the insecurity in that state was at the peak when it took over. You can say Lagos State was also at the lowest of the lowest when Tinubu took over, because remember, um, military government was the one in charge at the time Tinubu took over, and the sole administrator at that time, they only in charge, but they also give report to the CNC. So they can't even spend money the way they want. So they are not in charge of finances. They're just there to administer the state. But when the Obi took over in Anambra, it was already a civilian rule. So things are already put in place. Now, when Tinubu took over, it was more or less like trying to build institution, democratic institution in the state. So when we are putting them side by side, let us put them and judge them on the context of the fact that the era in which they both came into the power. Yes, as at the time Obi came in, I don't think any rational mind, any rational businessman will want to go and invest his money in Anambra, where we have insecurity and political instability. Remember, his predecessor before they were, Mbani was always dealt with every day, and then Ngigi as well. So you praise them at the same time you judge them, but side by side, each of them faces, certain difficulty at a time. So going to Osun State, our sisters states, because I'm from Ekiti State. Um, Now, what has happened now is going to give headache to the outcome of the general election. And I foresee now that BIVAS and the operational process is kind of creating this uh, judicial logjam, because we are going to be on this, and at the end of the day, it's going to create a lot of chaos. Number one, we are not going to have a standardized electoral calendar. So we'll now be in a situation where each state will now be conducting its own election at a different time, apart from the general or presidential election. When eventually the whole thing is now adjudicated. But going by the technicality involved in Osun State and the report that we are getting, it's like the beavers itself is creating a lot of headache. And this is something that was given to Nigeria, in which we were told that is going to create a level playing field. Now, if I hear correctly, I think I heard Kulata saying that this is a human error, not um, system error. Now, who built system? Who is in charge of system? Is it not human being? Now, anytime Nigeria is in charge of something, think about it. If you say today Nigerian build a car, woman, would you step your foot inside that car for a second? You admire it from afar, but you won't want that car to drive you, won't you?
No, definitely not.
Good. Why? Because we don't have confidence in whatever comes from Nigeria, in ourselves. So, in the same way you look at what has been given to us or what has been handed to us, beavers. This is a system that was supposed not to have human input as such. But now, when you have to transfer data from one to paper, then it's creating these uh, um, what you call it, this logjam and headache. So now, and I want Nigerians to think critically. Like I think Pragmatic said earlier, I don't see a way out for Adeleke, but it's still going to be a battle for whoever is able to. I mean, both parties, when I was reading the report, they have at least almost nothing less than 3 SANs in their corners, and a lot of these charge and bail lawyers attached to these lawyers. So that means it's going to cost each of these um, candidates a lot at their parties. Now, is the PDP ready to throw that financial weight behind Adeleke, knowing that the election is around the corner? So there's no possibility that the appeal will go on before the election, or even move to Supreme Court if the appeal doesn't favor them. So I can see now that they will try to see if they can maximize their loss and see where they can move ahead, maybe before the election. So I'm talking about general election. And APC probably they must have warehouse money somewhere, because it seems that the judgment is in their favor. So now we now have situation where if the general election doesn't go the way it's supposed to, or the governorship and House of Assemblies elections doesn't go the way people want, now we will now start uh, going through the what you call the tribunal and all that, and that is going to create a lot of constitutional wahala for the entire country, and it also could become the country could become thrown into chaos, which is what we're trying to avoid in the first place. So we should not, Nigeria shouldn't celebrate yet until this system is used and see it before.
What's the constitutional wahala that will create?
Okay, what I mean by constitutional wahala is that when you started having litigation here and there, and there's no concrete winners, and when this person is challenging the declared winner, and at the end of the day, it will create instability in the country, and the effect of that is not, you can't quantify it. So if we have system that is going to be thorough, that is you'll be able to probe, you don't need to have 1,000 lawyers and to start arguing the case in the court and all that. It would have been better for us, and then it will also goes to dependability, because now if we started challenging the process, that means the process is not thorough. So whoever becomes the winner and emerge as a winner and swearing, that means his own what do you call it? His credibility is zero, because each person, the other candidate will keep accusing them of taking and snatching their mandate. So that is what I mean by constitutional wahala. When you started having each state challenging the outcome of the election in the court, then you now have the nation is devoted to electoral tribunal for months or years.
But don't you see that happening with this?
That's what I'm trying to say, that it seems that is the direction the country is going to, because the system is given to us, it's not thorough, it's not living up to the expectation. And the better we know, because it only tested, I think, in 3 states now, yeah, Edo, Osun, and Ekiti State. Ekiti wasn't challenged because it was more or less like a landslide. Then I think Edo State wasn't. Now Osun State
Edo was challenged, or they
was
went to court.
challenged.
No, it was
Okay,
challenged.
it was challenged.
Supreme Court
Okay.
was Supreme Court.
Okay. and BIVAS was used there. So now we have it now. Switching to don't let me use incubate, the previous administration. Now it seems they're going to take. It seems that, and once the tribunal make a pronouncement, that pronouncement was going to be challenged in the appeal. So at the end of the day, you now put side by side. So I see that happening on a larger scale coming this year, throughout this year, because that means we'll be having. And then, do we have confidence in our judiciary? Me personally, absolutely no, because it's about cash and carry, where you see a judge hobnobbing with politician up and down. Wasn't that the last time we saw Chief Justice in Port Harcourt being hosted by the governor of the state, praising his governor of his home state? That tells you about the independence of that sector. So I don't have confidence in our judiciary system. So
But Adewale, sorry, do you think they might ask for a redoing of this election in Osun State? Possibly if it goes to
a
maybe
rerun,
yeah, maybe they rerun. Like,
I don't see that happen. That
What
is
will
going
be
to be
the
too
grounds?
that is
What will
going to
be
be
the
too
grounds?
expensive in the first place.
well, if he's able to prove that maybe in a counter suing or counter whatever that also he was able to, if he's able to establish that he himself too rigged, there were some numbers that were also not part of supposed to
The
be the part.
margin, the only thing that could make them go for a run if there's the margin of numbers that was discovered it's not much. And that is when you now the INEC can decided to know what we're going to have because it seems there's nothing that they can establish that premise they are finding on. So they will decide to. But then with that, without that, they won't be able to go for a run. The
There will
court
not
is
be a
going to
rerun now.
the court is going to make a pronouncement because that margin when you deduct it from what they said was number of the overvoting voters, that was a pretty much substantial amount. So I don't see that going to, and if it goes to Iran, that will be additional expenses. I don't think the INEC have budgets to accommodate, and even if they do, why must we go that route of wasting money unnecessarily when they could have gotten it right at the beginning? So those are the things Nigerians should be questioning. We should be asking. We should probe further. Uh, PDP spend money. APC also spend money. So it's the game of the ISB that in Osun State. So when I see that happening on a larger scale coming this month, next month, it's going to be about uh, who is able to outspend one another. So that is my take on that one man, because as it is right now, people are only talking about the victory of Adeleke. Oyetola over Adeleke. We are not talking about the process that led to this logjam that we found ourselves.
All right, and to the Tinubu space, the never-ending saga. It's quite clear that there's a chasm within the APC space, and Tinubu finds himself swimming against the tide. The outburst in Abeokuta, the fallout of it. Tinubu now in Daura on bended knees. So, what are you then making? Is the party plotting to sabotage its ambition?
Let's take it one by one. Why is he making the speech in Abeokuta in the first place? Why? Why is
Thank
he even
you.
making the
Thank you. Well,
speech
I said it yesterday. Why
in
was that?
Yoruba? It means there's a connection between what he was talking about and Abeokuta because he has been to Ekiti. He never makes such pronouncement. He has been in Ondo. He never makes such pronouncement. Even when he was in his home state, in Lagos State, he never did. So why Abeokuta? There's an adage in Yoruba that say, "Kaditiba alegbo la ṣe ń sọ ṣíkínni la ṣe ń sọ lójú ọmọ ẹ̀." So I will say it to you in the language that you understand so that they can tell wherever the power that be that this is what I know. Maybe he's not accusing Buhari as people assume. Maybe he's taking a fight to Oshimbajo. This is just an assumption. I'm not saying that's what it means. But he also, while he was giving that speech, he said, Egbe Olombrella, vote them out. That they are the ones sabotaging, they are the ones colluding with what do you call these people?
The oil marketers.
Oil marketers.
Adewale, he didn't say that. He didn't say it that way.
He said it now. We heard him say
No, he
it.
didn't
Go
say
and watch the video. He
says
said, hold
vote.
on. He
Okay.
said, vote them out.
Okay.
The power that be.
Okay.
Egbe Olombrella.
No, who are the power that be? Except the
Hold
guy is
on.
not
Hold
coherent.
He
on. Hold on.
qualified what he said.
And
I said
I was
umbrella.
challenging. Hold on.
No,
I was challenging Joel of Nazareth earlier. And he said, who is the power that be? Who is in charge? Who is the president? He said, president is the power that be. And I said, look, presidency is bigger than one person. What if, and I try to, live in that theory of what if Buhari is not actually in charge? What if it's just the cabal that surround him? that is trying to block Tinubu of getting the result. Remember what happened during the primaries. He fought his way through. When he was making that speech, the people around him, I think BC Akande and Co, they were trying to like, okay, that's enough, don't say much. But he said, no, tell these old people to let me speak my mind. Now, what he said then, you can also allude to the fact that, yes, he was accusing CBN of, holding the money so that they won't be able to spend money. But at this age, except if we are just trying to play around it, I don't think any politician that knows what he's doing is going to wait at the die time for the money to be released before they started giving money out to people. The money that will be given on the day of election is already somewhere. The journey of presidency, or the journey to presidency, did not start a year ago. Something that must have been planning.
Can I
Things
interject
will
you?
change. And hold on before you interject. Things will, planning and replanning and re-strategizing. I'm not talking about him, all of them, all the candidates, the serious one, I mean. So when he made that speech, one, he said, Egbepo pamo, Egbowo pamo. And I also said something earlier. I said, the law or the directive given by the CBN does not apply to the big men, to the elite, to the politicians. I worked in a bank before. I joined the bank in 1999, around the election era. And I know even a big man will call from London and said, I want you to release so amounts to so person. Just a note as a note. When they come back, they will write the check as an instrument because we must have that. Now, the big men, they don't go to bank. They take money to them. Who owns the bank? They know the way to circumvent the system. An MD of a bank would drive money to the house of a politician. They still do. So when we're talking about the money that will be used for election, I don't think even including Tinubu is going to wait for CBN to clear them for them to start spending money. No. They've already warehoused the money. As it stands now, none of them is even using their own money. They said, Owa Abula Finsha Abula Lejo. All the money being spent, I don't know about Peter Obi because Peter Obi
Adewale,
doesn't
are you,
have
is this
any.
one of your conspiracy, because you love conspiracy, right? So this is
I like to live in that space
this is
sometimes,
this
not all
is
the time.
this is
Not
one
all
of
the
your
time.
conspiracy now, right?
Every money
The
used to prosecute the election is coming from the government, not personal money per se. Some people spend money on behalf of the candidate, but the candidate themselves being sponsored by the state government or any other person that are able to earn money, put money aside for them. But you see, and I put question to Joel earlier, and I said, what if there's no fuel on the day of election? People can't travel. As it is right now, the CBN give directive that banks should only stock the ATM. The money should not be given over the counter. Where do you see that, my brother? Even in advanced economy, how do you want more money from the system, but there you have a limit of what can be given over the counter, and yet the money is not even being given over the counter. So it shows. Is it only ojo gate kojo gate? Maybe you guys will understand that proverb. It look it looks like this is what this directive is targeted to this particular set of people. But I don't know if you ever work with the government. I have a little idea. You remember when the COVID thing came up and a lot of COVID, what do you call it, vaccine denier was saying, oh, you can't trust government because of one single person a government will target thousands of people. American orchestrated a plan in Pakistan just to get Osama bin Laden. And they did. They got his DNA. And in the name of giving vaccine to people. And they are able to fish him out. So I don't want us to be blind or say that this thing can't happen because of one individual or two or three, people. That this CBN directive is coming out at this time. Yeah, it was celebrated. I love the idea that the Nigerian society should become cashless. With that, we'll be able to, have more firm control on this.
Adewale, but why was Tinubu lamenting about Pamo?
Now, to me, what he was trying to achieve at that place is, on the stage saying those things is this. I will show you who is the master of this game. You think you can stifle my campaign by bringing out a government directive at this 11th hour so that I will lose out, I will not be able to have money. I will show you. He said, Amadibo, Amawole. That means we will vote and we will win, despite all your plan, the power that be. He's saying that in the publicly so that the power that be, if Tinubu ever wins the presidency, whoever is making that reference to, whoever is referring to, should be counting days. Because even if he doesn't want to revenge, his people, his goons and cronies who will take their pound of flesh on those people, or if it is an individual. And Emefiele is going to be one of them. Because it seems now that him being the CBN governor, I said something yesterday. I said, if you touch the honestness, definitely you're going to see the fact of the bees and the honest. So they're going to come after you and they're going to sting you. The only candidate now, or two candidates, Governor Peter Obi and Omowole Sowore, if two of them wins the election, they won't prosecute CBN governor. They will even likely retain him. Well, I don't think he will be able to elongate his tenure. But is it Atiku that is trying to stifle with the new CBN directive, or Tinubu? Those two guys will show him where. And you can also, the power that be, you have PDP in the National Assembly. You have PDP as a state governor. You have the PDP in the state assembly, local government chairman. They are still in power. They are both sharing power, even though the power. Hold on,
You're insulting our intelligence here by what you're saying.
You have your own opinion. Let me speak.
I know we have our own opinion.
No, you cannot attack whatever I'm saying. I'm speaking my opinion.
It's just challenging your views. I'm trying to challenge your views here.
Okay, go ahead, challenge my views. Let me hear from you.
Saying power that be. I mean, you don't
say
power
that be. Yeah, so you are saying the presidency has absolute power?
It's referring to the whole thing stop at his desk. He's the Minister of Petroleum.
We should stop saying this.
Hold on.
We should stop saying this.
He is the Minister of Petroleum. Everybody should be accused.
He's apparently in favor of the CBN directive. But he probably may not be the only person.
No, don't exonerate Buhari of this whole thing. I heard you when you were asking Joe that question.
Yes, I said why? What if he's not in charge?
Well, you can say that, but he's the president. I don't know of any other person. Maybe there are other cabals, like we all say, which I also believe too. But you cannot exonerate Buhari of this. So if he's saying that they're trying to sabotage his election, which I was asking you a question about, what does it mean by that? And then we just spoke about Osun State. One of the reasons maybe why Oyetola could not, this guy could not even prove any illegality on their part was because, like I said on this platform, I said there are two ways to bypass that BIVAS. You see that they buy election like they did already. APC are already experimenting, and now they're going to read this 2023 presidential election, another election. Like I said, is either they will outrightly buy the vote from people, or they will force the non-working of that BIVAS, that it will not work, and they would also say because it's not working, you cannot deprive people of not voting. So like, okay, now let us vote without the.
It's going to work. That's not going to happen. It's going to
Well,
work.
you can say that. You can say that, but we saw that happen in Osun State. It did not work in Osun State. So how did those all the voting? How did they create? How did they?
I'm not trying to exonerate Buhari from whatever is happening to Tinubu. But you see, and I said something earlier. I said, Buhari has nothing to lose. You could see his body language during the primary. It was more or less like, nah, you guys can battle it out. I don't care about what you guys do to each other. During the Obasanjo era, he was holding Yar'Adua's hand every rallies everywhere. But Buhari is not doing that. He's not doing that. And if you look at what he has been trying to do, of course, he is the president. He supported CBN, this physical monetary policy. He supported it. But also trying to look at it this way. You know, Buhari, CBN governor, let me also go back again. Like saying, what if the advisors say, look, why not just do this? You know, you are creating level playing field. You know, you have other candidate contesting so that it will look like, you know what, we're trying to do the right thing and all that. And he said, okay, we have to do that because that will be part of my legacy. Yes. But then, going by what Tinubu said in Abeokuta, we've already assumed that it was targeted at Buhari. You know, it's possible to say something in the public, but you do something different and behind.
Brother, can I interject? Look, bro, we can keep it simple. Look, power that be is very simple, right? Even in America, they have what's called deep state, right? So Buhari is the president, but the deep state is bigger than Buhari. It's like when Trump was president, he was fighting against the deep state. The whole president, the whole government, the government structure. Even Trump himself, every day was going on Twitter. Hey. So there is power that be. Now, Beryl Spina said something. Buhari is the minister of petroleum. Yeah, Buhari is the minister of petroleum. He's not the minister of petrol at the gas station. Tinubu is speaking to people holding the petrol. What is funny? Buhari does not.
Look at how you're spinning it. Look at how you're saying it.
What is spinning?
Nobody is spinning this.
Buhari is the minister of petroleum.
Petroleum is different.
It's not the minister of petroleum.
What I'm getting is what I'm getting from people is Buhari is the sole person behind that.
Listen. Let me ask a question, Fatai. Both of you too. Now, if you are a president, let's assume both of you became president, and then you have a minister of petroleum, and under him, in a more, you want to do things in a more, way that it should be done. And you have a minister of petroleum, and there's a constant queue and this kind of what we're seeing in Nigeria. Will you fire your minister of petroleum, or will you retain him?
Brother,
for what is going
on?
on?
What is the portfolio of a minister of petroleum?
What is the point?
Crude oil is different from the gas you put in your car. It's not the gas. It's not the crude oil.
You know what, please?
What he's talking about.
Hello, can I interject?
Can I ask a question and answer your question? You want me to answer that question?
Oh,
go ahead.
You what?
I want to just interject. Wait now. This oil we are talking about, are there no APC and PDP members who are oil marketers? At least the governor of Ogun State was a beneficiary, even if not still a beneficiary of what's it called subsidies. So I don't understand. I would really want to understand the context of this analysis we are doing.
So all right, round it off, and gentlemen, I have to go to bed. I'm just exhausted, Yes, really. But round off your sentence, and then I'll have to shut it down.
We are quick to assume that the Tinubu's outburst in Abeokuta was directed to to Buhari. That's what I'm getting, the feeling I'm getting from everyone. Um, we should also know this because Buhari is in president, as the president doesn't mean that he's the only one person running the show. Uh, the power of what do you call the chief of staff and every other one assistant that work with him, they're even more powerful than the presidents. But you and I are not privy. We don't know what's going on behind the curtain. We only hear what Tinubu said, and we make our conclusion thereafter.
All right,
Whether we
brilliant.
like it or not, Tinubu and Buhari still belong to the same party. But there's something I understand in politics, especially in our climate, in African politics. Politics is war. The winner takes it all. Uh, I don't think Buhari will want PDP to take over power after him, neither any other parties, because his legacy is at stake. But they say what is after 6 is more than 7. Thank you, Wama.
All right, brilliant. 12 posts. Brilliant 12 posts. So brilliant 12 posts. When I just said I have to go to bed, I'm exhausted, that is when Ogbeni decided to turn up. So Ogbeni, apologies, but I must just go and get some sleep, I can barely keep my eyes open. So
I've been around for a while.
yeah, I could see you, Lambak, putting the law, getting the statute books out in the comment section and reading chapter and verse and correcting everybody. You should come on screen. You're one of the senior voices on the platform. You should always be on screen. But voices like yours, Adewale Fatai, are enigmatic, rational. All the voices that are on the screen, these are the voices that people want to hear. So you must come early. Because
I'm actually at the Heathrow airport. I'm going home for the election.
Oh wow! Well done. So you're at Heathrow now.
Yes.
Who's going to Nigeria?
I am going to Nigeria. I'll be in Adeleke by Monday.
I'm giving you Noku right from here. Chop Noku, my brother. See, that's a patriotic
no
Nigerian. All of us here are just yabbing and talking and talking.
Don't worry, we're doing our part. We're doing our part. He's he's taking the learning that we've given him to go and
whenever he's talking, we should all be quiet. Because he's a patriotic Nigerian.
Well done. So we'll need you to be tuning in, to be giving us updates as you are finding it. Because that's what everybody that went home did. They were giving us updates. When's your flight?
I'll surely do that. My flight is in the morning, 7 a.m.
Okay, so you got in early just to make sure you don't miss
Yes.
Were you going home already, or you are going home specifically for the elections?
No, I'm going specifically for the election. I'll be flying back 4 days after the election.
Wow.
My brother, be careful.
Be careful. Oh, yeah. So be careful.
Anyway, it's our country. Some people built this country where I'm living presently, and they never ran away from their country. They stayed back. They built it. Yeah, they had bad.
Oh, who do we have in Adeleke? Do we have Foley in Adeleke? We'll see. Yeah. We might hook you up with our Foley in Adeleke.
Oh, that's fine. Okay.
Yeah,
that's fine. All right.
So yes.
Thank you.
I would never do that. Oh, don't worry. My own contribution is to sit in my conservatory. Yes, in my conservatory. I make noise. But wow. Well, there's a thing. So you are really committed beyond all this noise making.
Yes, my brother. I'm not. I'm one of those who.
So you're different from rational mind who just like to say, they just like to spin, they just like to spin.
Are you voting for Obi?
I might go to you don't know.
You.
Are you voting for Obi?
Really?
Are you going to vote for Obi?
Am I voting for Obi?
Yeah.
No, that's obvious. Tinubu is my candidate.
Come on, man.
I don't know what is going to change, but I'm voting for Tinubu, and I pray nothing changes.
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Amadibo,
Amadibo, that's sure. I don't see anything changing that for now.
Good one.
Well done. What you could do is anything election related, if you can take just like a little clip with your thing and pop it to me on Instagram, and then I'll share it with the platform to say that this is Ogbeni reporting as his finding, and try and find out about the localized election as well, not just the national space. So how the councillorship or chairmanship is running, what the locals are feeling, what the Obi Kwakwanso
That's a real
article.
press job. Oh. You are giving me
Yeah,
a
yeah.
real press job.
No. This is the beer parlor talk now. When you go to the beer parlor, find out what the real politics in the beer parlor. Go to the beer parlor. And
Fortunately, in my family, I have my dad who is obedient. You know, a
how
strong
did that
support.
happen? The Yoruba, yeah.
Yeah, you know, is my dad has always been well, I think Yorubas generally are like that. You could see
Yes, we
in the
are like
family,
that. Yes.
yeah, people with different political inclinations. So I'll be getting a very good and objective feedback from my dad personally on Obi's hand, and I know that Obi has there's a little support, a group in Ekiti for Obi who are championing the cause for him to get his 25% from Ekiti, which I don't see any headway there. I think I think if I can quickly speak to BIVAS, what actually
I
prompted me
wanted
to
to go to
join.
sleep, but now
Yeah.
you are in Heathrow, so I
On
can't
on
deny
on
you. But
Oshun,
yeah.
on Oshun thing is majorly this BIVAS. If you recall, I think I've been hammering it on this platform that BIVAS is not a magic wand, and nobody should see it. So I pity the oppositions most time when they come up with some hardline position without thinking it through and deep. When the coalition of opposition parties came together and said BIVAS or nothing, I just laughed because I see them lacking in the knowledge of understanding of electioneering system and processes in Nigeria. They don't seek probably good advice from people that handle the election petitions to let them understand that BIVAS is not a magic wand.
Ogbeni,
That
sorry,
is
one
the
second.
form that they
This,
all
this,
condemn.
Ogbeni, 1 second, I leave it to you. This
Yeah.
Adeleke's election is not the proof that BIVA doesn't work. It works for this election. This one is a
Yes.
cheap fraud. This is not even major fraud to be done on the BIVA. This one I just manipulating the paper. Of course, a simple audit will reveal that. Then you can even do bigger fraud on the BIVA situation.
Yes, Fatai, I agree with you, but see the angle I'm coming from. See, the incident form we use in Nigeria, that incident form which you see all coalition of political parties and opposition condemning, and they believe Tinubu is the only one who wants to rig because he's telling them there could be alternative to BIVAS. If BIVAS doesn't work, go for incident form. And they be condemning him generally using one big brush, to just brush the thing over. It's lack of exposure on the electoral process. And why I'm saying that is that for you to have BIVAS, what happened in Oshun? Let's look at what happened in Oshun. In Oshun, the result of the election, BIVAS couldn't synchronize it on time with the database. It couldn't synchronize it. INEC came to court and said, yes, we agree. BIVAS couldn't synchronize it on time, and because of that, we have overvoting. And I tell people, look at what happened there. That means for BIVAS to work efficiently, there are some facilities that must be on ground, just like what we talked on this platform about Showore and his barrack that the guy wants to destroy. I said some facilities must be on ground. Our BIVAS, if I'm not mistaken, still work on mobile network. What is the percentage of the part of Nigeria where you have mobile network working perfectly in Nigeria? If you bring BIVAS to a place like United Kingdom, you can be sure of almost 100% facility intact, because the background facilities that the thing itself need to work is already there. You have fiber optic everywhere, lying in everywhere around the UK. But do we have that in Nigeria? The answer is no. What do you work on? Mobile network. How reliable is your mobile network in the riverine areas? How reliable it is in the desert part of the northern part of Nigeria? You see, so for me, BIVAS is not a magic wand. Osun State has proven it again all over again. But something that bothers me about that or something.
No, all right. Sorry, thank you, Ogweni. Let's hear just a couple of words from you, Ife, just because the audience are requesting it, please, somehow. So a couple of words from you, and then I'll just shut it down after that.
Okay. Everybody has made some very good comments today, either for or against the candidates vying for the various political offices in the country. But please, for the sanity of everybody listening to us in Nigeria, don't let us make comments like the country is working for everybody, you know. If the country is working for everybody, our brothers and sisters will not be taking that risk of going through
Sorry,
this.
somebody said you had a comment on the Tinubu outburst in Ogun State. That's what. Did you have something to say on that?
No. I think the only thing, I said the Tinubu outburst is relative. If you want to see oil marketers, both we have APC politician, APC interest, PDP interest in who are benefiting from the subsidy in Nigeria, you know. So I still believe it's the government that needs to negotiate with the oil marketers to get these things down. So the ball still comes to the table of the president. Holding the Naira policy, the CBN policy, what's it called? The president can still intervene in those situations, because at the end of the day, why will you be ruling a country and the standard of living is affecting everybody irrespective of the political party you are affiliated to? The what's it called? The the debt management office of Nigeria released a data today that's 7 trillion naira has been borrowed so far, and also some other money. So the question is this: is the country working for Nigerians, as irrespective of the political party you are affiliated to? No. The money you sending back home is getting higher every day. When you call home, the money they are buying the petroleum is too much. Can you imagine 300 naira in some places, 350, 400? So those are the things I'm just looking at. So when we want to make our analysis, make the analysis to the candidates, but not to spite Nigerians. That's what I'm saying.
All right, Brian. Thank you, Fair. So thank you, Fair. Thank you to the super chat. So that's Play Summer coming in, making that specific request for Equesta commentary on the Tinubu outburst, and to acknowledge Ayo in the Black by the Coffee as well. So that's Ayo in this instance, joined by James. So two people actually occupied that space today. So thank you, gentlemen. I'm going to head to bed now. So hopefully I'll catch up with you tomorrow. So good night. Yeah, good night, one and all. Thank you. Thank you, Rashna Mike. Good to see you.
Good night. Thank you.
Yeah.